My girlfriend dumped me because she disliked me because I was a taxi driver. On this hot summer evening, Suchiobai thought he had finally survived the worst day. His taxi broke down, he encountered a crazy passenger, and was hit by an unidentified object from the air. Just as he was about to go home, the navigation system in the car magically started to work. 300 meters ahead, someone needs your help. He drove past with a mixture of doubt and suspicion, only to encounter a shirtless, club-carrying, muscular man at a remote intersection who called himself Wu Song. Suchiobai thought he might have encountered a madman, but he never imagined that this journey would actually take him through time and space. When he arrived at the real Jingyang Ridge and saw Wu Song get off the car and bow to thank him, and then watched him walk into the tavern, he realized that this was not an illusion, but a real time travel. He met the hero in the book and took a photo with him. Back in the present day, the navigation system was activated again, prompting him to gain growth value and opening the skill panel. Before he could digest this series of surprises, the next day he again awakened to the language of animals. Right outside his home, he understood the conversation between dogs and, in a voyeuristic accident, was mistakenly labeled a pervert, humiliating him. Even more astonishing was the discovery that the dog in question was actually the pet of Xiao Rong, the wealthy and beautiful woman next door. He wanted to laugh it off, but the next morning, the dog fell into the front of his car with serious injuries and screamed for help. "Help my owner!" She fainted. Suchiobai picked up the dog and ran for several kilometers into the wealthy area, breaking through layers of security barriers and finally rescuing the unconscious Xiao Rong. He took her to the hospital, paid the bills, and ran the bills, giving everything he had to wait until she woke up. But what he got in return was contempt and ridicule from Xiao Rong's family. He was a taxi driver, and they were dismissive and even wanted to pay him off. Only her "thank you" after she woke up stirred a ripple in his heart. But he was ultimately an outsider, so he could only quietly leave, considering everything a righteous act. At this moment, the navigation sounded again. Wu Song has sent an invitation. A banquet is being held in Yanggu County. Suchiobai traveled through time again and met Wu Song again. This time, he met the legendary Pan Jinlian and Wu Dalong. Surprisingly, Pan Jinlian was not the vulgar and voluptuous woman she was portrayed as, but rather a gentle, graceful, and considerate beauty. She personally cooked for them in a heartwarming gesture of gratitude. Suchiobai took photos, shared moments, and became a distinguished guest in the three men's home. After 3 rounds of drinks, he learned that Pan Jinlian wanted to visit an old friend who was seriously ill, but she had no carriage to travel to Qinghe County, 300 miles away. Suchiobai immediately patted his chest and said, "I'll drive you there. We'll be there in half an hour." Everyone was skeptical, but he drove his taxi along the official road of the Song dynasty, experiencing a cross-country race without traffic lights or speed cameras. Wang Ganyang fainted as soon as she got on the car, and Wu Dalong and his wife hugged each other. In the end, he delivered Pan Jinlian to his friend's house on time and received a large amount of growth value rewards. This ancient car gave him a boost of confidence. Back in the modern era, he was enjoying the excitement brought by the system upgrade when he witnessed a tragic car accident at an intersection. A Mercedes-Benz ran a red light and hit an elderly man. But just as everyone was in an uproar, he decisively consumed his growth value to activate time travel, went back to 2 minutes before the accident, sprinted desperately, pushed the old man away without hesitation, and escaped death. But after saving the man, he was retaliated by the perpetrator. The Mercedes owner's siblings accused him of fraud and publicly humiliated him. The woman in red pulled out a few hundred yuan and taunted, "If you don't have money to pay, just admit your mistake." Suchiobai, enraged, tore up the money and smashed the car in public. The onlookers were all moved, and for a moment, shouts of support rose up. "You must apologize." Faced with hundreds of angry shouts, the siblings finally admitted their mistakes, and their apology video instantly became a trending topic. Justice erupted instantly, and people from all walks of life raised funds for him. Countless netizens lamented, "These are the true heroes of our time." But when he went home to eat instant noodles to stay alive, he had no idea that he had become a phenomenon-level figure. Xiao Rong's little white dog came to the door again, whispering pleadingly, "Suchiobai, save my master. Only you can help her." And his system has just begun to truly awaken. He rushed to the wealthy area, broke through the security circle, and rescued the beautiful woman Xiao Rong, who was unconscious at home. In the hospital, he paid for her medical bills and accompanied her, doing his best, but in return, her family looked at him with disdain. Her aunt thought he was greedy for money and even tried to humiliate him by offering him money. He didn't explain and just left quietly. At this moment, the navigation sounded. Wusong invites you to visit Yanggu County. He traveled through time again and was warmly received by Wusong, Wu Dalong, and Pan Jinlia. Seeing the historical figures living realistically before his eyes, Su Qiubai completely believed that he was in a world beyond his imagination. This time, he unexpectedly learned that an old friend of Pan Jinlian was critically ill and unable to visit her. Without a word, he drove his taxi across 300 miles and took her to her destination in half an hour. The system rewarded him with 10 growth points on his return journey, which made him very excited. On the way back, he witnessed a car accident in real life. A sports car ran a red light and hit an elderly man. At the critical moment, he activated time travel and went back to 2 minutes before the accident. He rushed to the zebra crossing to save the elderly man, but was then blamed by the brother and sister of the person who caused the accident. Faced with the crowd's questioning, Su Qiubai smashed the other driver's sports car and angrily denounced their cold-bloodedness in the street, igniting the righteous anger of the crowd. The crowd erupted in support, ultimately forcing the siblings to apologize publicly. He became an internet sensation, earning him the nickname Taxi Hero. But he himself was unaware of this and continued to cook instant noodles, intending to continue his normal life. Until one day, the white dog came to his door again. Su Qiubai, only you can save my master. Xiao Rongrong's condition worsens, and the only cure is wild ginseng that's over 100 years old. Her aunt seeks medical help everywhere, but the Li family seizes the opportunity to force her into marriage by forcing her to give the ginseng. Without further ado, Su Qiubai immediately contacted Wu Song, learning that Chai Jin's residence in Sangzhou might have the item. He traveled to Yanggu County and set off with Wu Song for Sangzhou. There, he not only obtained Chai Jin's precious wild ginseng, but also unexpectedly met Song Jiang. After some discussion, they became sworn brothers, with Su Qiubai being the third oldest. Song Jiang, Chai Jin, and Wu Song all considered him a close friend. Chai Jin even gifted Su Qiubai with half a bag of national treasure-grade wild ginseng, containing several roots of the finest medicinal herb, over 500 years old. Su Qiubai declined the gold reward and only gave a few mobile phones as a return gift. Pan Jinlian took selfies with him frequently and was very happy. Returning to the present day, he selected several of the finest wild ginseng roots, packaged them, and personally headed to the hospital. Inside the ward, a power struggle unfolded. The Li family father and son arrived, carrying century-old ginseng, attempting to pressure the Xiao family into an engagement. Xiao Rongrong calmly refused, but the old man was already wavering. At this moment, the little white dog rushed into the ward and brought Su Qiubai in. Facing everyone's contempt, Su Qiubai frankly showed him a few 500-year-old wild ginseng. The Li family laughed coldly until the old Chinese doctor examined it and exclaimed, "This is a wild ginseng that's over 600 years old. It's a national treasure." The entire audience was shocked. The Li family's faces suddenly changed. Old Master Xia and the attending physician were extremely excited and eager to allocate the herbs for other uses. Seeing that everyone was tempted, Su Qiubai interrupted directly. "This medicine is for Xiao Rongrong. No one else should try to use it." Everyone argued endlessly, and Li Shangyun even proposed to use wild ginseng to compensate for the car damage. Su Qiubai hesitated and was about to agree, but Xiao Rongrong said calmly, "I'll pay for the car." After hearing this, Xiao Rongrong did not hesitate at all. She looked directly at Li Shangyun and spoke in a very calm tone. Upon hearing this, Li Shangyun became anxious, but seeing Xiao Rongrong's eyes, she didn't dare to say anything more. She knew very well what status this seemingly weak woman on the bed had in their circle. "No need, I can figure it out myself. How can I ask you to pay for my car?" After Xiao Rongrong said this, Su Qiubai immediately wanted to refuse. In his opinion, hundreds of thousands of dollars were a lot of money, and he really didn't want Xiao Rongrong to pay for him. "If that's what you say, then I don't want the wild ginseng either." Unexpectedly, Xiao Rongrong immediately looked at him and whispered softly, with a hint of reproach in her big eyes. Faced with medical expenses and compensation, Su Qiubai did not shirk his responsibility. Instead, he took out his own collection of wild ginseng just to help Xiao Rongrong with her treatment. This unreserved sincerity stunned everyone present. Even Li Maheo and his son were so angry that their faces turned pale. But he didn't care at all. He just wanted the woman in front of him, whom he had never met, to recover. Xiao Rongrong hadn't intended to accept this generous gift, but she was moved by Su Qiubai's clear eyes and awkward smile. He truly didn't want anything, not even considering the value of the ginseng. To her, he was just a foolish man willing to devote all his energy to her health. Su Qiubai never cared about gains and losses, and even let her decide freely on investments and shares. The relationship between the two of them subtly changed, and Xiao Rong felt a long-lost warmth and peace of mind. At this time when the Xiao family was in crisis, Su Qiubai was like an unexpected breeze, supporting a corner of fresh world for her. After resolving the issues of the car and ginseng, Su Qiubai left the hospital with Xiao Rong's little white dog, thinking everything was over. Unexpectedly, fate had already quietly turned a page. As he got into the car, the navigation system suddenly issued a new task. 1 kilometer ahead, someone needs help. This familiar phrase immediately alerted him. Sure enough, a scholar in white stood by the roadside, calling himself Ning Kaichen. His destination, Lanrua Temple, began to pierce Su Qiubai's mind. He suddenly remembered. This was the plot of a Chinese ghost story. In other words, this wasn't a passenger trip, it was a life-or-death journey. The navigation system didn't give him a choice. Abandoning the mission would mean revoking his license and freezing the passage. With no other choice, he set off, ready to face the consequences. In the dark of night, he accompanied Ning Kaichen to Lanrua Temple, fearing that he would accidentally encounter the legendary Yiksha grandma. When Nie Xiaoqian appeared like a delicate orchid, Su Qiubai was so frightened that he almost jumped out of the car, but he still suppressed his fear and acted as the matchmaker, pushing the two of them into the marriage progress bar in one breath, just to complete the task as soon as possible. He didn't care about ghosts or not, and even changed his name. I'm not a god, I'm a driver. However, when he returns to the temple to retrieve his lost phone, his true nightmare begins. Grandma Yiksha appears, smiling but murderous. Su Qiubai, laughing and babbling, desperately tried to escape. After escaping, he returned to his car, only to find Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian gone. He frantically searched for them along the road, only to be mistaken by Ning Kaichen for someone with ulterior motives and struck down with a stick. After finally explaining himself, he revealed the whole story. You are Ning Kaichen. She is the ghost Nie Xiaoqian, and her remains are found beneath the crow tree. These words instantly changed Nie Xiaoqian's expression, and she finally believed his identity. No mortal man, but a driver immortal, sent from heaven. But the mission is far from over. Nie Xiaoqian, controlled by the old woman, is unable to leave Lanrua Temple, and Ning Kaichen is determined not to abandon her. The true objective of the mission gradually becomes apparent. It's not about getting the two of them out, but about eliminating the old woman. Su Qiubai's mind races, and suddenly an idea strikes him. Yan Qixia. The Demon Slayer master from the original novel is the key to defeating the old Yiksha demon. Su Qiubai immediately activated the navigation system and headed straight for his destination. Locate Yan Qixia. Sure enough, the system guided him to the Taoist priest in hemp clothes. Without waiting for him to ask, he pulled him into the car. No time to explain, let's talk in the car. And so, a plan to eliminate demons across time and space, spanning ancient and modern times, began. Upon returning to Lanrua Temple, the Yiksha grandma had already appeared, closing in on them. Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen were practically on the verge of death. In this critical moment, with a loud bang, Su Qiubai's car struck a demonic being. Illuminated by the car's headlights, Yan Qixia emerged, sword in hand, and engaged the demon in a fierce battle, ultimately annihilating it. With Lanrua Temple restored to peace and Nie Xiaoqian freed, the two embraced and wept, their gratitude overflowing. At this moment, Su Qiubai finally realized that what he had originally thought was a mandatory mission had actually already quietly sown the seeds of goodwill. He not only fulfilled love, but also helped a female ghost escape the shackles of fate. When they parted, Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian kowtowed 3 times to him, saying that they would repay him in their next lives for this kindness. After the mission is completed, system rewards will follow: 100 growth points, 5 evolution points, and the navigation system's personal binding function, no longer restricted to taxis. That wasn't all. The system suddenly popped up an extra reward, a thank you from Nie Xiaoqian. Clicking it, he saw 10 lucky charms and 10 unlucky charms. Just as he was about to try his luck, Su Qiubai spotted the black Santana that had been following him from afar. Wang Dalong was originally a small employee of the Li Group, barely surviving by idling away his days. That is until Li Muheo, the eldest son of the Li family, suddenly gave him a secret mission to investigate the true identity of a taxi driver named Su Qiubai and promised to make him a department manager upon completion of the mission. Excited, he followed Su Qiubai all night until he saw his taxi vanish at an intersection. Less than a few dozen meters away, the car seemed to have evaporated. Terrified, Wang Dalong searched the streets for information, but no one had seen it. Li Moheo called to inquire about the progress, and when he told the truth, he was scolded and threatened with dismissal. Wang Dalong, unwilling to give up, searched the city all night, and just as he was about to give up, the taxi suddenly reappeared at the same place. As Wang Dalong was making a phone call to report, Su Qiubai came out of a taxi, frightening him so much that he quickly turned off his phone. Su Qiubai had long been aware of someone following him, and seeing the other person's nervousness and hesitancy, he immediately knew something was wrong and slapped him with a bad luck charm. In order to distance himself from the matter, Wang Dalong began to talk about the Li family scandals without restraint. Li Moheo was not doing his job properly. His father Li Dingtian stole his son's woman, and his youngest son Li Jia also liked men. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Unexpectedly, he didn't hang up the phone, and Li Moheo on the other end listened to the whole call online. When Su Qiubai reminded him that the phone is on, Wang Dalong took a look and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. He collapsed in the car with fear before he could finish a word. Su Qiubai grinned, said politely, "Congratulations on your prosperity," and walked away, marveling at the outrageous power of the bad luck talisman. That night, Wang Dalong was plagued by bad luck. His license plate was checked by the traffic police, his mistress came to his house to make trouble, his wife knocked out his front teeth, and his private money was given away by his son as waste. It was already early morning when he returned to his rental apartment. 2 dogs greeted him. Su Qiubai casually fed him some tiger meat and a bowl of instant noodles to fill his stomach. He was so tired that he just wanted to lie down. He had just turned on his phone when all sorts of messages flooded in, leaving him bewildered. A video of him smashing Li Jia's Mercedes-Benz had been filmed and uploaded, quickly going viral. Relatives and classmates who had once looked down on him and cut off contact with him all resurfaced, either asking for compensation or offering to donate a few dollars in a show of kindness. Su Qiubai flipped through a few messages and decisively deleted them. The only call he made was to his sister, Su Xiao, to let her know he was safe. She was attending university at the Donghai University, and he had been planning to transfer his scholarship to her to help with the car compensation. Su Qiubai's nose tightened as he told her the car compensation had been paid and to focus on her studies without worrying about anything. To prevent well-wishers from making the mistake of donating, he posted a clarifying Weibo post. Within hours, the post went viral, with followers skyrocketing, tens of thousands of comments and likes, and even media outlets seeking him for interviews. The next day, a knock on the door interrupted Su Qiubai's sleep. He opened the door with a confused look on his face, only to see a beautiful woman standing at the door. She was wearing a professional suit and glasses, and she politely asked him if he was Su Qiubai. Her name is Dong Jiawei, a Chinese teacher at Yuqing Middle School. She came all the way to thank Su Qiubai for saving her father, Old Dong. That night, at the intersection, a Mercedes-Benz came speeding by, and it was he who pushed the old man out of the way, avoiding an accident. Su Qiubai suddenly remembered the scene and hurriedly invited her in. The room was filled with dogs piled on top of each other, and the smell of instant noodles filled the air. He felt awkward as he cleaned. Dong Jiawei, however, was generous and proper, still gentle and charming as she sat on the messy sofa. As they exchanged pleasantries, Dong Jiawei pulled out a wad of cash, saying it was all her savings and was going to compensate for the car damage. Su Qiubai repeatedly declined, emphasizing that the car had already been fully compensated and he couldn't bear to see her spend any more money. She insisted on not accepting it. During the stalemate, Su Qiubai suddenly had an idea. He opened the system interface and added 30 points of growth value to the Romance Luck project to see if he could trigger some love effects. Unexpectedly, just as the operation was finished, Dong Jiawei suddenly stood up and started to leave. He was feeling frustrated when she kicked the coffee table and fell to the ground, spilling water all over her, soaking her shirt. Su Qiubai subconsciously hugged her in his arms, and the atmosphere instantly exploded. She lowered her head, blushing with shame, and stumbled. Su Qiubai then realized she had injured her foot. He quickly helped her sit down and prepared to find medicine, but suddenly remembered that the system also had a medical skills column. Without hesitation, he invested 20 growth points into the massage skill. Suddenly, a clear picture of the acupuncture points and meridians appeared in his mind, and he confidently offered to massage her. Dong Jiawei was shy but reluctant, so she nodded. Su Qiubai diligently massaged her while silently reciting the phrase, "Do not look at what is indecent. Do not listen to what is indecent." A few minutes later, the swelling and pain subsided, and Dong Jiawei was pleasantly surprised. She walked a few steps without feeling any pain at all. She praised Su Qiubai as amazing, her expression filled with sincerity and a subtle sense of intimacy. The atmosphere was just right when Dong Joe's phone suddenly rang. When she saw the number, her face darkened. A greasy male voice rang from the other end of the line. Teacher Dong, you refused my invitation to the movie yesterday. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Su Bai had been hoping for a relaxing day, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in Dong Joe's troubles. Director Lee's threats were forceful and aggressive. Dong Joe, suppressing her anger, firmly retorted before hanging up. The air froze, and the tension between them grew heavy over the call. Dong Joe apologized and said goodbye, and Su Bai offered to give her a ride. In the taxi, he gradually understood the full story. Director Lee had abused his power to bully Dong Joe, repeatedly attempting to harass her, and when his attempts failed, he began to suppress her. She was stubborn and innocent, supporting her family alone, and she was kind and resolute. After being dropped off at the entrance of Yuching Middle School, Dong Joe thanked him again. Just as they were about to part ways, the principal called and angrily reprimanded her for not completing her translation assignment. He also gave her 20 minutes to bring someone to the scene, or she'd be fired. She was stunned. She'd only been told to be responsible for student reception. Instantly, she understood. This was Director Lee's revenge. A systematic frame-up, premeditated. Pressure and panic washed over Dong Joe, and she wept helplessly. Su Bai's heart softened, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps I could give it a try? He immediately opened the system, added the growth value to the English column, and mastered spoken English fluently. Turning back, he said firmly, I'll be the translator. Dong Joe was shocked, but at this moment she had no choice but to take a gamble and choose to believe. They rushed into the meeting room, encountering Wu Gang, the principal, and others. Director Lee sneered, while Wu Gang looked smug. Facing the crowd's questions, Su Bai bluntly admitted, I'm the translator. His tone was calm, as if he were announcing a trivial matter. The principal angrily rebuked her for her mischief, while Director Lee gloated over her misfortune. Wu Gang tried to interject, but hesitated. However, Dong Joe firmly promised, if anything went wrong, she would take full responsibility and resign. Everyone was in uproar, and the principal hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. The exchange meeting officially began. Su Bai, wearing a taxi vest, took the stage alongside the foreign guests, sparking an uproar. Students were buzzing with discussion, while teachers were puzzled. How could a driver be allowed on stage at such an event? After the host's introductions, the foreign guest began to speak. The audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating the first words of the translator. Su Bai spoke, his pronunciation fluent and precise, his translation as smooth and natural as if he were reciting a script. Shock erupted in the audience. Wu Gang sat on pins and needles. Director Lee's face turned pale. The principal's expression shifted from questioning to shock, and then to ecstasy. Dong Joe's eyes welled up with tears. Her bet had been right. That seemingly ordinary man was using his abilities to redeem everything for her. Just as everyone was impressed by English, a foreign guest suddenly challenged him in Russian. Unfazed, Su Bai continued translating. French? Go ahead. Spanish? Keep going. Arabic? No problem. He single-handedly battled through 6 languages, growing stronger with each passing day. The audience erupted in excitement. Students cheered, and teachers gave a standing ovation. Su Bai became the center of attention. Every word he translated was like a wake-up call, shattering the hypocritical filter of worshipping foreign things and prompting deep reflection on education. Finally, he took the microphone and announced, I just asked the delegation in multiple languages if they wanted to add anything, but they remained silent. The meeting is now over. His tone was calm, but it caused the audience to burst into laughter. This was irony, but also an awakening. In an era where everyone is chasing after foreign guests and blindly learning foreign models, he used his strength and irony to mock this hypocritical performance. At that moment, no one regarded him as a taxi driver anymore, but as a hero. Dong Joe ran over and asked him who he was. He smiled and said, What do you think? My car is still parked at the door. At this moment, she was completely captivated by the brilliance of this man. That smile left a deep impression in her heart. But before the storm subsided, Director Lee rushed over and shifted the blame. The foreign guest is angry. You are fully responsible. Su Bai watched coldly as Dong Joe strongly refuted him. Just as Director Lee was about to threaten again, Su Bai suddenly slapped her. I'm just teaching you on behalf of your parents why flowers are so red. Unable to suppress his anger, Su Bai rushed forward and beat them violently. The fat Director Lee was beaten so hard that he hid under the table and screamed. The situation got out of control, and teachers and students gathered around. Security rushed in to pull people out. Dong Joe finally pulled Su Bai away. Director Lee, with a bruised face and nose, still insisted on calling the police. Su Xiaobai smiled and said, "It's okay," then quietly attached 2 bad luck charms to him and 2 lucky charms for himself before leaving the scene. "Hey, I've never known the function of a lucky charm, so this is a good time to give it a try?" The police arrived quickly. Director Lee was worried that Su Xiaobai would run away, so he asked all the security guards to surround him. Dong Jawi was nearly in tears, and her attempts to find the principal proved fruitless. He calmly reassured her, saying she was lucky and blessed with good fortune. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but he managed to smile, knowing full well that this case would be difficult to overturn. When the police arrived, Director Lee rushed to greet them, declaring Su Xiaobai's crimes unforgivable. But Zhang Wei, the responding officer, recognized Su Xiaobai and frowned. Wasn't this the ruthless man who went viral online for beating up the young master of the Li family and then vandalizing their car? Now he was being treated like an ordinary jerk. Director Lee was probably hitting a wall. Zhang Wei did not jump to conclusion, but simply asked, "Did you hit someone?" His tone was so gentle that everyone present was stunned. Su Xiaobai admitted, "It was me. The fat guy deserved a beating." Zhang Wei nodded and took him to the police station. Just as everyone was about to leave, Director Lee was hit on the head by a falling sign, his howling deafening. Everyone exclaimed, "Serves him right," and the scene was in chaos. Zhang Wei said nothing more and left with Su Xiaobai. Director Lee had just recovered and was walking while calling Director Xiao to cry. However, before he could say a few words, he was knocked unconscious by a football on the playground. The teachers and students present burst into laughter, took photos, and watched as if they were watching an absurd farce. Arriving at the police station, Zhang Wei wanted to follow the rules, but Director Xiao gave him a direct order over the phone. Put him in a special room and teach him a lesson. Although Zhang Wei had his doubts, he kept quiet. Soon, Su Xiaobai was placed in a cell filled with ferocious criminals. He instantly understood. This was a case of borrowing a knife to kill someone. To protect himself, he secretly bound bad luck charms to several people in the room and added lucky charms and force points to himself. He sat in the corner, and before he could say anything, the big man, Big Bear, stood up and told him to kneel down. Su Xiaobai said nothing, and the others looked arrogant. But after Big Bear took 2 steps, his expression suddenly changed, and he ran straight to the toilet, clutching his stomach. Big Bear had just returned and was about to act majestic when his stomach rumbled again. With a pained expression, he begged to go to the bathroom again. The police silently let him go. The others, about to take action, suddenly started clutching their red stomachs and saying, "Report. We need to go to the bathroom too." The once ferocious men were reduced to hurried patience. The police outside the surveillance were confused. Director Xiao was furious, but he didn't know why everyone suddenly felt uncomfortable. Zhang Wei pretended to be calm and shook his head and sighed. The atmosphere in the cell was completely out of control. The power of the bad luck talisman exploded, and the prisoners all had stomach churning. They knelt on the ground, holding their stomachs and begging for mercy. The scene was like a disaster scene. The young policeman was reluctant to open the door, but he was ultimately unable to resist this physiological offensive and had no choice but to let them line up to use the toilet. Everyone in the room rushed out of the cell like deserters. The restroom was packed, and several people took turns going in and out. When they came back, their faces were pale, as if they had returned from hell. Su Xiaobai sat in the corner, watching coldly. He had initially thought it was just a lesson, but the effect was far greater than he had anticipated. Both prisoners and police kept their distance from him, and some even began to suspect he was not a taxi driver, but a demon. Everyone avoided him with utter fear. Even the restroom was deliberately quiet, fearing to wake this jinx. Su Xiaobai sat there, bored to death. The burly men even breathed softly, fearing a new round of misfortune. The entire cell became an eerie, silent temple. Director Xiao was still in the dark. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he received an angry call from his wife, who roared like thunder. "My brother was beaten and is in the hospital. That person is in your hands." Director Xiao was feeling very worried when he received another strange phone call. The caller claimed to be Rong from Xiao Group and wanted to know about Su Xiaobai's situation. Hearing the name, Chief Xiao was horrified, and even his tone softened. But when he learned that the person Rong was protecting was Su Xiaobai, who had assaulted his brother-in-law, his stance immediately changed. "Sorry, we're following the law," he said, hanging up the phone, but a wave of unease began to well up inside him. Just as he was settling down, the phone rang again. This time, it was Wu Jinggang, the head of the city's armed forces department, who ordered him to release the suspect and told him to watch the online video himself. But Director Xiao made up his mind and responded stubbornly. Su Qiubai did start at first. We can't just look at the surface. The implication was that no one's plea would be of any use. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jingang's tone suddenly changed. I hope you don't regret it. Although Director Xiao was shocked, he remained stubborn. He rewatched the video and confirmed that it was indeed Su Qiubai who started the fight. His position became more resolute. Even if Xiao Rong or Wu Jingang intervened, he could withstand the pressure. After all, he was in the right. Just when he was feeling confident, the phone rang for the third time. As soon as he answered, he was met with a barrage of outbursts. Zhao Zhijing, your uncle. If you don't release him, you'll be fired tomorrow. Chief Xiao was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Only when he heard the voice did he realize it was his immediate superior, Director Liu, the head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Director Zhao begged for mercy, but Director Liu refused to give him any leeway. Release him within 10 minutes, or I'll pack up and leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was disconnected. Director Zhao froze in his tracks, finally realizing that this matter was far from as simple as he'd imagined. Su Qiubai wasn't someone he could possibly mess with. The video went viral, with netizens dubbing him the beating brother. Yet, he sat peacefully in a corner of his cell, his eyes closed, resting. A farce, a series of misjudgments, had begun to backfire. Director Xiao finally realized that he had not only stirred up a hornet's nest, but had also perhaps stepped on the tail of a giant dragon. Director Xiao finally realized that his planned teaching lesson might be a disaster. The image of Director Liu's furious rebuke flashed through his mind, and a cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Without even bothering to put on his coat, he bolted for the detention center. He thought, if anything happens to someone this time, I'll be dead too. He rushed into the detention center, and the young police officer met him, hesitant to speak. Director Xiao asked anxiously, his face filled with the question, has Su Qiubai been beaten? The young officer paused for a moment, then said, he's fine, sleeping. Director Xiao was stunned. Was that a euphemism for fainting? His face paled. Pushing the police officer aside and running straight to the cell, Chief Xiao saw a scene that completely shattered his cognition. Those burly prisoners, their faces pale, huddled in a corner, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. And Su Qiubai? He was drooling and snoring in his sleep. This scene completely overturned his understanding of prison discipline. The door was opened, and when Su Qiubai opened his eyes, the prisoners collectively shrank back. Director Xiao didn't have time to think about it, and immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Little brother, are you awake? It was a misunderstanding. You can leave now. His smile was more enthusiastic than seeing his own father. Su Qiubai was confused. Is I released from prison? Director Xiao nodded hurriedly and asked if he had been wronged. Su Qiubai grinned and said, they are all very nice, but the food might give you diarrhea. Hearing this, De Xiong on the side almost burst into tears. This is not a human being. This is a disaster. Director Zhao's heart twitched, and he quickly interrupted, saying that the car was ready to take him away at any time. Su Qiubai happily agreed and stood up to leave without hesitation. Behind him, a group of prisoners cried out in tears, the plague god is finally gone. Director Xiao accompanied him all the way. As he watched Su Qiubai get into the car and leave, the smile on his face slowly faded. He turned around, furious, and headed straight for the hospital, with only 4 words in his mind. I've gotten into big trouble. Elsewhere, Su Qiubai called to comfort the tearful Dong Jiawei and accepted her thank you dinner. Back home, Wang Kai was happily enjoying himself with the little white dog, and he was proud of his dog friendship. Unexpectedly, the little white dog suddenly said he wanted to go to the hospital to see Xiao Rong, and he immediately decided, let's go. Just as he was getting dressed and about to go out, his sister Su Xiao called him and started by asking, did you hit someone again? Su Qiubai played dumb and refused to admit it. But Su Xiao had already seen the online video and kept questioning him. In desperation, he claimed it was just a joke between friends and swore he had been released. After hanging up the phone, Su Qiubai picked up the dog and went out. He didn't know that the hospital was already in an uproar. Director Li lay in the ICU, wrapped like a dumpling, with only his eyes visible. He'd experienced a horrific amount of misfortune. A sign in the auditorium had hit his head. A ball had knocked him unconscious on the playground. An ambulance had crashed into a ditch, and he'd been tumbled down the stairs. Director Li had hoped to turn the tables with the help of his brother-in-law, Director Xiao, but his hopes were thwarted when Director Xiao kicked the bed flat. The bone had just been set, only to break again. Director Xiao was so angry that he kicked Director Li on the bed. As a result, Li Xiao went berserk and grabbed his hair and cursed at him in public. The couple engaged in a brawl in the hospital, attracting onlookers. Before director Xiao could recover from the humiliation, Xiao revealed all his secrets, his massive deposits, his shady dealings, the origins of his villa. Everyone around him fell silent. Someone had secretly recorded the conversation. Director Xiao's face paled, knowing this was truly a disaster. Power, marriage, and even his reputation were on the verge of collapse overnight. And the source of the chaos was none other than the taxi driver he'd thought he could manipulate at will, Xiao. Meanwhile, Rong was deep in thought in the hospital ward. She knew that the Xiao group was in imminent danger, and if this crisis could not be reversed, the only thing waiting for her was collapse. The 3 wild ginseng roots that Xiao brought with her became her last hope. But 3 roots alone were far from enough. She needed more miracles. Xiao walked in, holding the little white dog, and immediately saw Rong smile. The two exchanged a few words, and the atmosphere was relaxed and warm. He took the initiative to mention that he was able to escape smoothly thanks to her, but Rong said, "The person who helped you is someone else." This made Xiao look confused, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. He solemnly promised to take her on a vacation after she was discharged from the hospital, so she could forget her worries and have a good rest. Rong felt his sincerity and felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Just as the two were chatting casually, a phone call broke the silence. The caller called himself Huang Long and said that Xia Xiaomu owed 5 million yuan and needed to settle it immediately. Rong's face suddenly paled. That was her only brother. Facing Huang Long and his gang, she forced herself to remain calm, asked for their location, and hurriedly prepared to go out to rescue them. Xiao decisively stopped her, offering to go in her place. She was about to refuse, but his words, "Leave it to me," pierced her heart with trust. She asked him softly, "Can you do it?" Xiao smiled and patted his chest. "It's a small matter." Their eyes met, and she finally nodded in agreement, only saying, "Don't do anything, just bring the person back." He nodded in agreement, turned and left. His handsome and determined back made Rong unable to look away for a long time. The nurse came in and joked, "That was your boyfriend, wasn't he? He carried you all the way to the ambulance last time." Rong was stunned. She had thought it was the security guard who brought her to the hospital, but she didn't expect it to be Xiao. The nurse continued to gossip. "I saw the video of the beating, too. He's really brave, but he has a bad temper." Rong finally came to her senses, her expression suddenly changing. She had actually forgotten that Xiao was a violent maniac. He'd beaten the Li family's young master, smashed a Mercedes-Benz, and kicked the school principal. Every time, without hesitation. How could she trust such a person to peacefully rescue a gang? She subconsciously wanted to call him to remind him, but found out she didn't have Xiao's contact information at all. At this moment, Xiao was driving towards Yanggu County at lightning speed, muttering, "How can I survive this situation without a bodyguard? First, I'm going to pick up my brother Wu Song, and then I'll take down those speeding bastards one by one." Xiao drove straight to Yanggu County and grabbed Wu Song, who had just finished his errand. Though he was hesitant, Wu Song climbed in and expertly fastened his seatbelt. After the car started, they headed straight for Kongzhuang Avenue, where the motorcycle gangs were gathering, the scene bustling like a night market carnival. Huang Long was leading his team against a racing gang from Donghai City. The scene was filled with luxury cars, and the audience cheered nonstop. However, the focus on the Donghai City side wasn't on anyone else, but on a tall, denim-clad girl named Guingya. Her beauty and confidence drew frequent glances from men from both factions, and even Huang Long's gaze was intense. The provocation was ineffective, so Guingya brought up the rules instead. She sent professional racing driver Li Dao to fight, with the condition that if Huang Long lost, everyone would recognize her as the big sister. Huang Long smiled and asked her to drink with him after the race. Just as the atmosphere was heating up and everyone was about to start, an old taxi suddenly drove in from the end of the track. Everyone was stunned. The taxi driver honked his horn like a pedestrian who had strayed onto a racetrack. Huang Long jumped out of the car in anger. Just as he was about to explode, the door opened and Xiao poked his head out. "Is this a smooth road? Make way." The whole place was silent. This guy really didn't realize he had stumbled into a dangerous arena. Huang Long suppressed his anger and threatened Xiao to get out of here within 1 minute. Otherwise, he would bear the consequences. But the real commander in the car was Wu Song, the killer next to Xiao. Xiao grabbed Wu Song, who was eager to fight, and frantically reminded him, "Don't beat people to death. Stop when it's enough." Only then did Wu Song suppress his temper. Xiao got out of the car and walked towards the crowd with a harmless look on his face. Who is Huang Long? Where's Xiao? Hand him over. Huang Long was stunned. His parents had never spoken to him like that. The other party actually said it as a matter of course. Huang Long sneered and waved his hand for his subordinates to bring Xiao up. Xiao was adamant and unconvinced, not even knowing who Su Qiubai was. Su Qiubai ignored him and instead asked Huang Long what they were betting on. Huang Long said it was a car race, and Xiao immediately yelled, "You provoked me." But Huang Long, with a mocking look on his face, said, "You're willing to accept the loss. Have you, the Xiao family, fallen so far as to refuse to pay your debts?" The situation was about to explode. Su Qiubai stopped Xiao, who was about to retort, and said calmly, "Racing, huh? Then I bet you, in a 10-lap race, if I don't lose 2 laps to you, I lose." As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent, so quiet that even Huang Long could hear him swallowing his saliva. Su Qiubai remained calm and repeated, "I'm racing with you. If I can't finish 5 laps behind you, I lose." Huang Long blushed, and his followers cheered him on. Even Guingya and the others were drawn to this world's most insane taxi driver. Huang Long couldn't hold it in any longer and finally agreed to the competition. The condition was that if Su Qiubai lost, Xiao Rong would have to drink with him. Su Qiubai shrugged. "She's not my business. If I lose, I'll drink with you." There was laughter at the scene. No one believed that the driver could win. Even Xiao almost knelt down and begged him to stop making trouble. Huang Long turned around to gather the drivers, and Li Dao also got in the car to warm up, and the atmosphere suddenly heated up. Su Qiubai, however, walked back to the taxi slowly. Huang Long was almost crazy. "Are you really going to use this car?" "Of course." Su Qiubai rolled his eyes at him, with a look of, "You're the weird one" on his face. The referee raised the flag, and the 3 cars lined up in a straight line. A Ferrari, a Maserati, a taxi. The scene was so bizarre it made one question life itself. Engines roared, and Li Dao and Huang Long sped off first. Su Qiubai finished his cigarette, leisurely rolled down the window, and then, with a foot on the accelerator, slowly caught up. Everyone burst into laughter again. No one took him seriously. Even Xiao covered his face, afraid to watch the car's embarrassment. However, just as Huang Long was about to enter the first bend, a blue and yellow shadow suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror. A taxi had caught up. Even more outrageous, it had turned on its left turn signal. Huang Long nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his mind buzzing. This car was actually trying to overtake. Li Dao was so focused on cornering that he completely ignored Su Qiubai's approach. Su Qiubai smiled and cut into the inside lane. With a slight turn of the steering wheel, the taxi smoothly spun around the 2 corners as if glued to the ground. The crowd outside the stadium was stunned, and the referee forgot to blow the whistle. Gu Qingya's eyes widened, and even Li Dao's assistant exclaimed, That looks like a production car. But it is this mass-produced car that has quietly rushed ahead of their elite drivers. Who the hell is he?" Wang Yuan blushed in shock. Gu Qingya murmured, Where did this monster come from?" Meanwhile, Su Qiubai, on the track, remained calm as he watched his 2 rapidly retreating opponents, his grip as steady as a mountain. His navigation system had already quietly activated, accurately tracking every corner. But just as he was about to act, he saw a blue and yellow taxi in the rearview mirror. He was stunned for nearly a second before he realized that it was Su Qiubai who was catching up with him. I felt an inexplicable panic in my heart, and it was even more unbelievable. What a joke. I'm driving a Ferrari, but I was caught up by a taxi. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. The taxi actually turned on its left turn signal. He wanted to overtake. Huang Long finally realized that this seemingly harmless taxi driver wasn't trying to be funny. He swerved to block Su Qiubai's path, but it was too late. The taxi drifted past him on cue, waving its tail and puffing smoke as it sped away. He cursed in anger, yet he dared not lose focus and hurriedly accelerated. But no matter how hard he chased, the taxi seemed to vanish, never to be seen again. Huang Long felt both angry and convinced, but inexplicably excited. He wanted to see Li Dao's expression when the taxi overtook him. At that moment, Li Dao was confidently maneuvering his car around a corner, already rehearsing the celebration scene in his mind. But the next second, a familiar blue and yellow taxi quietly appeared in the rearview mirror. His pupils shrank, and before he could curse, the taxi had silently followed and activated its turn signal. At that moment, his professional dignity was crushed to the ground. The turn signal was on. This wasn't an overtaking move, but a provocation. He was just about to accelerate to close the gap when the other car had already drifted inside, overtaking him and passing him with ease. Li Dao instantly collapsed, even questioning his life. Am I not meant to be a driver? In a blink of an eye, Su Qiubai had left the two behind before the third bend, but he was just smoking leisurely and occasionally asked with concern, "Brother, do you want to go faster?" Wu Song on the co-pilot seat turned yellow and gritted his teeth and replied, "Brother, it's okay." It turned out that he was carsick. At the start of the race, everyone was betting on who would be the first to return. Huang Long's faction backed him, while Gu Qingya's camp backed Li Dao. No one mentioned a taxi. Even Xia Xiaomu felt he had simply been blinded by righteousness. But Gu Qingya whispered, "I think that person is not simple." As they spoke, a sudden, hurried car squeaked in the distance, and everyone fell silent. The timing was wrong. It couldn't be Huang Long or Li Dao. Someone chuckled and suggested it might be a passerby who had strayed onto the track, but Gu Qingya frowned and said calmly, "This isn't a Maserati, nor is it a Ferrari." Everyone was stunned, looking towards the bend. The next second, a blue and yellow taxi was the first to swerve around the corner. A sign advertising a mall sale was scrolling by. The whole place was silent. Some people couldn't help rubbing their eyes, and some even bit off their lollipops. That really is a taxi. There was no Ferrari or Maserati in sight behind him. The driver, steering with one hand and casually flicking off his cigarette ash with the other, looked like he was out for a ride. This wasn't racing, it was dog walking. The expressions of the crowd gradually shifted from shock to confusion, and then to collapse. A professional racer and a motorcycle gang leader were simultaneously swept away by a taxi. Everyone realized something. This wasn't a race. They were collectively witnessing the birth of a new legend. And this legend, in a blue and yellow car, was charging towards the next bend. Su Qiubai was the first to cross the finish line, but he was not in a hurry to continue. Instead, he stopped the car to smoke and drink water, and handed Wu Song a bottle of mineral water. The leisurely appearance of the strolling race completely shocked everyone present. No one could understand what a driver who stopped to smoke in the middle of a race was trying to do. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Xia Xiaomu was so excited that she almost cried. This was simply a miracle. The taxi was a full lap ahead of the Ferrari and Maserati, and even had time to rest. He resisted the urge to rush over, and could only scratch his head anxiously. "Brother, don't be so reckless. The game isn't over yet." After Su Qiubai finished his cigarette and water, the familiar roar of an engine finally reached him from the other side of the curve. Everyone instinctively looked up, but there was no excitement. All their fantasies had been shattered by the sight of the taxi taking the lead. Even Li Dao had been left so far behind that not even a shadow could be seen. What was there to look forward to? Li Dao finally appeared, disheartened, but when he looked up, he saw the taxi's taillights. He thought he'd been killed instantly, but he didn't expect the taxi to stop and wait for him. It was humiliating. He gritted his teeth and sped up, as if regaining hope, completely unaware that he was about to be defeated again. When Huang Long arrived at the finish line panting, a group of younger brothers surrounded him, but he was too lazy to explain and just said, "I give up." Then he sneaked over to Gu Qingya and the others. He bet his Ferrari and wanted to use this exhibition match to make a fortune from the muscle man's wallet. The muscle man took the bait, threatening to throw in the car's license plate number as a stake. Huang Long grinned from ear to ear, having already inquired about the man's access to rare numbers. This time, he was a complete winner. The only thing he didn't expect was Gu Qingya's cold response. "You've been tricked. That Maserati isn't broken at all." The sound of an engine in the distance instantly tensed the crowd, no one daring to speak. Finally, a familiar blue and yellow taxi darted through the crowd, once again crossing the finish line first. This time, there was no applause, only silence. Even the biker gang members were stunned, and the muscled man's mouth twitched, his face livid. Huang Long rushed up and leaned over the car window, shouting, "Brother, I lost." Su Qiubai wondered, wasn't this guy still in the race? Huang Long was so anxious. "Don't get out of the car yet. Do me a favor and finish the last lap. If you win that Maserati, you'll be my real brother." "What's the point of having a brother like you?" Su Qiubai retorted sternly. Huang Long almost cried. If he didn't finish the race, his Ferrari would be gone. He could only beg, "Brother, please help me finish the race, okay? This car is my life." As the leader of a motorcycle gang, Huang Long never imagined he'd find himself needing to beg for help. But the man before him didn't even care about his status as big brother, and almost got out of his car and left. Seeing Su Qiubai about to leave, Huang Long became anxious. He mentioned Xia Xiaomu, trying to use favor to exchange for his help. "As long as you beat Li Dao, you will be the boss of our motorcycle gang." Su Qiubai was moved by these words. He remembered that Xia Rong was quite worried about her brother, so he lit a cigarette and agreed. "I'll take the competition. If Xiaomu needs anything in the future, I'll come to you. Huang Long heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his smile blossoming. He knew that if Su Qiubai took action, the Donghai City gang would undoubtedly lose. This wasn't just a matter of victory or defeat, it was also a battle for prestige. But Su Qiubai was not in a hurry at all, and continued to sit in the car, smoking and chatting. Everyone was stunned. The competitors on the track were almost catching up, but this first-place winner seemed to be just here for a ride. Meanwhile, professional driver Li Dao was trying his best to catch up. He had no idea that the taxi ahead of him was simply taking a break and holding on to him. Lap after lap, Su Qiubai treated this life-or-death race like a child's game. When they crossed the finish line, he undoubtedly won, but Li Dao mistakenly believed they were evenly matched. When Li Dao got out of the car and loudly declared in front of everyone, "Just one step away," the crowd laughed at him. He was still immersed in false confidence, completely unaware that he had been fooled. Huang Long and the others mercilessly ridiculed him, leaving the Donghai drivers completely humiliated. Only Guingya remained calm, but when her eyes fell on Su Qiubai, she clearly showed a hint of interest. She could tell Su Qiubai wasn't your average guy. He was dressed simply, driving a taxi, yet he was as calm and composed as a veteran. His impassive aura piqued her curiosity. Li Dao, who had lost the match, was filled with shame and anger. In front of everyone, he pulled out a dagger and rushed towards Su Qiubai. Before anyone could react, he had already slashed Su Qiubai's side, and blood spurted out. Huang Long was furious. The brothers of the motorcycle gang had just acknowledged each other as their big brother, and now they were being stabbed? "Grab your weapons," he shouted, and a pile of iron bars and shovels suddenly appeared in the car, and the situation was tense. Guingya tried to dissuade him, but Huang Long had already rushed forward with his engineer shovel. Just as he was about to hit Li Dao, a figure flashed by, and Huang Long was kicked away, and the shovel fell to the ground. The person who took action was Gu Zhanchuan, the bodyguard beside Guingya. He was very powerful. Not only did he subdue Huang Long with one move, he even bent the steel shovel with his bare hands, shocking all the gangsters in the audience. Just as the situation was about to cool down, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Get out of my way!" Everyone gave way in shock, and a big man with a murderous look on his face got out from the passenger seat of the taxi, full of murderous intent. The man's name was Wu Song, and the moment he spoke, the whole place fell silent. He stared at Li Dao, his tone icy. "If you dare to hurt my brother, no one will get away today." His murderous intent was overwhelming, suffocating. Gu Zhanchuan's face changed. He had seen many ruthless people in his life, but the one before him had an aura more terrifying than even the legendary top assassins. He realized that this was not someone they could afford to mess with. He stood in front of Guingya with his head held high and wanted to persuade him, but Wu Song just coldly spat out one word: "Get out." This word was like thunder in his ears, forcing Gu Zhanchuan back. Seeing Wu Song approaching step by step, the situation was about to break out. At this moment, a weak voice rang out. "Brother, why don't you take care of my wound first? I'm almost bleeding out." Su Qiubai leaned against the car, his face pale, but he could still complain. This sentence instantly interrupted everyone's mood. Wu Song stopped, and everyone turned to look. Li Dao was finally saved. Huang Long was lying on the ground, raising his head with difficulty. His first words almost made Su Qiubai faint. "Brother, you are not dead." The corners of Su Qiubai's mouth twitched, and he almost vomited blood again. Hearing that Su Qiubai only had superficial injuries, Wu Song said angrily, "Brother, wait for me. I'll kill this birdman first." After that, he approached Li Dao again, making the guy's face turn pale with fright. Li Dao was completely panicked. He knelt down and begged for mercy with tears in his eyes. He was willing to compensate Su Qiubai for anything and was willing to work like a slave for him. He had lost all his face and only asked to keep his life. Guingya also pleaded for mercy. She also realized that whether this incident could be resolved peacefully depended on Su Qiubai's words. But she didn't expect that the other party would not even look at her. Su Qiubai walked towards Wu Song, stopped the bleeding and comforted him. "Brother, stop making trouble. I'll put a band-aid on it when we get home." He was really afraid that if it dragged on, someone would die. But Wu Song still gritted his teeth in indignation, hating Li Dao for attacking him from behind. People in that era valued loyalty, and they hated such underhanded tactics so much that they would feel aggrieved even if Li Dao let him go. Su Qiubai didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he persuaded Wu Song and turned to leave. Before leaving, Wu Song crumpled up the steel shovel on the ground and threw it away, frightening Gu Zhanchuan so much that his eyelids twitched. Guingya called out to Su Qiubai, "Are you sure you don't want compensation?" Su Qiubai responded calmly, "I'm not here for money." This sentence made her inexplicably ashamed and embarrassed. He called out to Xiao, "Let's go back." This time, Xiao didn't hesitate and followed him obediently. He had already regarded this brother-in-law as a legend in his heart. Under everyone's gaze, Su Qiubai's back was ordinary yet profound. No one dared to underestimate this taxi driver anymore, because he had defined what a true driving god was with his strength. Huang Long came to please Su Qiubai and forced a phone call on him, saying that he wanted to send a gift and apologize. Su Qiubai did not refuse. After all, the other party did try his best to protect him once, and his heart was not made of iron. Afterwards, he sent Wusong home first. Unexpectedly, Xiaomu insisted on treating his wounds and having a meal together. His attitude was very firm, so Su Qiubai agreed. Elsewhere, a group of speeding gangs took off on Kangzhuang Avenue, disappearing into the night with a deafening roar. Gu Zhanchuan softly asked Gu Qingya, "Miss, are you going back to Donghai?" Gu Qingya chuckled and shook her head. "I'm not leaving. I want to see what kind of person he is." Her interest in Su Qiubai was no longer just about his driving skills. "What about Li Dao?" Gu Zhanchuan asked. Gu Qingya's face turned cold. "Send him back to the Drivers' Alliance and inform them that our Gu family will not cooperate with them in the future." He was decisive and ruthless. These words were heard clearly by another racing driver nearby. His face changed drastically, knowing that the Drivers' Alliance might be facing a huge shock. The withdrawal of investment by the Gu family was enough to shake its foundation. Su Qiubai knew nothing about this. He had just come out of the pharmacy after getting bandaged and was taken to dinner by Xiaoxiamo. Wu Song didn't come, saying that Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian were waiting for him at home. There was no other way. Su Qiubai had to drive Wu Song back. Back at the Wu family, he even helped Pan Jinlian teach her how to use her cell phone. He was becoming increasingly reluctant to leave this family. After settling Wu Song down, he returned to the hotel to meet Xiaoxiamo. The other party had specially booked a private room and ordered a table full of dishes. The atmosphere immediately became lively, and Xiaoxiamo offered him a glass of wine. "Brother Bai, if it weren't for you today, I might have really been screwed." His eyes were sincere and his attitude was serious. Su Qiubai didn't drink, but just smiled faintly and picked up the teacup in response. When the topic of the Xia group came up during the casual chat, Xiaomu's expression suddenly became serious. He said that the seemingly prosperous Xia group had long been weak inside and was only supported by his sister. Su Qiubai was startled and asked the reason. Xiaomu smiled bitterly and said, "The capital chain is seriously broken, and there are still endless arguments within the group over the ginseng shares." It turned out that Rong had promised a kind-hearted person 3 500-year-old wild ginseng roots as a 50% equity stake, which had triggered internal unrest. Now the company was in jeopardy. If we had a dozen more ginseng roots, maybe we could still save him. Xiaomu sighed and shook his head. The powerlessness on his face made Su Qiubai ponder. Maybe he could do something. Su Qiubai then realized that the 50% stake he'd casually promised had actually put Rong under immense pressure. And she'd also shouldered the cost of the Mercedes-Benz alone. This made him feel somewhat guilty, and a deep sense of unease and responsibility welled up within him. But when he heard the words, 10 ginseng roots might be able to save the Xia family, he suddenly remembered that he had half a sack of wild ginseng in the trunk of his car. He had thought it was thrown away, but now it might be a lifeline. His eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately asked Xiaomu to confirm the truth, and after receiving a positive answer, he had a plan in mind. Perhaps he should go back to Caijin and see if he could collect some more rare medicinal herbs, just in time to pave the way for opening a pharmaceutical factory. At this moment, Rong arrived at the hotel in person. She was dressed in a black coat and had the temperament of a princess. As soon as she entered the door, she looked at Su Qiubai with concern, as if she didn't notice Xiaomu next to her at all. "How are you? Where are you hurt?" she asked, noticing the gauze vaguely showing around his waist. Her tone was filled with subtle distress and anxiety, leaving Su Qiubai speechless for a moment. In response to her concern, he smiled and said it was okay, but in turn asked her if it was okay to be discharged early. The interaction between the two made Xiaomu roll his eyes and simply interrupt, "Can you see me?" The awkward atmosphere faded, and Rong sat down, questioning her brother's involvement in the motorcycle gang incident and why he had asked Su Qiubai to take the risk for him. Xiaomu quickly explained that the gang was provoking him and cursed the Xia family to go bankrupt. Hearing the ridicule against the Xiao family, Su Qiubai secretly observed Rong's expression, only to find her unusually calm and unmoved. She was only concerned about why her brother was still betting with others. Xiaomu quickly retorted, "I did fight, but I won." Then, He began to vividly describe how Su Qiubai crushed the motorcycle gang, even defeating the professional racers in Donghai City and making the motorcycle gang bow down to him. This made Su Qiubai feel a little embarrassed, and his face couldn't help but burn. When she talked about Li Dao stabbing him, Xiao Rongrong's expression changed slightly, and a brief pain appeared in her eyes. She looked at Su Qiubai, who was still smiling calmly, and some emotions rose in her heart, but she quickly suppressed them. "Who is Li Dao?" she asked calmly. Xia Xiaomu replied that he was a marginal player in the Drivers' Alliance. This prompted Xiao Rongrong to make a sudden phone call and cancel her sponsorship of the Drivers' Alliance. "Will it have any impact on you?" Su Qiubai asked hesitantly. She smiled faintly and said, "It's just a small sponsorship." At that moment, Su Qiubai felt the calm and resolute strength in her. He suddenly became serious and said, "Xiaomu just said that Xia's funds are seriously short?" Xiao Rongrong was stunned, but quickly regained her composure. "There are indeed some problems, but there will always be a solution." Su Qiubai nodded without asking any more questions. He just smiled and stood up. "Wait a moment, I'll go get something." Without waiting for an explanation, he hurried out of the private room, leaving the siblings confused. A few minutes later, when Su Qiubai dumped the bag of broken radishes on the ground, Xiao Rongrong initially thought he was crazy. But when she got closer, the familiar patterns and shapes made her brain short-circuit for a few seconds. It was rare wild ginseng, and even, it looked incredibly old. "These are impossible." Her voice trembled, unable to believe that the bag before her was actually filled with priceless medicinal herbs. Xia Xiaomu also squatted down with a bewildered look on her face, but her doubts were instantly dispelled by her sister's words. "There shouldn't be any that are less than 200 years old." Xia Xiaomu collapsed to the ground, speechless with shock. Su Qiubai, however, smiled with a carefree air, explaining that these were gifts from others and had been sitting in his car until they practically went rancid. The siblings were struck by lightning, wondering what kind of hidden boss this man was. Xia Xiaomu couldn't help but ask him if he was afraid of being robbed, but Su Qiubai shrugged and said that no one would recognize this thing. In fact, he said this just because he didn't want Xiao Rongrong to feel psychologically burdened. He had long seen the pride in her bones. The atmosphere fell silent, and the three of them sat back at the table, no one speaking. Su Qiubai mustered up the courage to ask her to accept the bag of herbs, but Xiao Rongrong refused. "You've already helped me a lot. These are too valuable. I can't accept them." She knew in her heart that this bag of wild ginseng was enough to revive the Xiao family and even open up a whole new industrial chain. But precisely because of this, she could not accept this unrequited gift. She could not afford such a favor. "If you really think it's valuable, then count it as my investment," Su Qiubai blurted out anxiously. Xia Xiaomu finally interrupted. "Sister, isn't this simple? Can't we just count it as investment based on shares?" The two were startled, then smiled at each other. Xiao Rongrong pondered for a long time, then looked up and said seriously, "Okay, I'll take these ginsengs, and Xia's will give you 20% of the shares." Su Qiubai was stunned, then nodded with a nonchalant smile. He didn't realize that Xiao Rongrong wasn't talking about shares in a single project, but rather 20% of the entire Xia group. Xia Xiaomu was stunned, but seeing her sister's firm attitude, she didn't dare to say anything. The dinner ended in a relaxed atmosphere. Xia Xiaomu made an excuse to leave first and took away all the wild ginseng. Before leaving, he gave Su Qiubai a meaningful look. Su Qiubai blushed immediately. Xiao Rongrong mistakenly thought that his wound hurt and asked with concern. By the time we left the restaurant, it was already late. As the taxi drove out of the city, Xiao Rongrong took off her hat and sighed softly. "I haven't taken a taxi in a long time." Her eyes gleamed, and her tone carried a hint of long-lost relief. "Ever since my parents disappeared, Xia's has been handed over to me. I have to hold on and not collapse so that I can continue to look for them." She finally revealed the bitterness and persistence that had been weighing on her heart for many years, and Su Qiubai just listened quietly, his eyes gradually firming. "Why did your parents disappear?" Su Qiubai couldn't help but ask when he heard about this for the first time. Xiao Rongrong smiled bitterly and shook her head. "No one knows. Not even Grandpa can find out." This unsolvable mystery became her biggest concern. She lowered her head and said nothing, but she didn't see the glint in Su Qiubai's eyes. He suddenly started the car and said mysteriously, "I'll take you somewhere." Xiao Rongrong was stunned. "Where?" Su Qiubai's mouth curled up. "You must have never seen Qingjiang at night." Standing atop Qingjiang City's West Mountain, the river beneath his feet shimmered like a silk thread. The reflections of lights rippled across the water. Su Qiubai leaned quietly against the railing, watching the captivated Xiao Rongrong before him. a wave of contentment welling up in his heart. He had brought her here for no other reason than to find relief from the pressure she was under. This city could be so beautiful, Xiao Rong muttered to herself, her eyes soft as she gazed at the river. She had never imagined that after years of living in a familiar city, there were still such gentle night scenes she hadn't discovered. A cool breeze blew by, and she finally revealed a long-lost look of relaxation. Suchiobai draped his coat over her shoulders, and the two stood side by side, chatting about their childhood, their studies, their teachers, and their futures. At that moment, the hustle and bustle of the city seemed far away, and they were like old friends reunited after a long separation, sharing fragments of each other's lives in tacit understanding. After returning from the top of the mountain, they took a taxi. In the darkness, Xiao Rong whispered, "Thank you," and Su Qiubai smiled and said, "We are friends." The car drove out of the road and headed towards the next unknown place. Meanwhile, far away in Donghai City, the Drivers Alliance headquarters was plunged into unprecedented chaos. A race went haywire, and the Gu family abruptly canceled their sponsorship, sending shockwaves through the alliance. Gu Qingmei, smothering her anger, convened a meeting to brief the group, sending everyone into an uproar. Li Dao lost the match and stabbed his opponent. He was threatened by the other team's brothers, and even Miss Gu was affected. This string of information was difficult for everyone to accept. No one expected that the trigger would be a taxi driver. Lost 5 minutes a lap. When Master Li Dao's coincidence said this, the entire audience fell silent. A Maserati run over by a taxi? Who was the driver? Everyone couldn't believe it, but they couldn't ignore it. Gu Qingmei suppressed her anger and made a decisive decision. To fire Li Dao, suspend Kuan-san's salary and bonus for the month, and dispatch a thorough investigation into the Qingjiang City match that night. But an even bigger blow was yet to come. The Xia Group also announced its withdrawal of investment, citing the Li Dao incident as the reason. With partners losing one after another, the Drivers Alliance enters a period of turmoil. Gu Qingmei is under immense pressure and must immediately report to her brother, Gu Qingtian, one of the 3 biggest players in the alliance. The situation is critical and no delay is allowed. At this moment, Su Qiubai was unaware that his match had already stirred up the East China Sea. He had seen Xiao Rong off, feeling happy and ready to head home. Suddenly, the navigation system prompted, "Qinghua Street, 500 meters west, someone needs help." Since the system had spoken, Su Qiubai didn't hesitate and drove there immediately. He needed growth points to achieve his goal, to help Xiao Rong find her missing parents. And every mission was a step towards the truth. Arriving at the scene, he saw an old man in a blue robe standing on the street, looking bewildered. His attire didn't look modern at all. Su Qiubai's mind raced, and he realized this was the target of his mission. He walked over and supported the old man. "Uncle, where are you going? I'll take you there." The old man looked up and said slowly and unfamiliarly, "Why are you here?" "I came here from Jiangdong by boat, but I don't know when I arrived here." Su Qiubai's heart trembled. This was clearly another time traveler. He immediately helped the old man into the car, handed him water, and fastened his belt, all in one go. After starting the car, he asked, "What's your name, sir? Where are you going?" The old man answered slowly, "My surname is Hua, my courtesy name is Yuan Hua, and I am from Xiao County, Pei State. I came here to treat the injuries of a general in Fanqing." Su Qiubai's eyes were suddenly shocked. This name, this origin, could it be the legendary figure he was thinking of? Shocked, Su Qiubai decided to help Hua Tua go to Fanqing for treatment and accidentally triggered a lucky mission. This mission not only can get rewards, but also allows him to get the opportunity to become Hua Tuo's apprentice. During the journey, Su Qiubai learned that Hua Tua was going to treat Guan Yu by scraping his bones to remove poison. Su Qiubai suddenly remembered the historical story and hurriedly turned back to prepare the necessary medicines and instruments, deciding to provide modern anesthetics and surgical tools. He contacted pharmaceutical wholesaler Niu Baiwan and quickly prepared the necessary medications. He then traveled to Fansheng with these modern treatment tools. He excitedly activated the shuttle, preparing to travel back to the late Eastern Han Dynasty. After the car stopped, Su Qiubai and Hua Tuo entered Guan Yu's military camp. After entering the military tent, Su Qiubai finally met Guan Yu, much to his excitement. Guan Yu's injuries were severe, and Su Qiubai, distraught, immediately suggested using modern anesthesia and painkillers, avoiding the risks of traditional treatment. Hua Tuo was shocked by Su Qiubai's modern medicine, but at his insistence, he decided to try it. Hua Tuo and Su Qiubai treated Guan Yu in the tent. Su Qiubai assisted Hua Tuo in the operation, using a modern scalpel and anesthetics. Although everyone was puzzled and perplexed, the treatment was successful, and Guan Yu's wounds healed and his pain eased. Guan Yu was overwhelmed with gratitude, calling Su Qiubai his great benefactor, and the entire tent was filled with an atmosphere of gratitude. After completing the mission, Su Qiubai received a generous reward, with both his growth and strength increased. Guan Yu personally hosted a banquet to express his gratitude, and the atmosphere was very lively. However, when the banquet was halfway through, the sound of Chao's army came from outside, and it seemed that they were going to challenge Guan Yu. Guan Yu was ready to go to the battlefield, but Su Qiubai stood up and decided to fight on Guan Yu's behalf, using the unique charm of modern language to respond to Chao's insults. Today, I will let you experience the charm of language from 1,000 years later. Su Qiubai led Guan Yu and others out of the tent. It was already late, the military camp was brightly lit, and the cursing from the west was gradually approaching. Guan Yu and the others were still puzzled when Su Qiubai suddenly walked over to the taxi parked outside the tent, honked the horn, and started the engine. He asked, "They're in the west, right?" Guan Yu looked at him puzzled. As the car drove west, Chao's army continued to shout and challenge in the distance. Su Qiubai stopped the car and turned on the high beams, quickly causing chaos. Horses neighed, and Chao's army was in a panic, their eyes blinded by the bright light. Su Qiubai sneered, picked up the microphone, and started to fight back. "All you say is to be a common man. Do you understand culture?" His voice came in waves like a torrent, which stunned the generals of Chao's army. Chao Jun was almost unable to react, his voice filled with repeated humiliation, and finally completely suppressed the other side. The verbal battle lasted for half an hour, and the confidence of Chao Jun's generals was completely destroyed. They retreated in pain. Guan Yu and Hua Tuo stood aside, looking at Su Qiubai in confusion. He explained that he was actually a gentleman, but no one believed him. After Chao's army retreated, Su Qiubai told Guan Yu that Sun Quan intended to harm him and asked him to return to Jingzhou as soon as possible. Before leaving, Su Qiubai urged Hua Tuo not to see Cao Cao and not to treat him. Hua Tuo agreed, and Su Qiubai finally felt relieved. Returning home, he finally rested after this ordeal. The next day, Su Qiubai woke up at noon and suddenly remembered Xiao Rong's invitation to go to Xiao Group to sign a contract. When he arrived downstairs of the company, he saw a Land Rover and a man and a woman got out of the car. Lu Mo saw Su Qiubai in the car, and her heart was moved. She was an old acquaintance of Su Qiubai, but she left him to pursue her dream of becoming a star and chose the richer Shang Wenhu. Shang Wenhu pulled Lu Mo upstairs, and the moment Lu Mo saw Su Qiubai, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She responded calmly, "A classmate." Although she was still unwilling, she decided to continue moving forward with Shang Wenhu. However, when Shang Wenhu saw Su Qiubai's calm attitude, he couldn't help but sneer angrily. "Why are you, a taxi driver, pretending to be so graceful?" Su Qiubai did not respond, turned around silently, and entered the building. Lu Mo couldn't help but reveal the past conversation. "You lost everything to compensate for other people's cars, right?" These words made Su Qiubai stop, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Shang Wenhu looked at Su Qiubai with contempt, thinking that he was just a poor guy and not worth mentioning. However, Su Qiubai did not react to these words. After entering the building, Lu Mo and Shang Wenhu disappeared from sight. The Xia Group has undergone tremendous changes. Yesterday, everyone was still worried about the company's layoff crisis, and everyone thought the company was on the verge of collapse. However, early this morning, Xia's various businesses suddenly rebounded, regaining their former glory, and even showing signs of ambitious development. The employees were all glad that they did not leave the company during its most difficult time, and Xia Group finally ushered in a new spring. Lu Mo and Shang Wenhu entered the building and headed straight for the 8th floor, where they knew Xia's film's press conference would be held. The venue was packed with media and entertainment industry insiders, and the atmosphere was lively. The imminent start of the press conference filled Lu Mo with excitement, and she felt her dream was getting closer and closer to realization. "Look, the man wearing glasses is my friend Li Zhonghai. With the rise of Xia Pictures, he will definitely become rich." Shang Wenhu pointed at the man on the stage and said to Lu Mo. The press conference quickly ended, and Shang Wenhu eagerly approached Li Zhonghai, intent on chatting with him. Li Zhonghai's face was beaming, clearly delighted with Xia's new developments. He revealed that Xia had transferred 20% of its shares to a mysterious, high-profile investor who had invested single-handedly. Shang Wenhu and Lu Mo were shocked by the news. Li Zhonghai revealed that the new shareholders would be present, but only department heads could attend. He was clearly no longer a core figure, and his mood was somewhat complicated. However, Lu Mo was seen as a potential resource by Li Zhonghai. She did not object to this kind of exploitation, but rather felt that it was a transaction from which she could also benefit. At this moment, Shang Wenhu turned around and saw a man wearing a taxi vest, Suchiobai. Look, that taxi driver dares to come here. He's so bold. Shang Wenhu sneered, obviously looking down on Suchiobai. Lu Mo understood Shang Wenhu's intentions after seeing Suchiobai, but she kept silent. She felt that Suchiobai was a typical low-level person, and coming here was obviously overestimating his abilities. Li Zhonghai also looked at Suchiobai, and it was clear that he did not like him very much. Why are you here? Get out of here. Shang Wenhu deliberately provoked Suchiobai, but Suchiobai responded coldly. Get lost. Say it again. This minor conflict drew the attention of those around them, and the atmosphere was tense for a moment. Just then, Xiao Rong suddenly appeared, and everyone automatically made way, and the atmosphere instantly quieted down. Xiao Rong, the legendary strong woman, the business magnate of Xinjiang, appeared before everyone. Her eyes swept across the venue and finally stopped at Suchiobai. At that moment, Lu Mo and Shang Wenhu both felt an indescribable sense of oppression, as if they were suffocating under Xiao Rong's gaze. Xiao Rong walked towards Suchiobai and asked with a smile, "Why are you here?" Xiao Rong's smile shocked everyone present. She, the usually cold and ruthless president of the Xiao group, actually smiled at a taxi driver. This scene stunned Li Zhonghai, Shang Wenhu, Lu Mo, and the others. Clearly, they had never seen anything like it before. Lu Mo, in particular, couldn't understand why Xiao Rong knew Suchiobai, a simple taxi driver without even a prominent background. Suchiobai didn't seem to notice the crowd's shock. Seeing Xiao Rong approach, he breathed a sigh of relief and spoke directly. "I was looking for you. I came here from the first floor. Why didn't you call?" Xiao Rong's tone held a subtle tenderness, and her smile gradually faded. "I didn't call because I was afraid of delaying you." Suchiobai grinned, a touch of emotion welling up in his heart, but Xiao Rong's face remained calm. Unexpectedly, the expressions of Lu Mo, Shang Wenhu, and Li Zhonghai all changed. Li Zhonghai hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Boss Xia, this is your friend, right? We were just chatting casually." Suchiobai sneered inwardly. "This leader told me to get out." Li Zhonghai was sweating profusely, but he remained uneasy. "Do you really think he's just my friend? If you don't agree, you can submit your materials to the board of directors." Xiao Rong dismissively said, "Submit your resignation letter to my office later." As soon as she said this, the atmosphere froze, and everyone around them was shocked. Li Zhonghai was completely stunned, unable to understand why he was fired simply because of Suchiobai. "Do you really think he is just my friend? If you don't agree, go to the board of directors." Xiao Rong said coldly, and then stopped looking at him. Li Zhonghai's face was ashen, and he was filled with resentment. He was secretly angry. Why can a taxi driver make me lose my job? He immediately called his superiors and waited for a response. The voice on the other end of the line was heavy. "Old Li, why would Mr. Xia do this? Think about it yourself. That new shareholder is just a taxi driver." When the call ended, Li Zhonghai was completely shocked. The new shareholder was actually Suchiobai, the taxi driver he had always looked down upon. Shang Wenhu and Lu Mo emerged from the meeting. Li Zhonghai, enraged, rushed forward and grabbed Shang Wenhu. "I'm going to fight you. That taxi driver is a new shareholder of Xia's. You've killed me." Lu Mo was so shocked he could barely breathe. Suchiobai was actually a new shareholder of Xia's? He'd actually saved Xia's life? At the same time, Suchiobai and Xiao Rong walked into the meeting room. Suchiobai asked with a little uneasiness, "Will it have a bad impact if you fire him?" Xiao Rong smiled. "You have done so much for Xia's, and he insulted you. According to the rules, he should be fired." She continued to explain that Li Zhonghai was in collusion with the Li group and had been warned many times. Suchiobai felt relieved. Xiao Rong's decision undoubtedly warmed his heart. When they reached the door of the conference room, Suchiobai stopped and suggested not going in. "I really don't think it's interesting." Xiao Rong understood his feelings. "If you don't want to go in, forget it. I'll help you deal with it." Suchiobai smiled easily. "Okay, I'll treat you to barbecue tonight." After leaving the venue, Suchiobai prepared to go home and rest. His car was still parked there. When he was about to start the car, he heard a shout and someone fainted. Suchiobai ran over and found a girl in jeans and a baseball cap, collapsed in the crowd. Everyone called an ambulance, but the girl refused. "No need to go to the hospital. I know my illness myself." Suchiobai looked at the girl and was suddenly stunned. She was none other than Guingya, the girl with a unique medical condition he had met while racing. Suchiobai's heart skipped a beat, realizing her condition was far more complex than it appeared. Her illness had begun at age 10, and the diagnosis was Unless Hua Tuo were reborn, she would die. Gu Qingya opened her eyes slightly and smiled at Su Qiubai. At this moment, Su Qiubai suddenly realized that her illness might not even be cured by the hospital. It was for this reason that Gu Qingya was doted on by the Gu family from a young age. Her grandfather once said, "If my granddaughter likes anything, even if it's a star, I'll pluck it." The Gu family's strength made this statement true. She lived a life unlike any other, intelligent, sensible, and proficient in various arts, including swimming, fitness, and racing. Despite this, she never gave up her pursuit of anything, knowing that her time was limited and that after dawn, she might never see again. However, everything changed after she met Su Qiubai. That racing experience on Kongzhuang Avenue left a deep impression on her. For the first time, she felt someone so mysterious she couldn't fathom them, and his calm gaze filled her with resentment. So, she decided to secretly follow Su Qiubai to the Xiao mansion, even though she knew her grandfather would definitely not approve, as Su Qiubai had been labeled a dangerous person. Unfortunately, her illness suddenly flared up. Everyone around her was nervous, but Gu Qingya was used to this kind of situation and simply waited a while before recovering somewhat. Seeing Su Qiubai's furrowed brow, Gu Qingya began to worry, wondering if he was resentful of what she had done on Kongzhuang Avenue. She felt a little regretful, thinking that if something happened today, her grandfather would definitely be very sad. "Can we leave here first? The ambulance is coming." She broke Su Qiubai's thoughts and urged. Su Qiubai finally reacted and helped her to stand up. The people around him began to disperse. "If everything is fine, I'll go back first," Gu Qingya said softly, feeling even more uneasy. She noticed that Su Qiubai seemed to be staring at her chest. Her old face flushed, and she felt annoyed. "You can't leave," Su Qiubai said suddenly, his tone anxious. Gu Qingya was stunned, not knowing what he was going to do. Su Qiubai quickly explained, "I want to take you to a place. Believe me, I won't hurt you." Gu Qingya had doubts in her heart, but seeing the sincerity in his eyes, she agreed inexplicably. The two of them then got into a taxi. Su Qiubai drove silently the entire way. Arriving downstairs at Su Qiubai's house, Gu Qingya began to feel anxious. She had never been so impulsive as to trust a man she had only met twice. Entering the house, Su Qiubai remained silent. "This is my home. Please come in," Su Qiubai said calmly after opening the door. Gu Qingya smiled and chose to trust him. After entering the house, the little white dog yelled at Gu Qingya, "What are you going to do? This is the second girl you have brought back." Gu Qingya was confused and did not understand what the dog was saying at all. However, Su Qiubai heard it clearly and blushed. "Do you faint often?" Su Qiubai finally spoke and asked. Gu Qingya nodded, feeling a little heavy-hearted. Her family knew about her illness, and no one could do anything about it. Su Qiubai felt furious, thinking that this situation shouldn't be allowed to continue like this. Suddenly, he jumped up and slapped his forehead. How could I forget about Hua Tuo? He decided to find Hua Tuo and take her for treatment. Su Qiubai hurried downstairs and drove towards a mountain hut. He knew that this was where Hua Tuo's friends were. When he finally arrived, Su Qiubai saw Hua Tuo and his friends sitting at a stone table. "Quick, take me to save people." Su Qiubai eagerly grabbed Hua Tuo and pulled him out. Hua Tuo was puzzled. "Where are we going?" "I have a patient who is in serious condition and must be treated immediately," Su Qiubai explained. Hua Tuo's friend Zhang Zhongjing smiled upon hearing this. "This is my friend, a highly skilled doctor." Zhang Zhongjing. Su Qiubai paused. "Yes," Hua Tuo replied. Su Qiubai froze, feeling humiliated, but decided to take Zhang Zhongjing with them to save Gu Qingya. Su Qiubai brought Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing to Gu's house, intending to treat Gu Qingya's strange illness. But the Gu family was in turmoil, and Gu Zhanchuan was extremely anxious about Gu Qingya's disappearance. On the other end of the phone, his father, Gu Qianshan, angrily ordered Qingya to be found, fearing that if the old man knew about her disappearance, the consequences would be disastrous. When Su Qiubai entered with two old men in green, Gu Qingya felt uneasy. She thought they were just scammers, but she didn't expect these two miracle doctors to actually propose a joint treatment plan. After Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing took her pulse, they confirmed that she was critically ill and needed acupuncture immediately. Although Gu Qingya did not trust them, she reluctantly agreed. Just as Hua Tuo was about to take action, Gu Zhanchuan suddenly rushed in and angrily questioned Su Qiubai. "What do you want to do?" Faced with Gu Zhanchuan's questioning, Su Qiubai was furious and fought back. "I'm saving her life." Gu Zhanchuan looked at Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing with disdain. "Two liars." This sentence made Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing's faces instantly become serious. If it weren't for Su Qiubai's invitation, we two would never have come here. Hua Tuo responded coldly and prepared to leave. At this time, Su Qiubai was extremely anxious and wanted to keep him, but Hua Tuo insisted on leaving. Gu Qingya apologized weakly, and Su Qiubai felt helpless and could only let Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing leave. He responded to Gu Zhanchuan coldly. You killed her, did you know that? Su Qiubai's gaze was cold and instantly made Gu Zhanchuan feel a sense of cold oppression. He couldn't help but be stunned, his heart trembling, and suddenly he had a completely new understanding of Su Qiubai. Gu Zhanchuan knew that his wariness of Su Qiubai stemmed from his relationship with that younger brother. But at this moment, Su Qiubai's aura was completely different, making him want to reassess his strength. Su Qiubai looks like an ordinary driver, but he actually hides a powerful strength. His eyes seem to be able to directly penetrate all hypocritical masks. However, Gu Zhanchuan forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, Mr. Su, we will take care of my young lady's illness ourselves. You don't have to worry about it. He took a deep breath and tried to make his tone sound less excited. After listening to this, Su Qiubai's eyes were still sharp. He sneered and took a step forward, almost getting close to Gu Zhanchuan, and whispered, Idiot. Gu Zhanchuan's expression suddenly turned serious, his clenched fists revealing his uneasiness. Faced with Su Qiubai's cold eyes and Wu Song's terrifying strength, he dared not act rashly and could only relax his fists. Just as he was about to leave, the bodyguard next to him foolishly swung his fist at Su Qiubai. Su Qiubai hadn't yet grasped the significance of his newly acquired strength until this moment. With a single, gentle kick, he sent the bodyguard flying. Standing there, he stared in amazement at the bodyguard lying on the ground. At that moment, he truly understood his newfound abilities. Gu Zhanchuan was shocked. He didn't dare to stay any longer and had to leave with Gu Qingya in a hurry. Su Qiubai knew that Gu Qingya's condition was likely incurable and he was powerless to save her. He could only watch them leave with a hint of regret in his heart. He breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his car keys, and prepared to go downstairs. Downstairs, Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing were already waiting. When they saw Su Qiubai, their faces remained serious. Su Qiubai felt guilty towards the two elders. He knew that they were not being treated with the respect they deserved, and he felt embarrassed. Despite this, Su Qiubai still insisted on giving the two some medicine as an apology, although his mood did not completely improve. After sending the miracle doctor away, Su Qiubai planned to continue to pay attention to Gu Qingya's treatment, but he did not receive the support of the two miracle doctors, and his mood was quite heavy. Just when he was feeling depressed, Wu Song suddenly called him and invited him to come. Without thinking, Su Qiubai drove there. Upon arrival, he was surprised to learn that Wu Song had left Yanggu County because he had killed Shi Minqing. Su Qiubai heaved a sigh of relief. His mood slightly calmed after learning that Pan Jinlian had not been involved in the incident. So, he and Wu Song set off together, heading straight for Liangshan. Unexpectedly, Liangshan had already welcomed Song Jiang and the other heroes, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. At the banquet in Liangshan, Su Qiubai couldn't help but sigh that he had unexpectedly become friends with these heroes, and even seemed a little humble in front of them. As the banquet progressed, Su Qiubai suddenly thought of going back to get some good wine and cigarettes. He hurried back to the car, took out a batch of fine wine and cigarettes, and brought them back to share with everyone. After seeing these items, many heroes of Liangshan gave up their original wine and tried these new treasures instead. The banquet lasted until late at night. The atmosphere was cheerful, and everyone had a deeper impression of Su Qiubai. However, the next day, Su Qiubai did not continue to go out, but immersed himself in studying the navigation system. He gradually discovered that his driver's license had the function of upgrading, which aroused his strong interest. At this moment, Huang Long contacted him, saying he had something important to give to Su Qiubai. The two met at a small restaurant. Huang Long strongly requested to join the motorcycle gang, expressing his willingness to follow Su Qiubai's leadership. Just as Su Qiubai was about to ask Huang Long what he wanted, his phone rang. He was shocked to hear a girl's voice, speaking in a hurried and timid tone. Hello, is this Su Qiubai? I'm Xiaoli, Su Xiaoxiao's classmate. This voice instantly made Su Qiubai feel heavy. Xiaoli hurriedly revealed to him that Su Xiaoxiao had been in a serious accident, injured after jumping from a building, and urgently needed help. Su Qiubai was deeply shaken and immediately learned the truth from Xiaoli. Xiaoxiao chose to jump from the building because of Xiao Yun's threat, which made Su Qiubai's heart blank. He immediately decided to go to Donghai City and ask Huang Long for help, using all the resources he could mobilize. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongrong also provided him with financial support and revealed the Xiao family's background. After Su Qiubai hung up the phone, he decided to seek justice for Su Xiaoxiao. As Su Qiubai drove towards the East China Sea, His anger grew fiercer. Every road seemed long and arduous. He saw a red Ferrari parked on the side of the road. Huang Long stood beside it, pumping gas without hesitation. Su Qiubai felt a surge of strength in his heart, knowing that this battle was not only for Su Xiao, but also for all those who were treated unfairly. He nodded, jumped into the car, and drove towards the East China Sea, determined to seek justice for Xiao. Chapter 39. Arriving at the East China Sea. In Donghai City, at the Xiao family compound, Xiao Xiuan had just finished getting angry at his wife. Only today did he find out that his youngest son had actually done such a shameful thing, forcing a girl from Donghai University to be his girlfriend and even forcing her to jump off a building. If my old subordinate hadn't secretly told me, I would still be kept in the dark. Look at you, why are you so angry? Yuner is fine, she's just a female student from the countryside. It's her blessing that our Yuner likes her, but you're so ungrateful. The person who spoke was Xiao Xiuan's wife Fang Chunyu, who was also Xiao Yun's biological mother. As she spoke, she walked towards Xiao Xiuan. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes and arrogance at the corners of her mouth. Shut up. Xiao Xiuan couldn't bear to listen any longer and turned around to curse. If you hadn't been pampering him all this time, would that brat have done something like this? He's become what he is now. It's all your fault. Xiao Xiuan was really helpless and crazy about this woman, but he could do nothing about it. After all, the Xiao family's current status was indeed due to the Fang family. Xiao Xiuan, why are you yelling at me? She's just a bitch. Besides, she's not dead. Even if she's dead, just pay her some more money. Why are you so fierce? Fang Chunyu stared at Xiao Xiuan with no intention of backing down. Xiao Xiuan opened his mouth, intending to retort a few more times, but in the end he just shook his sleeves and left. After coming out of the yard, he got in the car and planned to go to Dongkou. I found out what's going on at that girl's home. After a moment's silence, he looked up and asked the driver in front of him. I found out clearly that they are indeed an ordinary rural family. Her brother drives a taxi in Qinghe City. She doesn't have any special background. The driver told the information he had found out without hesitation. Okay, I got it. Arrange for someone to give the girl a few tens of thousands of yuan. If she agrees not to pursue the matter, give her another few tens of thousands. Have the bodyguards keep an eye on Yuner these few days. If anything happens to Yuner, send him back to Dongkou. After saying that, Xiao Xiuan leaned back in the back seat and closed his eyes. This son really makes me worry too much, but I have to do this kind of cleaning work. After all, it was all because of the spoiled tigress in his family. He was very worried that something bad would happen sooner or later if this continued, but fortunately, the trouble this time was not too big. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiuan put the matter behind him. What he didn't know was that the real trouble was already roaring in from Qinghe City in the heavy rain. On the highway, Su Qiubai's taxi was in the front, followed closely by more than 30 sports cars. Many people could hear the deafening roar from a long distance away, but the most important thing was the indescribable visual impact. And this heavy rain seems to indicate that Donghai City will no longer be peaceful. At this moment, in a small hospital next to Donghai University, Su Xiaoxiao was still in the intensive care unit, and her two roommates were standing at the door. Xiaoli, did you really tell Xiao Zhao's brother about this? The person who spoke was called Zhang Wan, who was also Su Xiaoxiao's roommate. Standing opposite her was a little girl wearing glasses. It was she who called Su Qiubai. Well, if I don't tell her family, how can I have so much money? Xiaoli nodded. But I heard Xiaoli say that her brother is just an ordinary taxi driver. How could he have so much money? Are you sure the balance on the card is really? Zhangwen stopped talking halfway. Until now, she still found it hard to believe what Xiaoli said about the balance on the card. Xiaoli nodded again, and she found it unbelievable. They have always known how frugal Su Xiaoxiao is. She usually doesn't even want to go out for a meal of spicy hot pot. Why can her brother send so much money to her in one go? Maybe I borrowed it from someone temporarily. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoli told Zhang Wen that she actually had the same idea. After all, the money was indeed too much for them. What if his brother comes? You have already told him about Xiao Yun. Will he? Zhang Wen paused and asked Xiaoli again. Speaking of this, Xiaoli also felt uneasy. Xiao Xiao had told me at the time that I must not let her family know about this matter no matter what. Now that I'm doing this, she will definitely blame me when she wakes up. Moreover, the Xiao family's influence in Donghai City is simply ridiculous. What if my little brother can't figure it out and goes to fight Xiao Yun and something happens? Thinking of this, her face turned even paler. She had originally felt quite relieved when she heard Su Qiubai say that he would come here soon, but now she no longer felt that way. Instead, she secretly prayed that he would not come to the East China Sea. While the two were silent, they suddenly heard a uniform roar in their ears. They looked at each other and realized that the sound should have come from downstairs. Feeling a little strange, the two of them walked towards the window. Seeing this, both of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide. There was no way, the scene downstairs was too shocking. Colorful luxury cars drove into the hospital, dozens of them at a glance, and the area was already filled with people in a short while. Is this a marriage? Zhang Wen covered his mouth with his hands, not knowing what to say. Xiao shook her head blankly. While the two were talking, all the sports cars had stopped downstairs of the hospital. The security guards gathered from a distance, wanting to ask what was going on but not daring to go over. On this side, Huang Long stopped the car and jumped out first, followed by everyone else getting out of the car. They were all young men around 20 years old, with fierce looks on their faces. Seeing their somewhat murderous aura, many people have already moved away from them. Boss, what should we do? A group of people walked towards Su Qiubai together, and then Huang Long asked Su Qiubai, who also got off the car. However, this scene gave the onlookers an unexpected feeling. Why are a group of young people driving luxury cars, surrounding a taxi? And even a fool can see that the taxi driver is the one who keeps his word. No one gave them an explanation, and the group went straight into the hospital, making way for both sides. At this moment, Zhang Wen and Xiao, who saw this scene from the upstairs window, were also very surprised. On the one hand, they did not expect to see so many luxury cars, and on the other hand, they were curious about the taxi driver walking in front. However, after seeing these people enter the building, both of them temporarily put this matter behind them. After all, no matter how wild their imaginations were, they would never have imagined that the person they had prayed not to come had already come, and it was the taxi driver. Turning their gaze away from the window, they planned to ask the nurse when a doctor could be arranged. Just now, because they had no money to pay the medical bills, these nurses were silent for a long time, and Xiao couldn't even find a responsible doctor. It was not until Su Qiubai transferred the money that she was arranged for such an intensive care unit, and the head nurse actually said that Xiao had offended young Master Xiao and deserved to fall to death. So until now, they still don't know what's going on with Xiao. Just when the two of them were about to rush to the nurse's station to check again, they suddenly froze in place at the same time. The young men driving sports cars that they had just seen downstairs were now walking towards them in a black mass. Without thinking too much, Zhang Wen and Xiao quickly moved to the sides of the corridor, wanting to let these people go quickly. Although they didn't know what they were doing, they were definitely not people they could afford to offend. As a result, the handsome taxi driver in the front actually looked at the house number and stopped right in front of the two of them, and then asked, "How is Xiao now?" Xiao was stunned. Fortunately, Zhang Wen reacted quickly, but he still looked wary as he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm his brother." After he finished speaking, the two girls opposite him were stunned, and it took them a long time to react. This guy who leads a group of younger brothers driving luxury cars is Su Xiao's brother? They suppressed their inner shock. It was obvious that the other person was worried about Xiao's situation, but the two of them didn't know either. Without hesitation, Zhang Wen told everything that had happened in the hospital before, including not being able to find the doctor and what the head nurse said. After hearing this, there was a hint of danger in Su Qiubai's calm eyes. Chapter 40, Beating. Without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the nurse's station, with Huang Long following closely behind. The head nurse that Zhang Wen just mentioned is called Li Qiuping. She is an old nurse who has worked in this hospital for many years. She originally thought that she would just be waiting for retirement in this life, but a vice president of the hospital suddenly told her that as long as she made a patient suffer a little, she could be promoted. He also said that this was arranged personally by Xiao Xiuwen's wife. Who is Xiao Xiuwen? The eldest brother of the Xiao family is truly the most influential person in Donghai City. This made Li Qiuping immediately realize that her chance had come, and after she knew that the patient that Mrs. Xiao wanted to treat was just a poor and powerless little girl, she felt that it was an easy task. That's why she deliberately made things difficult for Su Xiao, and even after paying the money, she still didn't notify the doctor to come and check. Hiding in the bathroom, she called the vice president and told him that the matter had been settled. Huang Long and others walking towards her. "What are you doing?" Feeling a little wary, Li Qiuping asked Su Qiubai, "Are you the head nurse?" Looking at Li Qiuping, Su Qiubai's voice was a little suppressed. Nodding, Li Qiuping continued to look at the group of people in front of her. "What exactly do you do? Why don't you arrange a doctor for Su Xiao?" Su Qiubai continued to ask. After hearing this, Li Qiuping immediately realized that these people should be Su Xiao's family members. Then she remembered that the vice president had told her before that Su Xiao had a brother who drove a taxi. When she thought of Su Qiubai's vest, she immediately understood. With a cold snort, Li Qiuping raised the corners of her mouth, rolled up her harsh lips, and her eyes were full of contempt. The hospital has its own arrangements. It's not like a doctor will come just because you want him to. Think clearly about your status when you speak. You can't even afford the medical bills, so why act so arrogant? Just go over there and wait. After saying this, Li Qiuping turned around and was about to leave. I'm going to beat you to death, woman. No one expected that the woman was suddenly kicked out by Huang Long and hit the wall heavily. Su Qiubai next to him was stunned for a moment. He had already been about to take action, but this kid actually took the lead. After a brief silence, Li Qiuping's head was hit and blood flowed out. She was terrified and started to go crazy, pointing at Huang Long and shouting, "Help! Someone's been killed. Someone's died. Come quickly." She originally thought that as long as she watched her make a fuss, the boy would definitely not dare to take action. It turned out that she was wrong. Some people are born without any scruples. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, Huang Long slapped Li Qiuping in the face several times. This kid was so brutal that Li Qiuping started crying right in the corridor, leaning against the wall with disheveled hair and a look of utter embarrassment. The guys from the biker gang behind him actually took out their cell phones. "Hey, Uncle Li, I'm in Donghai City. The doctor at Donghai Hospital is so arrogant." "Hello, Brother Zhang, this is Liuzi. Please send someone over to check on the head nurse at the hospital in Donghai. She actually wants to kill my sister." "Uncle, I was severely injured by a nurse from Donghai Hospital. Come and take a look." Listening to the uniform voices of the guys behind him, Su Qiubai was speechless. When I heard the level of proficiency, I knew he must have done this kind of thing a lot. Huang Long finally stopped and backed away, saying to Li Qiuping, "Call and see if your hospital has time to arrange for someone to come over. If you want money, I'll give it to you. If you want to detain me, that's fine too. Whatever." After saying that, Huang Long turned around and winked at Su Qiubai. At this time, Su Qiubai also understood the reason why Huang Long did this. In fact, he just didn't want him to get into trouble. If someone insisted on detaining him, they would only detain Huang Long and would not implicate Su Qiubai. After all, that's Xiao Yun. Only Su Qiubai can cure him. Although no one knows what Su Qiubai's trump card is, Huang Long just believes in him. He couldn't explain why he believed it, just as if he didn't understand how a taxi could turn on its left turn signal behind a Ferrari. Li Qiuping was almost driven crazy by this. He looked at Su Qiubai with fear and started calling the vice president. At this moment, in the office on the top floor of the hospital, the director of the hospital received a call. "It's Rong. In just one sentence, he realized that the person on the other side was Xiao Rong, the president of Xiao Group. "Uncle He, this is what's going on. I have a younger sister named Su Xiao, who is currently in your hospital. Please arrange for her treatment no matter what. She's my biological sister." Dean he was smiling at the beginning, but Xiao Rong's last sentence made his face freeze immediately. He understood why Xiao Rong said that. She was simply putting pressure on him. After finally hanging up the phone, Dean he smiled bitterly. He was in a difficult situation because a few minutes ago, Mrs. Xiao had just finished talking to him, and her meaning was exactly the opposite of Xiao Rong's. Now Dean he is caught in the middle and really doesn't know what to do. Finally, he decided to go down and take a look at the situation. After all, he couldn't afford to offend either side. But at this time, the phone rang again. After the call was connected, it turned out to be a well-known corporate boss in Donghai City. The first thing he said was that a head nurse named Li Qiuping had beaten someone, and he also asked about Su Xiao's situation. Dean he was confused and agreed to go and take a look. Just as he hung up the phone, it rang again. In just over 10 minutes, his phone didn't stop ringing for even a second. Almost all of them were well-known figures from all walks of life in Donghai City, whether they knew each other or not, and they all told the same story. Head nurse Li Qiuping was indifferent to human life and even beat people. In addition, she asked him to take special care of Su Xiao. This made Dean he feel surprised and uneasy. Originally, Madame Xiao said that Su Xiao was just a little girl from the countryside. But have you ever seen a little girl from the countryside with such power? Although the people who made the call were not as powerful as the four major families, they still alarmed half of Donghai City. Rubbing his forehead helplessly, Dean he decided to ignore Mrs. Zhao's thoughts for the time being and hurried down to see how Su Xiao was doing. Just at this moment, a landline phone on his desk rang. This phone will only ring when there is an urgent task that requires cooperation. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Dean he answered the phone. After answering the phone, there was no hesitation on his face, and an idea came to his mind. The Xiao family hit a wall this time. Without wasting another second, Dean he rushed out of the office. As for Li Qiuping, after calling the vice president behind her, she stood up and looked at Su Qiubai and Huang Long with resentment. More and more people gathered in the corridor, and the vice president soon arrived. As soon as she saw her supporter coming, Li Qiuping immediately started crying again, pulling the vice president's clothes, and started crying. Director Zhang, they were so unreasonable and started beating people up. It's not my decision when to arrange for a doctor. The woman cried so heartbreakingly that many people in the ward came out. After hearing this, Vice President Zhang's face became even gloomier. It was all arranged by him that Li Qiuping did this. Or rather, he had promised it to Madame Xiao. Now these people actually dare to beat people in the hospital. We must call the police no matter what. Call the police, huh? You really think I'm afraid of you? Su Qiubai stood there coldly without saying a word, while Huang Long started shouting. A group of bikers followed behind in a mess. Damn it. I hit someone too. Just arrest me too. Fuck. That's right. I did it too. Call the police. For a moment, the corridor was filled with requests to call the police. Vice President Zhang felt something was wrong. This scene was so fucking weird. Just when I didn't know what to do, I suddenly saw Dean He coming over. Vice President Zhang smiled. Mrs. Xiao told him in person that President He had also given a heads up. Li Qiuping rushed over directly. Just as she called out to Dean He and was about to cry, something no one expected happened. Dean He actually pushed Li Qiuping away and said coldly, "People like you don't deserve to be nurses. Get out." Then he looked at Vice President Zhang, who looked confused. "And you? Resign together." Chapter 41 What's Missing? The previously noisy corridor immediately became quiet because of Dean He's two words. Especially those patients who were originally worried about Su Qiubai and other children. After staying in the hospital for the past few days, they have already seen what kind of face this head nurse is. So when Huang Long took action just now, so many people were watching and they actually cheered. When everyone saw the dean coming down from upstairs, they thought he would stand on the side of the head nurse, but it turned out to be like this. Before Vice President Zhang could react to what was happening, He hurried over to Su Qiubai. "You are Su Xiaoxiao's family, right? I'm so sorry. I didn't expect such a scumbag would appear in the hospital. The doctor will make arrangements right away, so please rest assured." When Dean He saw such a group of unruly young people in the corridor, he understood why he received so many calls. Obviously, they did it. He felt that the Xiao family might suffer a great loss this time. So without saying much, Dean He first quickly arranged for the best doctor to examine Su Xiaoxiao, and then returned to the office and directly fired Vice Dean Zhang and Li Qiuping. A few minutes after the notice was posted, Mrs. Xiao called. "He Shogaway? Are you crazy?" Sure enough, the woman asked as soon as the call was connected. If Dean He had not received the last call, he would definitely be terrified at this moment. After all, the Xiao family in Donghai City is not someone who can be easily offended. "Mrs. Xiao, I just did what a doctor should do." After saying this, there was silence on the other end of the phone. "Okay, He Shogaway, remember what you said today. I hope you won't regret it." Then the phone hung up. He knew that he had definitely offended the Xiao family this time, but he had to make a choice in this situation. He just hoped that this young man Su Qiubai would not let him down. Without staying in the office, Dean He ran to the door of Su Xiaoxiao's ward again. Huang Long and the others were temporarily sent downstairs by Su Qiubai. At this time, only he and his roommate Su Xiaoxiao were at the door of the ward. It happened that Dean He had just gone downstairs, and the doctor who examined Su Xiaoxiao also came out of the ward. "Old Su, how is it?" Dean He asked directly in front of Su Qiubai. Su Qiubai also looked at the doctor nervously. The person lying inside was his own sister. How could he not be anxious? The situation is very grim. The patient is still unconscious and has multiple fractures. Halfway through listening, Su Qiubai felt a piercing pain in his heart. He didn't even dare to look at the little girl on the hospital bed through the window. "So what do we do now, doctor?" Unable to hold back, Su Qiubai interrupted him and asked. Dr. Su didn't seem to be blaming her, but his brow furrowed even more. Her body needs a special stent to keep it in place, but that stent isn't available in China right now. I know a hospital in the United States has it. If we send it here now, it might not be in time. "What hospital? Can you write me the address? I'll figure it out." Looking at Dr. Su seriously, Su Qiubai said. His words stunned Dean He and Dr. Su for a moment. They both felt that Su Qiubai might be a little too anxious. "That's America. You're just a taxi driver. Can you get it just by saying you can?" Of course, Dean He still had some opinions because of the previous phone call, while Dr. Su simply curled his lips. But seeing Su Qiubai's firm attitude, he finally told the name of the hospital and the doctor. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." After getting the address, Su Qiubai went downstairs directly. Dr. Su next to him felt that this guy must have become stupid due to his anxiety. He shook his head helplessly. He didn't have any hope for Su Qiubai, so he planned to go back to the office to study and see if there would be any other better solutions. Dean He was also with him. Who would have thought that just after the two of them entered the office for a cup of tea, Su Qiubai's voice was heard outside. "Dr. Su, take a look and see if this is what you want." As he was speaking, Su Xiaobai came in, holding a huge box in his hand, which looked brand new. Dean He and Dr. Su were completely confused. What the hell? It's been less than 10 minutes, and you've gone out and brought back a box, and you're asking me if it's some new device that was just developed in the US? Do you think there's a doorman downstairs? Neither of them said anything, but looking at each other's expressions, they still felt that Su Xiaobai was teasing them. But when Dr. Su saw the box that had been opened by Su Xiaobai, he could no longer move his eyes away. Dean He hadn't noticed anything yet, and was still talking to Su Xiaobai. Don't worry, we definitely can't get that equipment. We can still think of other ways. Halfway through his words, Dean He noticed that Dr. Su next to him had a strange expression on his face. When I turned around and asked him what was going on, Dr. Su slowly rolled his eyes this time, his face full of disbelief. Dean, this is the equipment. Boom. Dean He was stunned. What a joke. Didn't you just say you were in America? Then what the hell is this? Are you sure you saw it right? Dean He asked again, still not quite believing it. I'm not mistaken. This is really that equipment. Finally calming himself down a little, old Su confirmed. This time, both of them looked at Su Xiaobai, who had a calm face, and Dean He began to understand why he received that call. This young man is simply amazing. Now that the equipment is here, let's fix it. Su Xiaobai didn't have time to appreciate their amazement at him. Of course, this equipment was real. I rushed into the hospital and put the knife to the American's neck before taking it away. If it was fake, it would have been a waste of effort. In Su Xiaobai's opinion, this matter is that simple. But what he didn't know was that the doctor whose equipment he had stolen was almost going crazy at this moment. This was because he told the police dozens of times that the other party was a Japanese driving a Chinese taxi, but the police refused to believe him. As for why he said Su Xiaobai was a Japanese, it was because the old driver had been speaking Japanese since he entered the clinic. Without delaying any longer, old Su picked up the equipment and went into the ward. It seemed that he really understood this stuff, and he quickly completed the fixed work with the help of the nurse. Old Su, with a big head of hair, felt relieved after coming out of the ward. With this set of equipment, Su Xiaoxiao's condition could finally be stabilized. Dr. Su, how are you now? Su Xiaobai asked anxiously, looking at old Su. The situation is a little more stable now, but we still need some medicinal herbs. Having said that, old Su looked at Dean He with a bit of embarrassment. Almost instantly, Dean He understood that what old Su needed must be something extraordinary, and his hospital definitely didn't have it. What do you need? Tell me, and I'll find a way. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai said again. Originally, when old Su subconsciously wanted to say that there was nothing you could do, he suddenly remembered the previous equipment, so he hesitated for a moment and said the names of some medicinal herbs. After saying that, Su Xiaobai nodded directly. Wait a moment. Then he ran downstairs again. Only Dr. Su, Dean He, and Su Xiaoxiao's two roommates were left there. The four of them looked at each other, not knowing whether they should just stand there and wait. Soon, Su Xiaobai brought back the answer. It only takes about 5 minutes, or even less. This time, he had a small cloth bag in his hand. What was packed in the car were some extra medicinal herbs that Chai Jin had given him when he delivered wild ginseng last time. He thought they were useless, so he just threw them in the car along with the wild ginseng. The ginseng was given to Xiao Rong, and these things were still in the car, so he just went downstairs to get them. When they opened the small cloth bag and saw what was inside, Dean He and Dr. Su almost popped their eyes out. How is this possible? There are actually these things. Interrupting the two people who seemed to be going crazy, Su Xiaobai continued to ask, what else is missing? After listening to him this time, old Su said, you don't have to worry about the rest. I just need a Chinese medicine practitioner who knows acupuncture to work with me. After saying that, he planned to ask Dean He to arrange one for him. But he was interrupted by Su Xiaobai. Forget it. Let me figure out a way to deal with this. While saying this, the old driver secretly cursed this hospital in his heart for being so unreliable. How come there is nothing there? To the astonishment of Dean He and Dr. Su, Su Xiaobai soon invited both Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing. Chapter 42, Who is Xiao Yun? Originally, old Su and Dean He were both disdainful of Su Xiaobai for inviting these two old men from nowhere. You know, these days everything depends on diplomas. When Dean He asked Hua Tuo which school he graduated from, the old man actually didn't understand. It's bad enough that one of them didn't understand, but the other one didn't understand either. But soon, their disdain turned into shock. They had never seen such a skill and momentum in using the needle before. He completely ignored the two doctors in white coats next to him. Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing knew on their way here that the person lying on the bed was Su Xiaobai's own sister. How could they not save her? And not only do you have to save people, you have to save them beautifully. No one expected that after the two old men took turns giving her acupuncture, Su Xiaoxiao's condition improved significantly, and she was even about to wake up soon. This also made Su Qiubai speechless. If he had known that the two miracle doctors had such great abilities, why would he have let Xiao Xiao stay in this shabby hospital? There is nothing. I found it all myself. Finally, Huatua put away the golden needles and told Su Qiubai that after Xiao Xiao woke up, he should eat more food to replenish his energy and have a good rest for a while, and there should be no problem. It was only at this time that old Su and Dean, he suddenly realized that the two old men were leaving. I quickly asked for contact information or a phone number, but the other person said they didn't understand what I was saying. This made Dean, he, and the other person feel awkward. If you don't want to give it, just say you don't want to. What do you mean by not understanding? But there is no way. He is really capable. You can't help but admit it. They could only watch Su Qiubai go downstairs to send the two old Chinese doctors away. And Dean, he, and old Su upstairs suddenly realized at this time that it seemed that they could hardly help. When Su Qiubai came back, both of them felt embarrassed to stay in the ward and went back directly. Looking at the little pale face through the window, Su Qiubai felt a little relieved knowing that she was fine, but his heart ached even more. He clearly remembered that he had just started school at that time. It happened to rain heavily one time and his parents were out working. As a result, when he walked out of the school gate, he saw Xiao Xiao standing there alone with a big black umbrella in her arms. I was so scared at that time that I ran over to ask her how she got to school. She kept laughing, and all her clothes were soaked by the rain. Moreover, Su Qiubai felt that he would never forget what the little girl said at that time. She said that if it rained, her brother would get wet without an umbrella. At that time, he hugged her and she burst into tears. Then he carried her on his back all the way, and she held an umbrella behind him. The muddy mountain road at that time, when Su Qiubai thinks about it now, it is the most beautiful memory. The sadness in his eyes slowly dissipated, until finally Su Qiubai's eyes were completely calm. Since Xiao Xiao is fine now, the next step is to settle the score with the Xiao family. Looking back at the two little girls beside him who were afraid to speak, Su Qiubai tried his best to calm himself down. That Xiao Yan. Where is he? At this moment, inside the Xiao family compound, Xiao Xiuan's wife Fang Chunyu had just finished a phone call with Vice President Gua. Although I don't know what's wrong with Hishogawei that he dares to go against me, I am sure that the bitch's illness cannot be cured, especially when the equipment is only available in the United States. She felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in her heart. Yun'er was her most beloved son, and falling in love with her was a blessing from her previous life. Yet, she chose to jump off the building, bringing shame to the Xiao family and even making her husband furious. All of this is Su Xiaoxiao's fault. If she had just been obedient and not resisted, none of this would have happened. Now, isn't he still disabled for life? With a sneer, Fang Chunyu brought the teacup to her lips. She really liked the feeling of being able to decide other people's fate at will. But before he could even take a sip of tea, Vice President Gua called him again. Frowning slightly, she answered the phone. Mrs. Xiao, things are not going well. I don't know where Su Xiaoxiao's brother got that American equipment from. He also invited an acupuncture master and got a lot of medicinal herbs. I think Su Xiaoxiao will be cured. After hearing these words, Fang Chunyu frowned even deeper. More importantly, the uneasiness that had already arisen due to Hishogawei's sudden betrayal became even more obvious because of this phone call. I understand. Finally, she whispered to the other side. There's one more thing I should tell you. Su Xiaoxiao's brother. He came from Qinghe City, this time with dozens of his followers. They all drove top-of-the-line luxury cars, and they looked quite impressive. At the end of his speech, Vice President Gua's voice became much softer. Because he knew that Fang Chunyu had always thought that Su Xiaoxiao was just a little girl from the countryside with no background. But now, it seemed that was not the case. I understand. After saying this for the second time, Fang Chunyu hung up the phone. The room was eerily quiet. Although Fang Chunyu was reluctant to admit that she had underestimated Su Xiaoxiao, or rather, underestimated her brother Su Qiubai, the facts were already before her. Do you know where the young master is today? Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Fang Chunyu asked the servant beside him. They should be playing somewhere, I'm not sure. Should I call the bodyguard? After hearing what the servant said, Fang Chunyu could no longer sit still and stood up from the chair. Hurry up and call and have the bodyguard take the young master back to Dongkou Lane. The master is safer there. After saying that, Fang Chunyu walked to the window and looked at the heavy rain, feeling more and more uneasy. Almost at the same time, dozens of sports cars in Donghai Hospital followed the taxi in front and drove out, then sped in one direction in the rain. Chumanlu is a relatively famous entertainment venue in Donghai City, and the people who usually go there are either rich or noble. Normally, there wouldn't be many people here today because it was raining, But Xiao Yun, the young master of the Xiao family, booked the top floor for his friend's birthday, so there were quite a few cars parked in front of the door. Inside, men and women were dancing on the dance floor. It was very lively. Master Yun, I heard that you fell in love with a girl from Donghai University and you didn't want her anymore. In a place near the corner, Xiao Yun was hugging a female model with an intoxicated look on his face, his hands moving around while he listened to the soft voice in his ears. Haha, nonsense. When have I ever liked anyone else? Young Master Yun only likes you. After laughing twice, Xiao Yun leaned his head directly on the model's chest, and the two of them immediately started to quarrel. In fact, in this hall, it is not just Xiao Yun's place, but other places are similar. Men and women are hugging each other, and the scene is disgusting. Just when the live music was about to reach a climax again, it suddenly stopped. Immediately, everyone looked in the direction of the DJ and found a blonde boy who had pulled out the power cord. What a fucking noise. What the hell is going on? Huang Long said this. Everyone at the scene stood up, and some of them started cursing as they walked over. But halfway through, everything stopped moving. Where did all these people come from? And they are so aggressive. That's right, all the biker gang members have arrived. Just now, when the sports car was roaring downstairs, no one upstairs could hear it because the music was too loud. This is why the scene where Huang Long walked in and pulled out the power cord just now occurred. Who is Xiao Yun? After walking a little further, Huang Long shouted. I am. Who the hell are you? As Xiao Yun was speaking, he walked out from the corner. As the young master of the Xiao family, it is impossible for him to be afraid of such a small scene. Are you Xiao Yun? If not, don't talk nonsense. Suddenly, another voice sounded from behind the yellow-haired man. Then, everyone saw a calm young man with a handsome face. But for some reason, he was wearing a taxi vest, which made him look out of place here. When he finished saying this, he had already slowly walked in front of Xiao Yun. Haha, nonsense. I won't change my name. Okay, bang. Xiao Yun's head exploded in the middle of his sentence, unexpectedly. His whole body shook, but he didn't fall down. He couldn't react in his mind that someone in Donghai City dared to blow his head off. But bang. Another bottle hit him on the forehead and broke into pieces. This time, Xiao Yun sat down directly on the ground. Since you are indeed Xiao Yun, then it's correct. With a grin, Su Qiubai swung the third bottle in his hand and hit Xiao Yun's face hard. With a loud bang, blood and flesh were blurred. Chapter 43, Guardian. The entire hall was silent. Who would have thought that this would happen just a few minutes ago? The young master of the Xiao family was actually beaten with 3 wine bottles in a row, and now he was lying on the ground like a dead person. Xiao Yun's bodyguards only reacted at this time, and their faces turned pale. What just happened so fast that they didn't even understand what was happening before Xiao Yun was lying on the ground. In fact, the most important thing was that they had never realized that there would be someone in Donghai City who would oppose the Xiao family. And judging from the situation, it's obvious that they are fighting to the death. Without a word of nonsense, several bodyguards rushed over and started attacking. Nonsense. We are here to protect Xiao Yun, but now we don't even know whether Xiao Yun is dead or alive. If Fang Chunyu knew what happened, they would be dead too. However, many people didn't even see clearly what happened. Several bodyguards had all flown out, but the taxi driver seemed to be fine. Everyone took a deep breath and slowly moved to the corner. Damn, where did this guy come from in Donghai City? He's obviously not someone to be trifled with. After turning around and looking around and seeing that no one else was taking action, Su Qiubai grabbed Xiao Yun from the ground and dragged him towards the window. The windows in this hall were large floor-to-ceiling glass. Everyone saw Xiao Yun being dragged by Su Qiubai like a dead dog, but no one dared to say a word. It's obvious that they are here for the Xiao family, so just be a passerby. Walk to the window and open it. Then, Su Qiubai let go of Xiao Yun, slowly squatted down with him, and whispered something in his ear. No one knew what Su Qiubai said. After he finished speaking, he stood up and then ignored everyone and turned to walk towards Huang Long. This made everyone confused. Did they come in just to make trouble? But then everyone thought again. It was brave enough to dare to use a wine bottle to smash Xiao Yun's head. Could he really dare to kill the young master of the Xiao family? The most confused ones might be the brothers of the motorcycle gang. Huang Long couldn't help asking. He was really anxious. The culprit was here. What would happen if he went back now? But who knew that Su Qiubai stopped him with his eyes, and Huang Long had no choice but to hold his breath again. It was not until all the biker gang members had left that someone started making phone calls, and the bodyguards also got up and ran toward Xiao Yun. Several people squatted nearby, wanting to see if the young master was still alive. As a result, no one expected that Xiao Yun suddenly stood up from the ground and then jumped out of the window before anyone could react. The hall was truly silent at this moment. No one knew what happened, and no one could understand why Xiao Yun jumped out of the window for no reason. But at the same time, everyone realized the consequences of this incident. Donghai City is going to be in chaos. At this moment, Su Qiubai, the only one who knew what happened, just came out of the toilet. For him, it was just a matter of losing a few growth points. Huang Long finally couldn't help but ask him what he was thinking. Was he afraid of offending the Xiao family? Su Qiubai shook his head and said nothing, which made Huang Long feel even more angry. He couldn't help but question Su Qiubai. A group of people suppressed their temper and came out of Chunmanlu, and suddenly saw a lot of people gathered there. Su Qiubai walked straight towards his taxi without looking around. Huang Long felt like he was about to explode, so he squeezed into the crowd to take a look. When I saw this, I was stunned. How is it possible? This is Xiao Yun. Why did he come down? Huang Long felt that his brain was a little slow to react, while others had already started shouting. Unable to hold back, he ran directly to Su Qiubai's taxi, looked around, then lowered his voice and stuck his head in the window. Boss, did you do this? Glanced at Huang Long and grinned, but said nothing. However, his smile had already made Huang Long understand a lot, so the boy couldn't hold back his excitement. After honking the horn for a long time, he drove the Ferrari to catch up with the team. A long time later, those who witnessed the Chunmanlu incident from beginning to end were particularly curious about one thing. What did Su Qiubai say to Xiao Yun that made him jump from the building? The old driver didn't know that he had actually caused permanent trouble to so many people. After solving Xiao Yun's problem, he felt that the anger in his heart had finally been relieved a little. Otherwise, ever since he learned that Xiao was in trouble, he seemed like a different person, and now he feels that his old self is back. He parked the car downstairs of the hospital. When he went upstairs, he saw that Zhang Wen and Xiaoli both looked excited. Xiao is awake. The doctor just checked her out and said everything is normal. She can be discharged after a period of recovery. Hearing this, Su Qiubai smiled and could no longer control his emotions. He turned around and slowly walked into the ward. The others also understood that the siblings should be left alone at this time, so they did not go in to disturb them. Huang Long asked the biker gang to find a place to stay first, and they would reunite later. After these people left, the corridor would be less crowded. Zhang Wen and Xiaoli knew that Su Qiubai and the others went out to look for Xiao Yun. Now seeing Huang Long standing next to them, they finally couldn't help but ask what was going on with Xiao Yun. I jumped off the building. Maybe I felt too much pressure and guilt. Huang Long glanced at the two girls and said lightly, jumped off the building. Zhang Wen's mouth was so big that an egg could almost fit in it. Xiaoli next to him was also incredulous. Really? Still a little skeptical, Zhang Wen asked again after pausing for a few seconds. There's nothing to lie about. You'll know when it's over. After saying that, Huang Long smiled, looking unrestrained. However, the two girls didn't notice what he looked like at all, but were completely immersed in the shock in their hearts. Xiao Yun, the young master of the Xiao family. To put it bluntly, this beast has harmed so many girls in the past few years. In their school alone, several people have gotten into trouble because of him. They originally thought that no one would ever be able to control this evil young man. But in the end, who is Su Xiao's brother? Su Xiao said he was just a taxi driver. But how could a taxi driver have so many luxury cars? And how could he just transfer so much money so casually? The most important thing is that just after he asked the two of them about where Xiao Yun might be, Xiao Yun jumped off the building. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Isn't he afraid of revenge from the Xiao family? All of this made them suddenly feel pressure from the man. Even Su Xiao, who they hadn't spoken about before but actually felt a little disdainful of, became mysterious. Su Qiubai and Su Xiao had no idea what the two girls outside the ward were thinking. At this moment, the little girl's smile made Su Qiubai's mood, which had just calmed down, stir up again. Why are you here? Her voice was very soft, the same as on the phone. You're not going to tell me about this? Su Qiubai was indeed a little angry when he said this. Although he understood that the reason Xiao didn't tell her family about Xiao Yun was because she was afraid that her family would worry. But fortunately, everything was done in time this time. If something really happened, what would the family do? I was wrong, Su Xiao said softly, lowering her head slightly. Her look made Su Qiubai dazed for a moment. This girl was always like this. Since he was a child, whenever he heard her admit her mistakes like this, no matter how angry he was, he would instantly disappear. This time is no exception. Brother, please don't fight, okay? After waiting for a while, perhaps because she had been worried about this matter, Su Xiao couldn't help but look up and said. Su Qiubai smiled lightly and didn't say anything, but looked out the window. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the entire East China Sea was completely shrouded in heavy rain, just like the mood of many people at the moment. The reason why he did not agree to the small request was because Su Qiubai knew that the Xiao family would never let it go, and what he really needed to face when he came to Donghai City would come next. However, although he didn't say it, Su Qiubai said something to Xiao Xiao in his heart. No matter how strong the storm is, I will always be there to protect you. The facts were exactly as he thought. The entire Xiao family was in a state of despair because of Xiao Yun's matter. Chapter 44. You forced me. When Fang Chunyu saw Xiao Yun in the hospital ward, he was stunned for a long time before realizing that this was his son. Especially when she heard the doctor say that even if she recovered, she would be just a vegetable. She felt like the sky was falling. There were many people from the Xiao family standing outside the ward, and more people kept coming. The bodyguards knelt on the ground, trembling with fear and not daring to speak. I'll ask you one last time. Did Yuner really jump down by herself? Taking a deep breath, Fang Chunyu looked at the people kneeling on the ground and asked in a cold voice. The bodyguard didn't dare to delay any longer and almost cried. It's absolutely true. Everyone inside saw it. The young master jumped down on his own. The gang had already left by then. This was the third time the bodyguard had said this. Although he knew that the fate of his group would not be good, if he continued to talk nonsense, he would be completely finished. After hearing this, Fang Chunyu fell silent. She was waiting for Xiao Xiaowen to come back. Her son was treated so badly by someone. If the other person is still alive in this world, she will never be able to swallow this. The silence lasted for about 10 minutes before hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. As expected, it was Xiao Xiaowen who came. After hearing that Xiao Yun jumped off the building, he stayed for a long time. When he rushed to the hospital, he had already imagined many possible outcomes, but he still did not expect that Xiao Yun would become a vegetable. Fang Chunyu didn't say anything this time. She knew that she was not the only one who loved her son. Xiao Xiaowen did too. Sure enough, soon the face of this big brother who was a big shot in Donghai City no longer showed any trace of sadness. Who did it? Su Xiaoxiao's brother. Xiao Xiaowen asked Fang Chunyu with a cold face. Without hesitation, he nodded, but Fang Chunyu frowned again. But for some reason, all these people said that Yuner jumped from the building by herself. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiaowen was not moved at all after hearing this. None of this matters. Since he dared to do this to Yuner, he must know that the Xiao family is a cannibalistic family. I'll call the second brother right away and have him arrested. After all, he's already assaulted someone. Besides, after just a little thought, Xiao Xiaowen had already made all the plans. His purpose was very clear. Only when both Su Qiubai and his sister died could his anger be appeased. Su Qiubai didn't know that the attack over there was more fierce than he thought, or he didn't expect that the Xiao family would be so reckless. At this moment, outside Su Xiaoxiao's ward, someone no one expected came. It was not until Su Qiubai saw Su Xiaoxiao fall asleep and came out of the room that he realized Gu Zhanchuan had been waiting for him for a long time. When he saw Su Qiubai coming out, his slightly embarrassed face suddenly became anxious. Mr. Su. He only had time to say these 3 words before Su Qiubai turned around and left without giving him a chance to speak. Mr. Su, please don't go. We can talk it out. Gu Zhanchuan was almost crying and went straight over to block Su Qiubai. Little did he know that his behavior really surprised Huang Long. Of course he knew this person. It was he who kicked him out when they were racing on Kangzhuang Avenue last time. He was so arrogant back then. What the hell is he doing now? Why are you looking for me? Su Qiubai stopped and asked coldly. Gu Zhanchuan's expression turned even uglier, and he tried his best to force a smile. Well, our master wants to invite you to his home as a guest. Fuck it, I'm not going. Without hesitation, Su Qiubai said directly, and then sat on a chair in the corridor. Gu Zhanchuan's smile completely froze, and his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Mr. Su, the 2 doctors you hired last time. He had no choice but to move forward. Although his family had told him several times before he left not to mention seeing a doctor, he still couldn't help it when he really saw Su Qiubai. You know, Gu Qingya's illness has become a scourge for the Gu family. Now that there is finally a glimmer of hope, it was ruined by himself. If he couldn't get Su Qiubai back, he would even think of dying to atone for his sins. As a result, Su Qiubai stood up just before he finished saying this. Nonsense. They're not doctors at all. They're just 2 old liars. Besides, you guys should figure out how to treat your young lady's illness yourselves. How can a taxi driver like me be able to help? His sudden serious look made Gu Zhanchuan stunned. Not only that, even the 2 little girls and Huang Long over there widened their eyes. What are these 2 talking about? It seems like a lot of fun. Gu Zhanchuan watched Su Qiubai sit down again, not knowing where to put his big hands. Finally, he scratched his head and continued to move forward. Mr. Su, this is all my fault. You can ask me to kneel down, but our young lady is innocent. Please save her. After all, he was an upright man, so Gu Zhanchuan had no idea why Su Qiubai was like this, and he was just still a little angry about his attitude at that time. Mr. Su, let's talk somewhere else. I'm here to invite you on behalf of the Gu family. To show our sincerity, we will do our best to help you with the Xiao family's affairs. Seeing that Su Qiubai was still silent, Gu Zhanchuan couldn't help but speak again. Looking up at him, Su Kebeiji continued to remain silent. Based on Gu Zhanchuan's attitude last time, he could completely ignore the Gu family's request. But Gu Qingya was indeed innocent, but Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing both made it very clear that they would never treat Gu Qingya again. So at this moment, he is struggling with this matter. But Gu Zhanchuan didn't know. He thought Su Qiubai was still angry, so he continued anxiously. Mr. Su, I can tell you what the Xiao family is going to do. I can even help you fight, as long as you save our young lady. Seeing that the man was about to cry, Su Qiubai felt embarrassed to refuse. So after saying something to Huang Long and his young roommate, he left the hospital with Gu Zhanchuan. The two of them found a small tea house nearby, and after sitting down, he planned to inquire about the situation in detail. It turned out that there was nothing wrong after Gu Qingya went back last time. But at night, he suddenly felt his body burning hot, which frightened the old man. He invited a doctor from the capital overnight. After a long examination, the doctor actually said that Gu Qingya's condition was getting better. Several acupuncture points that had been silent in the past seemed to suddenly come alive. This made the entire Gu family very excited, and Gu Qingya suddenly remembered that that was the place where Hua Tuo had given acupuncture. Upon hearing this and finding out that it was Gu Zhanchuan who drove away the two miracle doctors, the old man almost skinned him alive and gave him a death order. If he couldn't invite Su Qiubai and the two miracle doctors into the Gu family, he would never be allowed to come back. That night, Gu Zhanchuan went to Qinghe, but found that Su Qiubai was not there. He received the news that he had come to Donghai, so Gu Zhanchuan went to find him again. Su Qiubai didn't intend to make things difficult for him, but he was not sure about the work with the two old men. He could only say that he would go to the Gu family as soon as possible to help Gu Qingya with his illness. After hearing this, Gu Zhanchuan was overjoyed. Ever since he realized that he had destroyed the young lady's hope of survival, he really wanted to stab himself to death. Now that everything was fine, he felt relaxed and immediately remembered his previous promise. He put on a serious face and began to introduce the strength of the Xiao family to Su Qiubai. On the other side, Xiao Xiuwen, who was already waiting to put Su Qiubai in jail, suddenly received a call from his brother. Brother, there's no way to catch that kid. After hearing this, Xiao Xiuwen frowned. Why? Someone above us disagrees. Besides, there is indeed no evidence to prove that he was the one who pushed Yun'er down. Besides, the Gu family also asked for help. The voices of Xiao Xiuwen and his brother were also depressed. Their Xiao family had never encountered such a frustrating thing before, and the other party was actually a taxi driver. After asking his brother a few more questions, Xiao Xiuwen hung up the phone. Fang Chunyu immediately called her parents home, but after a while, she received the same news as before. Someone is helping Su Qiubai, and that person is extremely capable. The couple realized at the same time that they seemed to be in big trouble this time. But soon, a hint of madness flashed in Xiao Xiuwen's eyes. Since it's impossible to do it openly, I can only resolve this matter according to the code of conduct. Yun'er's revenge must be avenged. Thinking of this, he dialed the number he had prepared long ago and informed everyone to proceed according to the plan. Su Qiubai didn't know that the Xiao family's revenge plan had run into trouble. After talking with Gu Zhanchuan for a long time, he drove to Hua Tuo again, but just like before, when he heard that he wanted to treat Gu Qingya, he firmly disagreed. Su Qiubai kept asking for a long time, and finally Hua Tuo relented and gave him a medical book, telling him to read it himself and then treat the patient after he had learned it. The old driver was dumbfounded at the time. I talked for so long just for your medical book? Fortunately, no one else heard what he said. If they had heard it, they would definitely be furious. Are you fucking crazy? That's Hua Tuo's medical book. It's something that's been lost throughout history, and you don't want it. Helplessly taking the medical book, Su Qiubai calculated that it was getting late, so he drove back again. He originally thought that Su Xiao should have woken up by now, but when he went upstairs, he found that the ward was empty. When I came out again, I met Zhang Wen and Xiaoli who were running over in a hurry. Both of them were pale, and their voices were shaking when they spoke. Brother Su, some people just came. They said they were doctors doing an examination and took Xiao away. They also kidnapped Huang Long. Hearing these words, Su Qiubai felt as if his head was buzzing. By the way, they also said to give this to you. As she spoke, Xiaoli was holding a piece of paper tremblingly. Su Qiubai unfolded it and saw a sentence written on it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Dongko Lane is a dangerous place. Taking a deep breath, Su Qiubai was sure that it was the Xiao family who did it, because this afternoon, Gu Zhanchuan had said that the dangerous place in Dongko Lane was the headquarters of the Xiao family. Clutching the note in his hand, Su Qiubai's eyes flashed with a cold light and a hint of determination. Xiao family, don't blame me. You forced me to do this. Afterwards, Su Qiubai went straight to Liangshan. Chapter 45, Panic. Su Qiubai left the hospital in the heavy rain, drove to a quieter street, and directly opened the shuttle channel. Gu Zhanchuan had already told him today that because the Xiao family's businesses were all taken away in the early years, Dongko Lane was the most chaotic street in Donghai. There were all kinds of people there, doing all kinds of things. But unfortunately, it has been under the control of the Xiao family for so many years. It is conceivable that the Xiao family must have some unknown power, and those are their trump cards in the Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair. When talking about this, Gu Zhanchuan specifically said that if you want to go into a dangerous place, remember to notify the Gu family, and they will definitely do their best to help Su Qiubai. However, despite saying so, Su Qiubai didn't have such thoughts at all. A den of dragons and tigers? The Xiao family's trump card? Haha, the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly demons will be afraid of your dangerous places. Dongko Lane, wait to be demolished. No matter what trump card he has, this time he will be completely wiped out. As soon as he thought of this, his eyes blurred and Su Qiubai disappeared into the street. On the other side, in Dongko Lane, the news that the young master of the Xiao family had jumped off the building spread everywhere. Over the years, no one knew better than the people living here what kind of abilities the Xiao family had. It is no exaggeration to say that in Dongko Lane, the Xiao family is the king, especially the building with the words Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair hanging on it. All the power of the Xiao family is hidden inside. Along with the news of Xiao Yun jumping off the building, there was another piece of news. That is, Xiao Yun was actually forced to jump off the building, and the other party was just a taxi driver. After hearing this, everyone said that the taxi driver must be tired of living. The Xiao family has been entrenched in the East China Sea for so long that even they themselves don't remember what it feels like to be provoked. Therefore, for such things, Xiao Xiuan would definitely not care about any consequences, especially since the other party was hurting his own son. Sure enough, later on, there were rumors that the Xiao family had arrested the driver's sister and brother, and it was estimated that the feud would be settled tonight. In a bar on the street, several people gathered together drinking and watching the heavy rain outside. He's dead. There will definitely be another body by the river tomorrow. Of course he's dead. Who would have a good ending if they provoked the Xiao family? Besides, Xiao Xiuan led people directly into a dangerous place. If that kid dares to come, he will definitely die. They should come, right? After all, they are his sister and his brother. That's hard to say, but I hope you don't come. If you come, you'll die. At this moment, similar conversations were taking place in many places in Dongko Lane. Some people even opened a special betting platform to bet on whether Su Qiubai would come. Similarly, in the tallest building in Dongko Lane, Xiao Xiuan looked at the heavy rain and narrowed his eyes slightly. Sixth brother, will that kid come? After a while, his voice was heard, but he did not turn around. I don't know, but if he comes, the Gu family will definitely come too. The person who spoke was a very strong-looking man, who was sitting on the sofa behind Xiao Xiuan, spinning a Li knife in his hand. Come on, I want to see if the Gu family can get out of this dangerous place alive. At the end of his words, Xiao Xiuan's eyes suddenly fixed. In fact, from the very beginning, the Xiao family set up this trap for the Gu family. Because of Gu Qingya's illness, Old Man Gu directly said that whoever dared to touch Su Qiubai would be against the Gu family. If it were any other time, Xiao Xiuan would definitely give way. After all, the Gu family is the largest family in the East China Sea. But this time, he couldn't back down, because the one who was hurt was his own son. If he couldn't even protect his own son, how could he, Xiao Xiuan, convince the people? That's why he brought Su Xiao and Huang Long into this building. Ostensibly, it was for Su Qiubai, but in fact he didn't take Su Qiubai seriously at all. From the beginning to the end, he thought that it was the Gu family who was helping Su Qiubai, so he always regarded the Gu family as his opponent. In fact, he had no idea that even the Gu family didn't know what Su Qiubai's trump card was. Xiao Xiuan's idea also led to him being destined to encounter the biggest pit in his life from the very beginning. On the other side, in a house not far from Dongko Lane, a large group of people from the Gu family had gathered. Even Gu Qingya's father, Gu Qianshan, was there. Zhanchuan, are you sure that Su Qiubai's brother has such terrifying strength? Just now, Gu Zhanchuan recounted the scene of his meeting Wu Song. Everyone who heard it was shocked, and then found it unbelievable. Perhaps I have underestimated him. Although I haven't fought him, I can be sure. His aura is even stronger than that of the two Tua. Gu Zhanchuan's expression seemed very serious. As for the Tu Dao he mentioned, he was a very famous mercenary abroad, and his ranking in the world was also very high. If Gu Qinshan's expression was slightly relaxed before, then after hearing this, his whole body felt tense. He knew very well what kind of strength Tu Dao had. If that person really had the same strength as Tu Dao, he should be able to protect Su Qiubai and get him out of this dangerous situation. We'll act accordingly. If Su Qiubai really brings his brother along, we'll just have to assist him. Finally, after taking a deep breath, Gu Qinshan made a decision. But the Xiao family also has a trump card. Wouldn't Su Qiubai be in danger? Gu Zhanchuan hesitated after hearing this. After all, everything they did was to ensure Su Qiubai's safety. If something happened to Su Qiubai, it would be useless. However, Gu Qinshan did not give any answer to his question. He had his own thoughts in his mind. If he was really a master like Tu Dao, he wondered if there was a chance for him to follow their Gu family. Of course, these ideas are just Gu Qinshan's own thoughts. If Su Qiubai knew about this, he would definitely sneer at it. I want my brother to work for your family. What a joke. Your Gu family is powerful, but can you compare with Liangshan Marsh? As for Su Qiubai, he had no idea that the entire Dongkou Lane was in a state of panic. At this moment, in the gathering hall of Liangshan, he watched a group of heroes in front of him arguing fiercely. Because the taxi can only seat 5 people at most, and these heroes are all quite big, so it is difficult for 4 people to fit in. Su Qiubai had to drive again, so he could only bring 3 down the mountain. I heard clearly that they went down the mountain to fight, especially since Brother Su's sister was kidnapped by the bad guys. This immediately made the heroes furious. Brother Su's sister is our sister. How dare someone kidnap our sister? This is no different from signing a life and death book. So for these 3 places, a group of people were fighting fiercely. The 2 people who have been confirmed are Wu Song and Lin Cheng. Then, for the last seat, Lu Zhishan and Li Kuei almost fought, and Li Kuei even took out his axe. Seeing his brothers in such a mess, Song Jiang felt embarrassed. In fact, he didn't say it out loud, but he also wanted to go down the mountain. Su Qiubai also had a headache and didn't know what to do. As it happened, at this moment, Wu Yong on the side suddenly muttered to himself, "If only this car could be bigger." His words made Su Qiubai suddenly enlightened. Anyway, the navigation was tied to his body, so wouldn't it be very convenient to change to a bigger car? So after leaving a message, he ran out and drove directly to find Yo Baiwan. Because he often transports goods, he knows many truck drivers. Everything went smoothly. Su Qiubai borrowed a heavy truck and drove it back to Liangshan. Seeing that a big guy had been replaced, the heroes were happy. No one fought or robbed anymore. After picking 20 people to enter the carriage, the truck went down the mountain. The rain in Donghai City was getting heavier and heavier. When it was almost dusk, everyone packed up their stalls, but they didn't close the doors yet and waited, looking in the direction of the building every once in a while. Everyone was getting ready and waiting for the taxi driver. Many people seemed to have seen his end, but no one would have imagined that in the heavy truck that Su Qiubai was about to drive into Dongkou Lane, there was such a terrifying power. Chapter 46. What is in the carriage? Here I come. There was only the sound of rain on the street, but then someone shouted, and people on both sides of the street immediately looked into the distance. The Xiao family had already announced during the day that this street was closed tonight. Don't go out unless necessary to avoid accidental injury. This made everyone understand that the Xiao family was serious about this, so the long street that was extremely bustling during the day was now empty, and everyone was in the shops on both sides. The sound of car engines was very noticeable in the heavy rain. But this doesn't seem to be a taxi. When everyone was feeling confused, they suddenly saw a black truck. Is this the wrong way? Wasn't that guy a taxi driver? Why is he a truck driver now? No one knew what was going on. Even Xiao Xiuwen, who was standing in the building watching this side motionlessly, didn't know why Su Qiubai drove a truck in and frowned. Where did he get a truck? And who were the helpers he had in there? Xiao Xiuwen had already investigated clearly that Su Qiubai came here in a taxi, so even he was a little surprised by the truck. I don't know. Could it be someone from the Gu family? It was still the sturdy man from the daytime. His name was Wan Xiuyang, and he was the person in charge of the dangerous area of the Xiao family. It's possible, but how many people can fit in such a large truck? Could it be that the Gu family has sent out elite forces? Xiao Xiuwen's heart became more solemn. After a pause, he asked Wan Xiuyang, "Are they back?" "They're back. All 10 of them are here," Wan Xiuyang said without hesitation. This made Xiao Xiuwen feel a lot more at ease. As long as all 10 of them were there tonight, there was no need to worry about the Gu family being able to escape safely from this dangerous place. Xiao Xiaowen is still worried about the Gu family, but he doesn't know that the Gu family is also very curious about this truck. Did you see clearly? How many people are sitting in the cab? Staring at the boy in front of him, Gu Zhanchuan was very nervous. When he thought that the scary guy on Kongzhuang Avenue last time might appear again tonight, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Look carefully. There are 3 people in the cockpit, including Su Qiubai. The boy who was inquiring about the news also knew that what happened tonight was very important, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. 3 people? What's in that car? Gu Qianshan couldn't help but speak at this time. He really couldn't understand why Su Qiubai drove a truck. It would be inconvenient if he wanted to run away. I don't know. The carriage door is locked. The boy shook his head. The room suddenly fell silent, and everyone, including Gu Zhanchuan, was looking at Gu Qianshan, waiting for his decision. Su Qiubai has arrived, and it is time for them to take action. But who knew that after hesitating for a long time, Gu Qianshan suddenly looked up and said, "Everyone, don't take any action yet. Let's see what happens first. Then listen to my orders." His words made Gu Zhanchuan a little anxious, but in the end he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Although he knew that Wu Song was extremely powerful and Su Qiubai was no ordinary person, it would definitely not be easy for the 2 of them to break into such a dangerous place. But Gu Qianshan had already given the order, so he had no choice but to do so. He could only hope in his heart that Su Qiubai could hold on for a while and wait for help from their Gu family. The truck on the long street finally drove towards the building and stopped directly at the main entrance. It was already dark at this time. The lights were on at the door of the building, but there was no one in sight. It looked solemn and depressing in the rain. Then, under the watchful eyes of the spies around, Su Qiubai jumped out of the car. There were 2 other people in the cockpit. One was Wu Song and the other was Lin Cheng. The 2 men were like 2 demon gods, except that Wu Song was not as strong as Lin Cheng, but his eyes were full of coldness. Do you think it will be easy to be the instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards? How strong Lin Cheng is can be seen from the fact that no one has ever competed with him for this position. His strength and prestige are extraordinary. After the 3 people got off the car, Su Qiubai glanced at the towering building next to him. A trace of hostility flashed in his eyes, and then he walked towards the back of the car. After unlocking the carriage door, he did not open it, and the heroes inside did not come out. This was something they had discussed before. Su Qiubai left a mobile phone in the carriage. When his call came, the heroes could get off the train. Otherwise, if a group of people rushed in directly, Su Qiubai was worried that the Xiao family would do something uncontrollable in a hurry. After giving Wu Song and Lin Cheng a look, the 3 of them walked towards the entrance of the building, Su Qiubai in the middle and the other 2 on each side. Xiao Xiaowen upstairs naturally knew that Su Qiubai had arrived. He was a little puzzled to see that Su Qiubai and his 2 companions dared to enter such a dangerous situation. Why didn't I see anyone from the Gu family? Could it be that they hadn't come at all? Or were they inside the carriage? You know, everything he prepared tonight was to deal with the Gu family. There was no one from the Gu family at the moment, which made Xiao Xiaowen feel a little bored. It was just Su Qiubai and 2 thugs he found on the roadside, which was really boring. Then, with the last bit of fear and caution, he asked Wan Shuyang to send someone to the carriage after Su Qiubai entered the building to see what secrets were hidden inside. After saying this, Xiao Xiaowen turned around and started to go downstairs. Since Su Qiubai is here, he has to settle the score with him first. His son will become a vegetable for the rest of his life, and he won't believe that this taxi driver didn't do anything wrong. After Su Qiubai, Wu Song and Lin Cheng entered the building. The door was suddenly closed, and the rolling shutter was pulled down. Wu Song's eyes narrowed, and Su Qiubai asked him to calm down. In the time it took to finish this sentence, the scene in front of him suddenly became much brighter, and the entire hall was brilliantly lit. Just opposite the 3 of them, there were a lot of people standing there, some holding steel pipes and some holding machetes. Judging by a casual glance, there were at least 100 of them, not to mention that there were still people coming down the escalator. No one spoke. Su Qiubai was waiting. He knew that someone from the Xiao family would definitely come out and would definitely not kill him without saying a word. Sure enough, in just about a minute, Xiao Xiaowen brought Wan Shuyang downstairs, while Su Qiubai was surrounded. "Are you Su Qiubai?" After standing still, Xiao Xiaowen stared at the person opposite and asked, "Where are my sister and Huang Long?" Su Qiubai didn't answer at all, but asked directly in a cold voice. He came here today to save people, which can be seen from the fact that he drove a truck to Liangshan, so he really has no mood to chat here. They will be down soon, don't worry. None of you can leave here tonight. Xiao Xiaowen sneered. Soon, Su Xiaoxiao and Huang Long were brought down. Although their mouths were blocked, they looked fine. "Tell me, what are you going to do?" Xiao Xiaowen raised his head and looked at Su Qiubai and asked. In fact, he had long been unable to suppress the urge to take action, but because Wan Xiaoyang had already sent people out to check the carriage, he deliberately delayed for a while. At this moment, just outside the building, a man was running towards the black truck stealthily. When he saw that it was not locked, he was delighted. Then he slowly reached out and opened the door. However, he only had time to open a small gap, and suddenly a big hand stretched out from inside and grabbed his throat, then dragged him directly into the carriage, and then the door was closed again. Many people saw this scene, and everyone felt a chill down their spine. Could it be that there is a ghost in this car? None of the spies dared to hesitate and quickly passed the news back, but the accounts were different. Anyway, no one knew what was in the carriage until now. Wan Xiaoyang also received the news quickly. He frowned and walked towards Xiao Xiuwen, then told him in his ear. Xiao Xiuwen's anger, which was about to burst out, suddenly calmed down a lot. He asked Wan Xiaoyang to send someone to check again, and the look he gave Su Qiubai was different again. Boy, do you think you can leave this dangerous place tonight? He suddenly grinned and asked. Su Qiubai also laughed, as if this question was a problem. How funny. Your Xiao family put up a sign saying this is a den of dragons and tigers. So this is really a den of dragons and tigers? Then if you hang a Lingxiao palace, do I have to call you your majesty when I come in? Damn it. Just wait for the demolition. After cursing inwardly, Su Qiubai said, You're mentally ill. Then, Xiao Xiuwen was stunned. He had been in the underworld for decades, so how could he curse at someone at this time? Shouldn't he just say polite words? Then he felt that his brain was congested and his eyes were red. But just when he was about to take action, Wan Xiaoyang suddenly sent another message. The second person who came to inquire about the news was dragged into the carriage again. Chapter 47 Brothers Take Action. This sentence made Xiao Xiuwen swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. The Gu family had not shown up yet. According to their style, they would definitely not hide in the carriage. If I were going to come out, I would have come out long ago. What the hell is hidden in that carriage? Could it be that Su Qiubai is the one behind all this? For no reason, he suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. He had been on guard against the Gu family from the beginning to the end, but he had never investigated what this taxi driver did. Many images appeared in my mind in an instant. Dozens of sports cars roared in from Xinjiang City overnight. The hospital suddenly turned against him, and then his own son jumped from the building inexplicably. Could it be that the Gu family is helping him? Damn, even the Gu family can't do it. At this moment, Xiao Xiuwen finally realized what a stupid mistake he had made. From the very beginning, what he should have been most wary of was this kid's anger and revenge, not the damn Gu family. Thinking of this, he actually broke out in cold sweat on his back. Just like he himself said, after decades of wandering in the martial arts world, he, Xiao Xiuwen, had never known what fear meant. But today, before he even started, he actually felt powerless. Wan Xiaoyang on the side probably noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Xiuwen, so he stepped forward and patted him lightly. The entire hall fell into complete silence at this time. No one understood why the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Moreover, the kid opposite was so arrogant and called his boss an idiot, but Xiao Xiuwen actually endured it. What is going on? Xiao Xiuwen quickly calmed himself down and forced himself to rekindle his fighting spirit. Then he asked Wan Xiaoyang for the third time to arrange for someone to find out the news inside the carriage. This time, he deliberately added a sentence, sending one of the 10 people over. After everything was arranged, he looked at Su Qiubai again. Su Qiubai probably guessed what was going on. He himself felt sorry for Xiao Xiuwen. Why did you send people to the carriage when there was nothing wrong? Isn't this like heaven has a road, but you don't take it? Hell has no door, but you break in? I was thinking if I let those people in the car come out, it would be too exaggerated. But in the end, you just kept moving forward. Shaking his head secretly, Su Qiubai glanced at Su Xiaoxiao. In fact, the biggest reason why he hasn't taken action until now is that Xiaoxiao and Huanglong make him a little worried. In addition, seeing that they haven't suffered any hardship, this also makes him feel much more at ease, so he is not so anxious. There was no sound in the hall anymore, and Xiao Xiuwen no longer had any idea of delaying time. He was just waiting for them to find out what was in the truck. Outside the truck, a man in a black windbreaker had already walked up to the side of the car. His name is Xiao Jiao, and he is also the biggest secret that has allowed the Xiao family to control Dongkou Lane for so many years. All 10 of them are stronger than Gu Zhanchuan. They usually help the Xiao family do some very dangerous business and rarely get together. And this time, I heard that they were going to deal with the Gu family, so all 10 of them came back together. He was already fully prepared to take action, but suddenly he asked me to come over and see what was in the truck outside the building. This made Xiao Jiao very strange, especially Wan Xiaoyang's words that we must be extremely careful. What a joke, he knows best what he has experienced. In Donghai City, apart from those limited few people, is there any other danger that is worth his extreme caution? So, when he reached the carriage door, he grabbed the handle and opened it directly. Almost at the same time, a rough voice sounded. Haha. Come in. Grandpa has been waiting for you for a long time. Then a big hand grabbed Xiao. Without thinking too much, he dodged to the side and was about to retreat, but another hand reached out. After being caught, Xiao tried to break free, but the hand was so powerful that he couldn't resist at all and was directly pulled in. Then, the car door closed again. Xiao on this side heard the same news for the third time, and his face turned pale. Even Xiao would be caught. It seems, tonight is destined to be a fierce battle. Taking a deep breath, Wan Xiaoyang asked him if he wanted to send someone else to check it out, but Xiao refused. Since even Xiao couldn't figure out what was in there, letting others go in would be tantamount to committing suicide. What's more, he has realized that he is restless at this time. If something like this happens again, he might go crazy before he even takes action. So, trying hard to regain his previous feeling, Xiao looked at Su Qiubai. Since you're already here, don't even think about leaving. Get started. As he shouted the last two words, the thugs who had been ready to take action in the hall rushed over together. Su Qiubai and the other two had known that this would happen, so they had prepared for a long time in advance. Now, when they saw the thugs rushing over, they rushed towards them in three directions at the same time. Originally, Xiao always thought that although Wu Song and Lin Chong looked very powerful, they were probably just physically strong. But after this fight, he knew he was wrong. Just like Su Qiubai said, he was a complete idiot. Wu Song's hands were like steel pliers, and he grabbed the steel pipe as it swung towards him. Then, with a seemingly light flick, the man flew out, and the steel pipe in his hand was broken into two pieces. The whole person was like a tiger coming down the mountain. His fists were so powerful that he quickly knocked down a group of people. If Wu Song is a ferocious tiger, then Lin Chong is a flying eagle. Every move he makes is extremely sharp, and it seems as if he has a pair of eyes on his back. He can easily dodge any sneak attack and then defeat the enemy with one move. These two people made Xiao and Wan Xiaoyang panic. They had been hiding their elite forces and the 10 people up there, intending to use them at the critical moment. But now they couldn't help but send them out. Because the situation was really out of control, these ordinary thugs were beaten so badly that they had no power to fight back. To say that they were defeated with ease would be an exaggeration. Even Su Qiubai, who was not in their calculations at all, was extraordinary. Although his 3 punches and 2 kicks seemed a bit strange, he could always knock people down. If someone had told Xiao before this that the thugs prepared by their Xiao family could be easily defeated by 3 people, he would definitely say that it was bullshit. But today, this fart exploded right in front of his eyes, and he couldn't even open his eyes. Su Qiubai was also stunned. On the one hand, it was because of his own strength, and on the other hand, it was because of the terrifying Wu Song and Lin Chong. This was also the first time he saw these heroes fighting. No wonder they all went to Liangshan. Everyone was afraid of such skills. He watched secretly for a long time and found that no one could withstand even a single move from these 2 men. Fortunately, there were more people on the opposite side. If there were fewer, the battle would probably be over by now. He felt inexplicably relaxed, just when he was wondering if he didn't need to let other people in. Xiao over there finally sent out the last of the Xiao family's strength. Suddenly, more than 100 men in black clothes came down from the escalator upstairs, and there were 9 others wearing windbreakers. Their aura was different from before. After these people joined the battle, the situation clearly showed signs of easing. Wu Song was gradually surrounded, and so was Lin Chong. There were indeed too many people on the other side. After a sigh of relief, Xiao's eyes turned cold again. All his cards have been revealed. These people are the reason why the Xiao family has been able to occupy Dongkou Lane for many years. Although I don't know where Su Qiubai got these 2 terrifying helpers from, there shouldn't be any mistakes this time. Contrary to what Xiao thought, Wu Song and Lin Chong did not feel any pressure. The 2 of them were fighting fiercely. Normally, there would be no chance for such a fight. They had to take advantage of the situation while those beasts outside hadn't come in yet. They didn't feel tired, but Su Qiubai felt tired. Damn, the majority bullies the minority, right? Wait. A thought flashed through his mind, and Su Qiubai jumped out of the encirclement. Then he called the person outside who was already waiting anxiously. Brothers, take action. Almost at the same time, he hung up the phone. Loud laughter came from the truck outside, and the door was pushed open. Chapter 48, It's Really Lively. In the lobby on the first floor, Xiao saw from a distance that Su Qiubai was hiding in a corner and making a quick phone call. I suddenly felt uneasy. This was all the power of the Xiao family. Could it be? Just as I was thinking about this, suddenly there was a loud knocking sound. No one noticed the first few sounds, but soon everyone noticed them. When I turned around, I heard the sound of the rolling shutter door being pulled down. What's going on? Is someone knocking on this thing outside? Are they planning to rush in? Xiao Xiaowen didn't understand what was going on, but Wu Song and Lin Chong certainly knew why the rolling shutter door kept making noises. It must be those beasts coming in. At that moment, the two of them hurriedly used the last bit of time to enjoy themselves, otherwise they would have no chance to take action later. The people inside the building had no idea what was happening outside, while the spies in the dark were all stunned. No one could believe what they saw. Who the hell are those dark crowds? Some were carrying big swords, some were holding Zen staffs, and some were even holding maces. Especially at this moment, there was a big man with chest hair standing in front of the rolling shutter door, holding a pair of large axes in each hand. His hair and beard grew together, and his appearance was so black that it was difficult to see clearly. While shouting, he actually used an axe to chop the big iron gate. Is this an act? Or a joke? When my mind was a little confused, the next moment, I felt cold all over. Because the big man actually used an axe to chop the rolling shutter door open. Bro, that's a rolling door. Can you imagine someone using an axe to chop it open? In the lobby of the building, everyone suddenly heard a thunder-like sound. Open it for Grandpa. Then, the rolling shutter door, which was said to be able to withstand so much impact, was split open. You useless bastard, get out of the way. You can't even open the iron door after all this time. Then, another bell-like sound rang out, and then the big iron bull was pushed away. Two hands took advantage of the small crack opened by the axe, and actually tore it open with their hands. Xiao Xiaowen's mind went blank. He didn't quite understand what was going on. Was there anyone in this world who could tear down a rolling door with their bare hands? If Su Qiubai heard this, he would definitely ask him back, is there anyone in this world who can uproot a weeping willow tree? You killed Jin Guanxi with 3 punches. Do you think Hua Hashang is joking with you? Sure enough, as soon as he saw the iron gate being torn open, Lu Zhishan laughed loudly and came in carrying a Zen stick. His bald head looked bigger than a basketball, and the rosary on his chest swayed. This scene had already left Xiao Xiaowen dumbfounded, but then, one after another, people with hideous faces walked in from the broken iron gate. Those who had started the fight earlier slowly retreated, and the people on both sides looked at each other from a distance of about 10 meters. Whoever kidnapped my sister, stand up right here. When everyone rushed in, Lu Zhishan couldn't wait to pick up his Zen stick and start fighting. At this time, Xiao Xiaowen on the opposite side felt that his brain was not enough. He could not remember any of his previous plans and intentions. Who are you anyway? Relying on the last bit of Xiao family's eldest brother's demeanor, Xiao Xiaowen looked at the opposite side and asked. Su Qiubai was originally thinking about what to say. After all, if others knew that these guys came from Liangshan, it would definitely be a mess. Who would have known that as soon as Xiao Xiaowen finished speaking, Li Kuei, holding a pair of axes, shouted, I am your grandfather, and then rushed forward. The excitement in his eyes scared the opponents so much that they all took a step back. Seeing Li Kuei rushing forward, the heroes behind him were unwilling to stand still. They pounced on the crowd on the opposite side like wolves and tigers. The scene at this moment is extremely weird. There were clearly only about 20 people on the opposite side, and there were at least 200 or 300 people on this side. But no matter how you looked at it, you could feel that Su Qiubai's side had overwhelming momentum. When we see the two sides fighting, it's like a wolf among sheep and a tiger leaving the forest. What elite forces, what 10 trump cards, it's all a fucking joke. Can you imagine what it's like to break down a wall with a Zen staff? A fist hitting you is like a 1,000-pound boulder, and a slap in the face can knock out all your teeth. This is the feeling of Xiao Xiaowen's thugs. Usually they like this kind of job where the majority bullies the minority the most, as they can bully others by taking advantage of their power and make a lot of money. But now, I have hundreds more people than them. As a result, some people started crying because they hid in the corner with their legs weak and dared not get up just because Li Kuei glared at them with an axe. These aren't people at all, they're a bunch of monsters. And they're monsters that kill without blinking an eye. Fortunately, Su Qiubai warned them many times before leaving, and Song Jiang also kept telling them not to kill anyone. Otherwise, the Xiao family's dangerous place would definitely be a river of blood, but unlike usual, this time it would be their own blood. Brother, let's go. Wan Xiaoyang's legs went weak as he watched the people below, especially the hundreds of brothers. Now there were only a dozen or so left standing, and they looked like they would lie on the ground and pretend to be dead if anyone like Wu Song dared to come over. This was not the script that was arranged from the beginning. Even if the Gu family came. No, even if the other 3 major families came together, it would definitely not be like this. In this situation, The plot is definitely out of place. It's basically a massacre. Huang Long over there looked confused. After being caught, they were worried that Su Qiubai would suffer a great loss in order to save them. How could he possibly defeat the entire Xiao family alone? Just an hour ago, the thugs guarding them said that if Su Qiubai dared to come to this dangerous place, he would be killed to pieces. As a result, the people who said this just now collectively closed their eyes and lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. Su Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, as long as her brother was not in any danger. Huang Long, on the other hand, was so excited that even though he was tied to a pillar, he couldn't wait to go up and join in the fight. I was even more convinced of my own vision. Following a boss like this, there is a future. After hearing Wan Xiaoyang's words, Xiao Xiuwen came back to his senses from his dazed state and hurriedly followed Wan Xiaoyang to leave. As a result, still want to run? Stop right there. A shout rang in my ears, and then an axe flew over and hit the wall in front of me. If Wan Xiaoyang hadn't dodged quickly, his head would have probably been chopped off. Xiao Xiuwen and Wan Xiaoyang on this side were almost scared to death. They were doing business on weekdays, and although it was inevitable that people would be killed, there was nothing they could do about it. But what is this hairy-chested guy? One look at the way he threw the axe showed that he was going to kill someone, and his eyes were full of excitement. At this moment, Xiao Xiuwen and Wan Xiaoyang were completely certain that these people were devils. No one knows what is going on inside the Xiao family's dangerous den. All the forces waiting outside are impatient, especially the actors who got off the truck at the end. Why did they come without removing their makeup? In a bar near the building, dozens of masters were quietly waiting for Gu Qianshan's order, ready to go in and help Su Qiubai at any time. Gu Qianshan, on the other hand, frowned and waited for the next news. His idea tonight was very simple. He must save Su Qiubai, but how could he get the greatest gratitude from him? Of course, he had to rush in when it was most dangerous. After all, the Xiao family is not simple in strength. In order to save Su Qiubai, they might lose a lot of manpower. After paying such a huge price, they must get a reward. Boss, we just got the news that the Xiao family has summoned all the elite forces in the city back to the dangerous place. And even those 10 people are back. Suddenly, a phone call came. After hearing this, Gu Qianshan became anxious. He didn't expect that the Gu family would make such preparations. Su Qiubai must not die, although he already felt something was wrong. Let's go. Set off immediately. Once we get in, we must do everything we can to save Su Qiubai. As soon as these words were spoken, a group of people immediately rushed out of the bar and ran towards the building at the fastest speed. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the door, he heard screams and noises from inside, which made Gu Qianshan even more anxious. He secretly prayed in his heart that nothing happened to Su Qiubai. After rushing through the rolling shutter door, he still hadn't figured out what was going on when Xiao Xiuwen, who was hiding in the corner, started shouting at him. Brother Gu, help. Subconsciously, Gu Qianshan agreed. But then I felt something was wrong. Damn it, I'm not here to save you. Chapter 49, Xiao Xiuwen's Jianghu. At this moment, Xiao Xiuwen didn't care what Gu Qianshan was here for. In the past, although the Gu family members wore smiles and spoke politely on the surface, they actually wished in their hearts that they would all go out and be hit by cars and die. Otherwise, Su Qiubai would not have been targeting the Gu family from the beginning to the end, and all the arrangements were prepared for the Gu family. But today, when he saw Gu Qianshan, he felt like he was seeing his father. Using almost his last bit of strength to stand up from the ground, Xiao Xiuwen rolled and crawled towards Gu Qianshan. In just a distance of a few dozen meters, he felt like he had escaped from hell. But Gu Qianshan here was confused. Is this bastard Xiao Xiuwen crazy? What are you doing here? Do you really think I'm here for you? However, seeing that he had already come over and was pulling his sleeve in embarrassment, Gu Qianshan finally didn't say this. After looking at the situation in the hall, he had a guess in his mind, but he himself found it hard to believe. Not only him, but the rest of the Gu family also saw it clearly. They knew that all the masters of the Xiao family were lying on the ground. Even one of the aces was being held on the forehead by a big man with a mace, and he dared not move. The Xiao family has suffered a huge setback. Indeed, after finally confirming his guess, Gu Qianshan immediately had other thoughts. It seems that from the very beginning, everyone underestimated Su Qiubai's ability. He is 10,000 times more terrifying than imagined. Now that the Xiao family has been turned into this state, if I can save him at this time, maybe the Xiao family will follow the Gu family's lead from now on. You actually have help. You came just in time. Let me show you how powerful Grandpa is. Lu Zhishan was feeling depressed because the Xiao family members were too weak to fight. In just a short while, they were all lying on the ground, but he still hadn't had enough fun. I didn't expect that help would come. He shouted excitedly, and came over directly. Su Qiubai on the other side also saw these people and recognized Gu Zhanchuan among them. He guessed they were from the Gu family, but didn't the Gu family say they would help him? Why did they come to rescue Xiao Xiuan after all this time? It was because of his confusion that he did not stop Lu Zhishan when he saw him rushing forward. On Gu Qinshan's side, he saw a big man rushing towards him, but found that his appearance was not the Wu Song described by Gu Zhanchuan. So he felt relieved and made up his mind to fish in troubled waters. Let Su Qiubai see the strength of his side first, and then save Xiao Xiuan without offending both sides. If Xiao Xiuan knew what Gu Qinshan was thinking at the moment, he would definitely point at his head and call him a lunatic. You think your Gu family is so powerful, right? Please use your brain. My Xiao family's wealth has been destroyed by these people, and you actually want to smooth things over? Especially this bald guy and the hairy guy over there. They are simply like monsters. May Buddha bless you. Gu Qinshan on this side didn't know what Xiao Xiuan was thinking. At his signal, an equally tall bodyguard went up to meet Lu Zhishan, then flew back. The whole process was simple and rough. His fist collided with Lu Zhishan's fist, so this happened. The body fell at Gu Qinshan's feet, and the others discovered that the white bones were broken and exposed at the elbows. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qinshan knew that he had made a wrong decision. But it was too late. Lu Zhishan had already reached in front of him, and Xiao Xiuan was hiding tightly behind him, so only Gu Qinshan had to take this punch. Thinking about the miserable look of the bodyguard lying on the ground after being punched, Gu Qinshan broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Gu Zhanchuan next to him actually took a step forward and met Lu Zhishan's fist. Gu Zhanchuan took several steps back and stopped against the wall. His chest was churning, but he managed to block Lu Zhishan's punch. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Hua Hashang laughed loudly, grabbed Gu Qinshan's collar, and lifted him up high. This scared the Gu family half to death. If Gu Qinshan really fell down, he would probably be seriously injured. They would definitely not be able to report back. But this bald man, who would dare to stop him? Who could stop him? Mr. Su, help. Almost in despair, Gu Zhanchuan shouted with the last glimmer of hope. Su Qiubai heard Gu Zhanchuan's voice and saw that Lu Zhishan had lifted Gu Qinshan up, so he shouted to stop. Hearing Su Qiubai's voice, Lu Zhishan finally did not fall down. Gu Qinshan, who was lifted up by him, felt that his whole body was wet. It was so damn scary. Brother, put him down first. It might be a misunderstanding. Without hesitation, Su Qiubai walked towards here while speaking. He was just untying the ropes for Su Xiao and Huang Long, but he didn't expect that someone almost died. Almost all the people from the Xiao family in the hall had been dealt with, so a group of heroes followed Su Qiubai over. This scene has become an image that the people present will never forget in their lifetime. It's so fucking shocking. I thought this kind of human-like beast only appeared in movies, but I didn't expect to see it here today. No wonder the Xiao family called this place the Dragon's Den and the Tiger's Lair. It turned out that they were prepared for today. Mr. Su, this is really a misunderstanding. We are here to rescue you. Covering his chest, Gu Zhanchuan walked over slowly, his voice full of anxiety. Gu Qinshan, who was still being held above Lu Zhishan's head, also shouted, "Yes, it was just a misunderstanding. We really are here to save you." After listening to what the two people said, Su Qiubai asked Lu Zhishan to let the man go. It was not until his feet touched the ground again that Gu Qinshan felt that this life truly belonged to him. Then, he looked at Xiao Xiuan, who was still hiding among his group, and suddenly felt anger burning from his back. It was because of this idiot's loud shout when he entered the door that I almost fell to death, and the bodyguard also broke an arm. Without hesitation, he immediately had Xiao Xiuan pushed out. Now Gu Qinshan no longer has the desire to reap the benefits, and he even regrets it to death. He cursed himself for being drunk to have such thoughts. He actually wanted Su Qiubai to see the strength of the Gu family, and then save Xiao Xiuan. Isn't this courting death? Mr. Su, it's all because of this bastard. I don't even know him. Just kill him. While Xiao Xiuan was stunned, Gu Qinshan spoke to Su Qiubai seriously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiuan almost vomited blood in anger. I understand you don't want to save me, but what do you mean you don't know me? I'm afraid we're the two of you who know each other best in the whole of Donghai City. But now is not the time to talk about this. Xiao Xiuan is really scared. He was very worried that if the taxi driver really got angry, any one of his brothers would probably break his bones. So, without hesitation, Xiao Xiuan knelt down. Brother Su, everything that happened before was my fault. It was my son Xiao Yun who forced your sister to jump off the building first. Later, I took hostages in the hospital and tried to threaten you. Every wrong has its perpetrators. I am willing to cut off one of my arms to apologize to you. I only hope that you can let my family go. After he finished speaking, before anyone could understand what was happening, Xiao Xiuan had already picked up a machete from the ground and chopped at his left arm without hesitation. In fact, this is the world that Xiao Xiaowen has been in for many years. In the final analysis, it all comes down to strength, and whoever loses must pay the price. It's just that he had always been the winner in the past, but today, he lost. Xiao Xiaowen's words made Gu Qianshan feel a little bit uncomfortable. They had been fighting each other for so many years without any result. Unexpectedly, today, because of a taxi driver, the Xiao family was completely ruined. But no one expected that the machete was kicked away when it was only a few centimeters away from Xiao Xiaowen's arm. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Xiaowen looked up at Su Qiubai. It was he who kicked the knife away. I don't need your arm for anything. Remember, don't mess with me next time. After a serious curse, Su Qiubai ignored him. The reason why he let Xiao Xiaowen go was because he had just asked Su Xiao, and she and Huang Long were fine, which made Su Qiubai feel less angry. Moreover, the Xiao family's spine was almost broken by Su Qiubai tonight, so the revenge has almost been taken. Besides, Xiao will go to school here in the future. After this incident, he is sure that no matter how brave the Xiao family is, they will not dare to provoke Xiao again. That's enough. Taking away his arm would be troublesome. As a result, Xiao Xiaowen on the other side hadn't said anything yet, but Li Kuei became anxious. He grabbed Su Qiubai's arm while holding the axe. Brother, is that all? Tainyo, have just stretched my muscles. How about we take care of these people together too? Following his axe, the faces of the people in the Gu family all changed. Chapter 50 Understanding. Mr. Su, we are really here to save you. Before Su Qiubai could speak, Gu Qianshan quickly said, there is no way. This group of people are so fucking brutal. He would start a fight if he disagreed with someone. And the important thing is that no one could beat him. After he finished speaking, Gu Zhanchuan also said, yes, we really are here to save you. After the two men finished speaking, they looked nervous, and the bodyguards behind them looked almost the same. Under the gaze of the heroes opposite, their bodies were tense. Looking at Li Kuei, Su Qiubai smiled and said, forget it, they are indeed here to help us. Hearing his words, the Gu family over there collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Li Kuei was just the opposite. After hesitating for a moment, he chased after Su Qiubai and asked, brother, are you remembering correctly? I see that these are exactly the same as the one lying on the ground. Who knows what evil thoughts they have in their hearts? If brother doesn't know, it would be much simpler to get rid of them all at once. Looking at Li Kuei's eyes that were as big as copper bells, Su Qiubai was a little stunned. I've heard that Li Kuei is belligerent by nature, and it seems he was right. But he thought again and looked back at the group of heroes behind him. It seemed that none of them were not good at fighting. The Gu family across the street felt their hearts rise to their throats because of Li Kuei's words. Some people even cursed in their hearts. Damn, what do you mean by it's so easy to just get rid of it all at once? You're talking like we're a bunch of cattle. Of course, no one dared to say anything more at this moment. If you angered these ancestors, they would say that you would lose your head, and then you would definitely lose your head. This can be guessed from Xiao Xiaowen's honest look. Tainyo, if you keep on being so unreasonable, I'll tell my brother and see how he'll deal with you. Suddenly, Lin Chong stood up and said something. As expected, Li Kuei was most afraid of Song Jiang. When he heard what Lin Chong said, he immediately curled his lips and put away his axe. Su Qiubai also breathed a sigh of relief and felt even more fortunate that he did not leave Lin Chong behind when he left. When Gu Qianshan saw Li Kuei put away the axe, he felt much more at ease. However, Lin Chong's words, iron ox, suddenly made him feel something strange, as if he always felt that the two words, iron ox, plus the pair of axes and the thick beard, seemed to have been seen somewhere. But after thinking for a long time, there was no result. Su Qiubai took Su Xiao and Huang Long and planned to leave immediately. After all, it was okay for the Liangshan brothers to show up occasionally, but if they stayed here all the time, if they were recognized, it would probably be troublesome. So, after specifically instructing Gu Qianshan and Xiao Xiaowen to keep what happened tonight a secret, Su Qiubai led a group of people onto the truck and disappeared into the night in the heavy rain. When the truck was finally out of sight, Xiao Xiaowen sat down at the entrance of a dangerous place. He had never felt so free before. All his previous experiences seemed like a nightmare when he thought about them. Moreover, I almost couldn't wake up. Although Gu Qianshan was not as embarrassed as Xiao Xiaowen, his look was almost as fearful. He had originally thought of bringing Su Qiubai to the Gu family tonight no matter what. After all, his daughter's illness could not be delayed, but who knew that because of his stupidity, he almost lost his life. Gu Zhanchuan next to him also had a lot of complaints about Gu Qianshan. He had said before that Su Qiubai was not easy to mess with, and his younger brother was simply a devil. But who knew that Gu Qianshan just wouldn't listen and had his own plans in mind? No wonder the old man hasn't given him the position of head of the family yet, and said that he is not broad-minded enough and can't accomplish anything great. Since Su Qiubai has left, there is no need for the Gu family to stay. Although the Xiao family is now seriously injured, they can definitely take advantage of it. But who knows what Su Qiubai means? After all, it was he who brought down the Xiao family. Gu Qingya's illness requires Su Qiubai's help, so maybe I will have to bring people to visit him again tomorrow. It was precisely because of these concerns that Gu Qianshan took his men away. Gu Qianshan's departure gave Xiao Shuan hope for the Xiao family's continued survival. From then on until dawn, he urgently treated all the wounded and the impact of this operation in various places. Wait until dawn to go home. As soon as he entered the house, his wife Fang Chunyu came to greet him. Xiao, I've been calling you all night. Are you dead? Why didn't you answer? Did you kill those two siblings from the Su family? Are you a loser? You can't even handle such a small thing. Xiao Shuan on the opposite side didn't say a word and looked at Fang Chunyu coldly. His gaze made Fang Chunyu a little nervous. You have to know that she and Xiao Shuan have been married for so many years, and he has always agreed with her in everything, but he has never done this before. You, what are you looking at me for? Aren't you going to avenge Yin'er? As soon as he finished saying this, Xiao Shuan slapped Fang Chunyu in the face, knocking her to the ground. It was because of this woman that Yin'er was spoiled into this state, to the point where she did things worse than those of an animal. And let the entire Xiao family, including myself, be completely finished tonight. Then, scenes of how she had taken advantage of being the daughter of the Fang family to boss her around, scold her, and make fun of her came back to her mind since they got married. She was immediately furious, so she slapped her. Fang Chunyu was also stunned, staring at Xiao Shuan blankly for a long time without being able to react. You dare to hit me? Xiao Shuan, are you crazy? You dare to hit me? Covering his face, Fang Chunyu climbed up from the ground and slapped his hands as if he was going to fight to the death with Xiao Shuan, but was kicked away by Xiao Shuan again. Get lost. I'm divorcing you. Go back to your Fang family and don't let me see you again. After cursing for the last time, Xiao Shuan turned around and went into the house, leaving Fang Chunyu with a look of astonishment on her face, which gradually turned into resentment. After Su Qiubai left Dongkou Lane, he first sent Su Xiaoxiao back to the hospital and asked a group of brothers from the motorcycle gang to help take care of her. Then he planned to take a group of heroes back to Liangshan. I bought a lot of alcohol and cigarettes on the way, and these were almost the only things left in the car besides people. The boss originally said that he was out of stock, but after being glared at by Li Kuei and Lu Zhishan, he went out to buy more stock in the rain at night. When he came back, he was relieved to see that these people were satisfied. Su Qiubai just happened to have the account given by Xiao, so buying some cigarettes and alcohol for everyone was a piece of cake. When he arrived at Liangshan, he originally planned to go back directly, but Wu Song and his gang refused to give in and insisted on drinking with Su Qiubai. This made Su Qiubai feel helpless, but now the matter had been resolved, and there must be no problem on Xiao Xiao's side. If everyone had not followed him down the mountain, it would have been much more troublesome than this, so it was just a drink, no big deal. Besides, if you haven't had a drink with these people, you won't understand. Only after you have had a drink with them will you know what it means to have a good time. There was good wine and good food, and the gathering hall was filled with smoke. Song Jiang said he liked Yunnan cigarettes. Chao Gai said soft Zhonghua cigarettes were more comfortable to smoke, and Li Kuei, with a cigar in his mouth, smoked so hard that his eyes almost popped out. The group drank for a long time, and finally Su Qiubai was unable to drive, so he was helped into a room and fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but I felt the urge to pee in a daze, so I got up and walked away to pee. As a result, just at this time, I saw a figure sitting under a tree, looking at the river in the distance, seeming a little melancholy. Feeling curious, Su Qiubai took 2 steps forward and took a closer look. It turned out to be Lin Chong. This surprised Su Qiubai. Why was Lin Chong not sleeping in the middle of the night and running here alone? So he couldn't help but call out, "Brother Lin." Lin Chong on the other side stood up immediately. When he saw that it was Su Qiubai, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. Su Qiubai also sat next to him. He had drunk too much, so it was quite comfortable to just sit there, look at the river, and feel the cool breeze. After chatting for a few minutes, Su Qiubai finally understood why Lin Chong was staying here alone late at night. I've been away from Tokyo for a long time, and my wife has been dead for almost a year. I keep thinking about my unrequited revenge at night, so I can't sleep, so I came here. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, brother. Although Lin Chong said this with a smile, Su Qiubai felt sad. When I watched TV at that time, the person I felt the most sorry for was Lin Chong, especially the part where Song Jiang let Gao Qiu go. I was so angry that I wanted to smash the TV. In the end, when I watched Lin Chong die, I was unhappy for several days. Now, hearing Lin Chong say these words in person, Su Qiubai understood even more the heart-wrenching pain and despair of a man. A sense of pride suddenly arose in my heart. I had no ability in the past, but now it is no big deal. Under the influence of alcohol, Su Qiubai stood up directly, then looked at Lin Chong and said, "Brother, get in the car with me now. We're going to Tokyo tonight and put an end to old Gao Xiao." Chapter 51, Su Xiaoxiao's Worries. In the Taiwei mansion in Tokyo, Gao Xiao's room was different from usual, with the lights on all the time. The servants outside all felt strange. You know, General Gao usually went to bed early. In a situation like tonight, he was probably busy with official business. Therefore, the servants stayed far away, and even when passing by, they tried to keep their voices as low as possible. However, what no one knew was that General Gao was not very busy at the moment. He was just unable to sleep. It was really strange. When he was having dinner tonight, he felt his eyelids twitching and his heart was very panicked. Especially when he heard the crows calling on the eaves outside the house. He felt that something was wrong. That's why I went back to my room early, turned on the light, and laid down on the bed. It is true that Gao Xiao has harmed quite a few people, but there should be no one who can break into Tokyo, let alone the heavily guarded Taiwei mansion. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a while, Lin Chong's image suddenly appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he sat up from the bed. When he saw that the room was empty, he felt relieved and lay down again. Afterwards, I don't know how long it took, but I fell into a deep sleep. He seemed to have seen something bad in his dream and woke up again with a start. I rubbed my eyes and saw Lin Chong again. In addition to Lin Chong, there was another young man who was also eyeing the situation covetously. Originally, Su Qiubai thought that the old villain Gao Xiao would be scared silly when he saw himself and Lin Chong standing in front of him. Who would have thought that after just looking at the two of them, Gao Xiao rubbed his head and then muttered to himself, "I'm old and always have nightmares." After saying this, he got off the bed and walked to the table. Lin Chong's eyes were red from beginning to end. He stared at Gao Xiao intently, and his body was shaking constantly. Su Qiubai was a little confused. This old man has a good mentality. He was calm when he saw Lin Chong. Gao Xiao poured himself a glass of water, then turned back and stared at the two of them with a strange look on his face. "Go away." Hearing these 4 words, if it weren't for Lin Chong's hatred next to him that made Su Qiubai feel a little depressed, he would probably have laughed out loud. "You old thief Gao Xiao. Do you recognize me, Lin Chong? You have caused my family to be destroyed and my friends to be forced to flee to a foreign land. Today is the day you pay for your life." Finally, Lin Chong spoke, and then walked towards Gao Xiao step by step. Gao Xiao already felt something was wrong at this time, and fear appeared in his eyes. The next second, when he wanted to call for help, a flash of a knife appeared, and a head fell to the ground. Early the next day, Su Qiubai said goodbye to Song Jiang and others and went back. In this world, perhaps only he and Lin Chong knew who killed Gao Xiao in the Taiwei mansion. When he returned to the hospital, there was one more person in the ward besides Su Xiaoxiao's 2 classmates. When Su Qiubai saw Xiao Rong, he was suddenly stunned. He never expected to see her here. At that moment, he himself did not realize that there was an irrepressible happiness and joy in his eyes. "Brother, Sister Rong said she is your friend and has been here taking care of me last night." Looking at Su Qiubai, Su Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the bed, spoke first, and then her 2 roommates nodded in unison. "Why are you here?" Finally, Su Qiubai reacted, gave an embarrassed smile, then scratched his head and asked. Xiao Rong chuckled. She always looked like that, as beautiful as a snow lotus, making everyone who saw her feel better. "I was worried, so I came to take a look." Looking at Su Qiubai, Xiao Rong's voice was very soft, and it contained a kind of tenderness that she had not even noticed. "It's no problem. It's been solved. You don't need to come over." Su Qiubai continued to smile as he took 2 steps closer. "Well, Xiao told me everything." Xiao Rong nodded and blinked. They only said these few words, but the other 3 girls in the ward realized that something was wrong. Zhang Wen chuckled, then gently poked Su Xiaoxiao's arm. Su Xiaoxiao also blinked her eyes with a cunning look on her face, then looked at the man and woman over there who seemed to have not seen anyone else at all, and coughed lightly. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's voice, both of them were stunned. Su Qiubai's somewhat awkward smile became even happier, while Xiao Rong's face turned slightly red, and she quickly looked away. It happened that at this time, Su Xiaoxiao needed to change her 4 bag. Xiao Rong said she was going to find a nurse before anyone else, and then hurried out. However, she completely forgot that there was a button at the head of the bed, and she didn't need to leave at all. Only after seeing Rong leave did Su Qiubai face his sister's gaze again. Brother, do you like Sister Rong? Blinking again, Su Xiaothief asked with a smile. Her words made Zhang Wen and Xiao Li beside her laugh, and the old driver could only cough dryly. Brother, if you really like Sister Rong, you should act quickly. She's such a beautiful girl. There must be a lot of people chasing her. And she's so thoughtful. Since she came here yesterday, she's been rushing to do everything and even stayed up all night. So I think she's interested in you too. Don't worry, I'll report this to our parents. For Su Xiao, she must not be careless about her brother's lifelong event. Her parents didn't know, but she knew that Su Qiubai had liked a girl named Lu Mo when he was in college. They were even planning to get married at that time, but she ended up kicking her brother out after graduation. He also said that his family was poor and couldn't even afford to buy a house. Although Su Qiubai always said that he was fine, Su Xiao knew that the incident still dealt him a big blow. He didn't like to talk for several months at that time, and only recovered little by little later. So Su Xiao has always been worried about what kind of woman he will like again and whether she will hurt him again. Of course, Su Qiubai didn't know that his sister had thought so much. When he heard that Rong had actually come all the way from Qinghe City, he suddenly felt very touched. Others don't know Rong's identity, but he knows it very clearly. The president of Xia Group traveled so far to this hospital at night, but there was no one to serve him. Instead, when Su Qiubai was not around, he wholeheartedly helped him take care of Su Xiao. A man's emotions are often fleeting impulses. At this moment, he did have some different thoughts and feelings. Seeing Su Qiubai smiling but not saying anything, and not knowing what he was thinking, Su Xiao couldn't help but called him. The old driver finally reacted and quickly asked Su Xiao what she said. This immediately made the other two girls laugh. Su Xiao looked at him helplessly. She didn't say anything at all. Judging from this, I guess my brother is really interested in Rong. Thinking of this, she suddenly became happy. Although they had not been together for a long time, she could indeed feel that Rong was a very good woman and a good match for her brother. It was just SOSO. I guess in Su Xiao's mind, no matter who the person is, they are just mediocre as a match for her brother. Suddenly, for some reason, Su Xiao thought of Lu Mo again, so she frowned slightly and asked secretly, Brother, is Sister Rong's family rich? She seems to have good conditions. If you pursue her, will she dislike you? Until now, Su Xiao still thinks that her brother is just a poor driver with no money. Even though she learned from Xiaoli that Su Qiubai had transferred so much money, she still thought it was borrowed. Su Xiao's question made Su Qiubai a little unsure of how to answer, especially about becoming a shareholder of Xia Corporation. He was also hesitant to tell Xiao whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Finally, he decided to tell a lie first. She's just an ordinary clerk with little money. After hearing this, Su Xiao felt much more relieved. Just at this moment, Rong came back with the doctor behind her. After coming in, she helped change Su Xiao's infusion bag. When she was done, she found that the three girls opposite her were looking at her very strangely. Even Su Qiubai seemed a little different. Chapter 52. It's over. The atmosphere in the room was a little strange for a moment. After Rong sat down, Su Xiao's attitude was obviously different from before. Of course, she was my brother's friend before, but now she could very well become my sister-in-law. How can they be the same? The chattering of several girls pushed Su Qiubai aside. He shook his head helplessly, not knowing what to do, when suddenly the roar of a sports car was heard outside the window. No need to think anymore. It must be Huang Long and his gang coming. Su Xiao had told herself before that Huang Long and the others were all sent to the hotel by Rong last night. Now that they were probably awake, they came to the hospital again. Sure enough, after a while, footsteps were heard in the corridor, but it was not noisy. Huang Long slowly pushed open the door of the ward. He was a little restrained at first, but when he saw Su Qiubai sitting beside the bed, he excitedly shouted "Boss!" and rushed over. The brothers of the motorcycle gang behind him also had happy smiles on their faces. You know, Huang Long held a tea party in the hotel for the whole night last night. A group of young people listened to the Lianshan heroes making a fuss in the dragon's den and the tiger's lair. Li Kuei almost chopped off Xiao Xiuwen's head with 2 axes, and when Lu Zhishan lifted Gu Qianshan directly above his head, the whole room was filled with howling sounds. In one night, almost all the guests reported these guys. But everyone's mentality is, just report it. If you don't howl a few times about such a passionate matter, how can you be worthy of your boss? So, before dawn, a group of people came roaring in. Huang Long was worried that Su Qiubai hadn't come back because the call didn't go through. Now he feels much more relieved. Keep your voices down, there's a patient here. Rong suddenly said something softly, and Huang Long and his gang looked at her and immediately shut up. This woman was very familiar to them. Even though Huang Long was unruly and dared to kidnap Xia Xiaomu, he did not have the courage to bear the pressure from Xiao Rongrong head-on. In the entire Qinghe city, which of these playboys has not been warned by their families not to mess with Xiao Rongrong? So, yesterday she asked her people to go back to the hotel, and no one dared to refuse, and they all drove away together. The sudden quiet atmosphere in the room made Su Xiao, Zhang Wen, and others feel strange. You know, these young people all drove luxury cars worth millions, and they were arrogant and lawless. How come Xiao Rongrong just said one sentence, and then everyone fell silent? However, Su Qiubai did not have this feeling. He knew that apart from how Xiao Rongrong treated him, she was also an image in front of others. He laughed secretly in his heart and became inexplicably happy. So, only a few girls were left in the room, and Su Qiubai went downstairs with the brothers of the motorcycle gang. I originally thought we could just talk in the corridor, but it was so dark that there were even people taking pictures with their cell phones. Damn, if this gets posted online again, with a picture of a guy beating someone up and causing trouble in a hospital, it's bound to go viral again. When I went downstairs, the rain was still falling outside, but it was much lighter and the sky was gray. Brother, do you want to go play with the drivers' union? Xiao has Xiao Rongrong here, so there will definitely be no problems. After a few words, Huang Long blinked and said, then looked at Su Qiubai. The veteran driver was stunned, then looked at the fiery eyes of the guys behind him, and he understood that they were already impatient. I guess the reason why I haven't been going anywhere these days is entirely because of Xiao. Now that Xiao is fine, how can a bunch of guys who race cars all day resist the temptation of the Drivers' Alliance? You know, the headquarters of the Drivers' League is in Donghai City, where there are the most complete venues and the world's top racing cars. No one who likes driving will be able to resist taking a look when they come here. Su Qiubai was no exception. Otherwise, with so many professions available at the time, he would not have chosen taxi driver. I was just thinking of agreeing. After all, I rarely come here from Donghai City, but then I remembered that Xiao Rongrong came here from Qinghe City and didn't sleep all night last night. If I continue to take care of Xiao today, I suddenly felt a little guilty and distressed. So, in the end, under Huang Long's expectant gaze, Su Qiubai shook his head. You guys go have fun. I'm still worried about this place. Let's go together next time we have a chance. Seeing Huang Long's disappointed look, Su Qiubai also felt a little sorry. He had been with these brothers of the motorcycle gang for a long time, and he also liked to stay with these guys. But today he should stay in the hospital. Okay, let's go have fun then. We'll go check it out together next time. Nodding helplessly, the group of guys greeted Su Qiubai, and the dazzling convoy left the hospital. After watching them walk away, Su Qiubai went upstairs again and returned to the ward. It turned out that there were only Xiao Rongrong and Su Xiao, and Zhang Wen and Xiaoli had already left. Su Xiao explained that there was something going on at school, and they had to go over there to deal with it, and that all her recent procedures were handled by these two people. Su Qiubai was actually quite grateful to the two girls, so he made an agreement with Xiao that he would treat them to a meal to express his gratitude after she could get out of bed in 2 days. Su Xiao didn't object, and the two of them decided it. The atmosphere between the three of them returned to the same as at the beginning. Su Xiao was talking to Xiao Rongrong, while Su Qiubai was sitting alone by the bed, listening quietly. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Rongrong's phone suddenly rang. She went outside to answer the call and came back with a bad look on her face. What's wrong? Su Qiubai noticed it first and asked quickly. It's okay, it's about work. Having said that, she looked at Xiao and smiled slightly. Xiao, have a good rest. I'll come take care of you after I'm done with this matter. Ask your brother to remember everything the nurse said, in case he forgets and delays things. To be honest, Su Qiubai had never seen Xiao Rongrong say so many words in one breath. Her attentive look touched the softest part of the old driver's heart. After Su Xiao nodded in agreement, she immediately urged Su Qiubai to go and see Xiao Rongrong off. So she was left alone in the ward, and Su Qiubai and Xiao Rongrong walked out together. Neither of them spoke until they went downstairs. Xiao Rongrong was waiting for Su Qiubai, and Su Qiubai didn't know what to say. Finally, when I saw that she was about to get on the bus, I became anxious. What's the matter? Do you need my help? Xiao Rongrong paused after he asked, then looked at him and smiled. No need. There was a problem with a new company I invested in, and I need to go back and take a look. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Her calm appearance made Su Qiubai feel distressed for no reason. No need to come back. I can do it alone. Xiao is much better now. You should rest more and take care of yourself. Xiao Rongrong nodded and was about to turn around, but stopped and looked at Su Qiubai again. Don't turn off your phone anymore. After saying that, she got into the car, leaving Su Qiubai standing there stunned for a long time. It wasn't until he saw Xiao Rongrong's car driving out of the hospital that he finally reacted. I understood why she said that, and felt inexplicably guilty. I asked her to borrow money at that time, and then turned off my phone after asking about the Xiao family. Needless to say, Xiao Rongrong was definitely too worried, so she drove all the way here from Qinghe City. Then, after finding out that Xiao was in this hospital, she came over to take care of her for the entire night. If Su Qiubai treated Xiao Rongrong as a friend in the past, then at this moment, his thoughts began to change. After smoking a cigarette downstairs, he was about to go upstairs when a car stopped not far away. He looked up and saw it was Gu Qianshan. After thinking about it for a while, Su Qiubai realized that he must have come because of Gu Qingya's illness. As for Gu Qianshan, he was still thinking about what to say to Su Qiubai after going upstairs, but as soon as he got out of the car, he saw him standing not far away, so he hurried over. Mr. Su, long time no see. Glancing at him, the old driver was speechless. Damn, we just met last night. In fact, this was not a joke by Gu Qianshan, because he was too nervous. Gu Qingya's condition worsened last night, and he was completely unconscious. The family is now full of doctors hired by the old man, but they are all helpless, so the last hope lies with Su Qiubai. I told you, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that those two old men are just too stubborn to help. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Qiubai went straight to the point. His words made Gu Qianshan's smile freeze on his face, and he secretly cursed Gu Zhanchuan as a fool. In fact, he had no idea that their Gu family had been living a life of luxury for many years, and almost everyone in the family acted so arrogantly. Mr. Su, please save my daughter. She vomited blood last night and has been in a coma since then. Please. Holding Su Qiubai's arm, Gu Qianshan was already in tears as he spoke. This made Su Qiubai not know what to do. He was silent for a long time, and finally looked at Gu Qianshan. Forget it. I'll try again. After saying that, without waiting for Gu Qianshan to thank him, Su Qiubai walked towards his taxi. Fortunately, he had exchanged it with Niu Baiwan when he came back in the morning, otherwise he would not be able to drive the truck out. After getting in the car, he started it skillfully and then turned on the navigation. But this time, the navigation is broken. This made Su Qiubai feel a little uneasy. If the navigation system was broken, then it would be the end of him. Chapter 52. This is Su Qiubai. Then he carefully checked the car and other places. In the past, whenever he turned on the navigation, he would hear a sound prompting it to turn on, but today there was nothing. I turned off the car and started it again. I tried several times, but the result was exactly the same. Broken. Just when Su Qiubai was feeling a little nervous, that emotionless voice suddenly sounded. System upgrade. Preparing to start the driver's license test. Please stay tuned. After being stunned for a long time, Su Qiubai finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Exam. What's going on? Why did they do this without any warning? A bunch of ideas suddenly appeared in his mind, but no one gave him an answer. So in the end, the old driver could only pull out the car keys helplessly. Gu Qianshan had been standing next to the car waiting. He was already ecstatic, but suddenly saw Su Qiubai open the car door and get out, and he immediately felt a little strange. Before he could say anything, Su Qiubai had already spoken. There's really nothing we can do this time. The two doctors' hometowns are under road construction, so we can't go. With apology, Su Qiubai told Gu Qianshan that there was nothing he could do now, as no one knew when the system upgrade would be completed. But just like Hua Tua said, Gu Qingya's disease is only treated by him and Zhang Zhongjing in the world. Now that I can't connect with them, there is nothing I can do. Gu Qianshan got anxious when he heard this. What did he mean? Repairing a messy road at such an important moment. Mr. Su, please tell me where those two doctors live so I can send a helicopter to pick them up. Unexpectedly, Gu Qianshan had made up his mind in just a moment. Su Qiubai looked at him in some surprise. He didn't expect that the Gu family was so powerful that they even had helicopters. But the key to the problem now was not the helicopter. Shaking his head again, Su Qiubai continued to explain. Mr. Gu, helicopters won't work either. Where they live? Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. How about this? I'll go and invite them as soon as the road over there is repaired. Although this explanation is confusing, I really have no other choice now. There is really nothing I can do to help. Gu Qianshan was almost going crazy with anxiety. Although he didn't understand Su Qiubai's explanation, he also understood that the two miracle doctors would definitely not be able to come. What should he do? Seeing Gu Qingya's appearance last night made him feel heartbroken, especially when the pale Gu Qingya smiled and comforted him that it was okay. He felt so desperate and collapsed. Is there anything more painful in the world than watching your daughter lying on the bed dying while you are unable to do anything? That's why Gu Qianshan rushed over in person as soon as he learned that Su Qiubai had returned to the hospital. But who could have thought? A basin of cold water would be poured on his head. Seeing Gu Qinshan's appearance, Su Qiubai felt very sorry. This kind of scene is what he fears the most. I've been like this since I was little. If I think I'm right, I'll face any challenge head-on, fearless. But when faced with something like this, I tend to get emotionally impulsive. The thing he remembers most clearly is that when he was in elementary school, a bully from the upper grade wanted to steal the 50 cents he had saved for a long time. Su Qiubai took a brick and hit the boy on the head, but when he turned around and walked out of the school gate, he gave the money to an old beggar. After sending it off, he was still wiping away tears as he walked. Some people might say that someone like him can never achieve anything great, but there's nothing he can do about it. That's just how he is. That's why he smashed a car in the street, went to Chai Jin's house to get wild ginseng for Xiao Rong after only meeting her once, helped Dong Jawi later, and when he saw Gu Qingya fainted on the street, he went to invite Hua Tuo over. He did all this not for any reward, but simply because this was who he was, not anyone else. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became silent. Gu Qinshan's eyes were a little dull. At this moment, he was completely unlike the head of the Gu family last night, but just a poor father. Suddenly, the bodyguard over there hurried over and handed the phone to Gu Qinshan. He picked up the phone and listened to a few words before it fell to the ground. His face was ashen and his eyes had completely lost their luster. What happened? Su Qiubai couldn't help but ask, feeling nervous. Perhaps it was Su Qiubai's voice that woke him up from his dazed state, so he slowly turned his gaze towards Su Qiubai. I just received a call saying my daughter vomited blood again. There might be no hope. Gu Qinshan seemed to have used up all his strength to say this short sentence. Then he turned around and ran towards the car without even bothering to pick up the phone on the ground. His bodyguard followed closely behind him. Su Qiubai really didn't expect to hear such news. He finally made up his mind after struggling for a long time. Mr. Gu, I'll go with you. Please send someone to look after my sister first. After shouting loudly, Su Qiubai saw that Gu Qinshan had heard what he said. He had already gotten into the taxi, then hurriedly turned around and flipped through the medical book that Hua Tuo gave him from the seat. There is no other way now. He can only think of this method. Although it seems a little too late, but with the qi observing technique he has learned, he hopes there is a last glimmer of hope to save Gu Qingya's life first, and the rest can be dealt with after the system upgrade is completed. Gu Qinshan didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't understand why the taxi driver suddenly said that. It's true that his brothers are good at fighting, and no one would object to that. But as for seeing a doctor, you're a driver, and I've never heard that you can save people. But now it has come to a critical moment, so without thinking too much, Gu Qinshan left two people to look after Su Xiao. He walked in front, and Su Qiubai followed in a taxi. The two cars sped out of the hospital. On the other side, the Gu family is in chaos at this moment. The eldest daughter has persisted for so many years, but she didn't expect that bad news would come today. Just now, Gu Qingya, who had been in a coma for a whole night, vomited blood again, and then his breath became extremely weak, and it seemed that he would not live long. This almost made Mr. Gu faint, and he then sent all his people out. Overnight, he invited back all the famous doctors from across the country. Both Western medicine and Chinese medicine are available, but because Gu Qingya's illness has long been determined to be due to congenital deficiency of essence and energy, most of them are Chinese medicine. Outside the ward, Gu Tian, the old man of the Gu family, sat on a chair, staring at the door motionlessly. There were many doctors sitting around him, about 20 or 30 of them. At this moment, everyone was whispering, looking at the closed door of the ward from time to time. Just now, the old master of traditional Chinese medicine Murong Dai was also invited here, and now it is he who is treating Gu Qingya in the ward. Before him, all the doctors present had already examined Gu Qingya's condition, but no one could say anything useful. But this is normal. It would be really strange if they could say something. You have to know that since Gu Qingya discovered this disease, Gu Tian has visited many doctors in the past 10 years, but they still can't even find out the cause of the disease. If Murong Dai hadn't told them the general direction at the beginning, they probably wouldn't know what happened to Gu Qingya until now. And now, we can only wait for his result. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, the door was opened and Gu Tian was the first to walk over. His fierce aura made the doctors present feel a little frightened. They didn't expect that Gu Tian, at such an old age, could still walk so agilely. "Brother, how are you?" Gu Tian asked nervously as he got closer to Murong Dai. His usually dignified face was now full of anxiety and tension. After looking at Gu Tian, Murong Dai shook his head. No, someone must have inserted a needle into the spot before. If the acupuncture was completed, there should be hope for improvement, but the follow-up was interrupted, so now the situation has worsened. Knowing Gu Tian's anxiety, Murong Dai said all of this in one breath. He frowned, and Gu Zhanchuan, who was standing in the corner, almost fell to the ground with his legs going weak. If there was no news from Su Qiubai, he would really have killed the young lady. Thinking of this, Gu Zhanchuan, who was already extremely self-blaming, felt even more devastated. Can't you handle the next few injections? After a few seconds of pause, Gu Tian continued to ask. No, I've tried several times, but I can't do it myself. Maybe acupuncture is manageable, but I can't find the acupoint. Haven't those two miracle doctors been invited yet? At the end, Morong Dai looked at Gu Tian with some hope. After all, he is already a leader in the medical field. What's more, when Gu Qingya was 10 years old, she said that no one could cure her illness unless Hua Tuo was reborn. Therefore, he had immense respect for the two miracle doctors whom he had never met. My son has already gone to invite him. It should be here soon. Having said that, a last glimmer of hope flashed in Gu Tian's eyes. Just at this moment, shouts were heard outside. The master is back. Upon hearing this, everyone looked outside. Gu Tian and Murong Dai walked in front, and the others stood up and went out to greet them. After all, everyone already knew that Gu Qianshan was going to seek help from a miracle doctor. However, after leaving the door, not only Gu Tian frowned, but the others also looked puzzled. There was indeed a person following behind Gu Qianshan, but he wasn't the old man he'd imagined. He looked very young, holding a book in his hands. He walked while looking down at the book, and almost bumped into a pillar. Chapter 54. Studying is the only way. No one spoke in the entire Gu family compound. This scene made everyone's brains a little confused. Until Gu Qianshan came closer, Gu Tian did not see any joy on his face, and his heart sank immediately. But holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he glanced at Su Qiubai and asked, "Where are those two miracle doctors?" Gu Qianshan on this side hadn't said anything yet, but Gu Zhanchuan, who was standing behind the crowd, already looked as pale as death. Gu Tian and the others didn't know what Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing looked like, but he knew. Now it seems that Su Qiubai is the only one here. It must be that the two miracle doctors didn't come. Gu Qianshan on this side also thought exactly the same as him and shook his head. The two miracle doctors can't come. In the end, he still didn't tell his father Su Qiubai's explanation. If he really told his father that the village of the two miracle doctors was under construction and they were inaccessible, he would definitely be furious. Is he still angry? Gu Tian continued to ask with a sigh. Then, Gu Qianshan nodded. In fact, this was what he really thought. After all, the reason of road construction was too ridiculous. Why didn't you say that the gas tank exploded? For a moment, the atmosphere was silent. Then who is this person? Turning around, Gu Tian found that the boy following behind Gu Qianshan was still holding the book in his hands, looking very eager, as if he wanted to immerse himself in it. This is Su Qiubai, Mr. Su. Although he felt puzzled by Su Qiubai's appearance, Gu Qianshan still introduced him to his father solemnly. After listening, Gu Tian's eyes changed. He also heard about what happened in the Xiao family's dangerous place, and he knew that all of this was because of a man named Su Qiubai. I didn't expect it was this ordinary-looking young man. Although he was very disappointed that the miracle doctor did not come, Gu Tian took a deep breath and planned to say hello to Su Qiubai, who knew that suddenly the boy would raise his head. Shinting acupoint. Does anyone know where the Shinting acupoint is? Su Qiubai's eyes were full of anxiety. Even he himself had not expected that Hua Tuo actually introduced a treatment method for Gu Qingya's condition in this book. The only prerequisite was to learn the art of observing qi. It was obvious that this was what he left for Su Qiubai, because when the two of them were chatting, he knew that Su Qiubai knew the art of observing qi. It was obvious that he was unable to save face and let Su Qiubai go to treat Gu Qingya. Su Qiubai only found out about this when he was sitting in a taxi, so he was frantically flipping through the medical book. It described the location and method of acupuncture. As long as he combined it with the qi observing technique, he could put the tendons and veins back in place, and then replenish his vital energy. Of course, the others didn't know what he was thinking. They saw this kid looking up and asking such a question for no apparent reason. The doctors were all stunned. Finally, Murong Dai said, "The location of the Shinting acupoint is 5 fund into the hairline from the front of the head. I wonder why you ask this, little brother. What about the Ermin acupoint? And the Qingming acupoint?" As if he didn't hear Murong Dai's next question at all, Su Qiubai quickly continued to ask. As a result, his behavior immediately angered the doctors standing behind Murong Dai. Some even stood up and said, "Where did this rude fellow come from? Senior Murong is a leading figure in the medical field. He personally answered your questions, but you didn't show any gratitude and instead deliberately ignored his questions." The person who was speaking was called Peng Zhixue, who worked in a grade A hospital. He had always wanted to become Murong Dai's disciple so that he could climb up the career ladder by using the old man's fame. However, Murong Dai's identity is not someone he can easily meet. If it weren't for Guingya's illness this time, he probably wouldn't have such an opportunity at all. So from the moment he saw Murong Dai, he started thinking about how he could please the old man. Maybe he could become his apprentice. But after thinking for a long time, there was no suitable opportunity. Just when he was anxious and didn't know what to do, suddenly this rustic-dressed boy came and was so rude to Murong Dai. So without hesitation, he stood up and scolded him, feeling even happier. However, he himself did not realize that this action caused a hint of displeasure to flash in the eyes of the Gu family and Murong Dai. Gu Zhanchuan, who was standing behind, looked like he was seeing an idiot. It was rare to see someone like him who was willing to flatter others at the cost of his own life. Su Qiubai has no time to care about such people. Only he himself understands that giving acupuncture as soon as possible means giving Gu Qingya hope of survival sooner. I'm in a hurry. Where are the Ermin and Jingming points? The second time I asked this question, the experienced driver almost exploded with anxiety. It was Murong Dai who took the initiative to tell him again. Pang Zhixuan next to him wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with him, but seeing that the old master took the initiative to speak, he didn't feel comfortable saying anything more. Okay, no one should disturb me. After leaving these words, Su Qiubai ran far away to the bottom of the pillar. Everyone at the scene was stunned, but this was the Gu family after all. Even if this person was a psychopath, no one said anything, so it was not their turn to speak. Gu Qianshan took this opportunity to whisper in Gu Tian's ear about Su Qiubai's initiative to come. Gu Tian originally thought that Su Qiubai asked these questions because he knew some medical skills, but he was immediately disappointed after hearing it. Murong Dai and the others no longer cared about Su Qiubai. What a joke. How could someone who didn't even know the acupuncture points cure Gu Qingya's illness? So soon, everyone returned to their previous seats and sat down in front of the ward. Gu Qianshan originally wanted to send someone to greet Su Qiubai, but he was driven away directly, so he had no choice but to let him stay alone in the yard, leaning against the pillar and continuing to read the book. Brother, now that the miracle doctor hasn't come, what should I do? Soon Su Qiubai's matter was left behind, and Gu Tian asked Murong Dai. After all, nothing was more important than Gu Qingya's illness now. After Murong Dai pondered for a moment, he suddenly stood up and looked at all the doctors present. Everyone, the Gu family's reason for inviting us here today should be clear to everyone. Chinese art is vast and profound. I don't believe I have any confidence in Gu Qingya's condition, and I dare not claim that my medical skills are superior to those of you here. So, our only chance now is to brainstorm. If you have any ideas, please speak up boldly. The patient's condition is very critical, and we can't wait any longer. The old master's words were very sincere, and every word came from his heart. The doctors present were all shocked. They did not expect that the old man could make such a choice at such a juncture. They were even more convinced of his current status. Originally, all the doctors were thinking about what methods could be used to treat Gu Qingya's current condition. Perhaps they could think of something that others could not think of. Suddenly, Pang Zhixue stood up. What Elder Murong said is absolutely correct. We doctors are supposed to save lives and heal the wounded. The old man's spirit and demeanor are worth learning from. His words also made me feel more strongly about my mission. This made everyone present feel a little uncomfortable. We all came here to save people. What is your intention in constantly flattering them? Do you really think others can't see it? Even Gu Tian's expression changed because of his words, and Murong Dai looked even more embarrassed. But Pang Zhixue didn't notice it. From then on, whenever someone dared to raise any opinion, he would stand up and target them. His general meaning was, are you as awesome as Senior Murong? The old man hasn't figured out a solution yet. So why are you running here pretending to be some big shot? So, in the end, everyone was silent again. What could you say to such a troublemaker? If you refute him, he will say you are disrespectful and arrogant. Seeing that no one spoke, Murong Dai had no choice but to stand up and then speak out the method that he had been hesitating about for a long time. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Pang Zhixue immediately stood up and tried to flatter him. Then a voice suddenly came from the door. No, let me do it. Chapter 55. Treat a dead horse as a living one. All eyes turned to the door, and no one expected that it was the boy who was holding the book like a madman before. At this moment, he looked impatient. After saying that, he walked in, ignoring anyone and pretending to go into the ward. Stinky boy, who are you going to tell me no? When Pang Zhixue saw that it was him again, he took a step forward and stood in front of Su Qiubai, starting to scold him. Su Qiubai had just finished writing down the acupuncture positions and techniques and medical techniques when he found that someone had stopped him. Afraid that it would confuse his mind, He raised his leg and kicked Pang Jishue in the stomach without any hesitation. Roll. As soon as he said this word, Pang Jishue's body flew out and finally hit the corner of the wall and stopped with a duong sound. No one expected that in just one sentence, Su Qiubai had already taken action. However, when they saw that it was Pang Jishue who was beaten, no one stood up to say a word, and many people even looked at him with approval. This kick from the young man was spot on. Mr. Su this? Gu Qianshan was the first to step forward and talk to Su Qiubai. After all, this was the Gu family, and it was more appropriate for him to speak. Quick, I know how to save her, hurry up. Seeing that it was Gu Qianshan, Su Qiubai finally explained, and there was an uproar in the hall. Absolutely impossible. Although it was indeed satisfying that he kicked Pang Jishue away, judging from the 2 questions he had with Morong Dai before, this man was basically a layman. And now, someone who may not even have studied medicine actually said that he could cure Gu Qingya's illness. This is completely nonsense. He is even questioning all the doctors present. So when Su Qiubai said this, many people stood up immediately. Do you know how to save him? Tell me. Yeah, I want to hear what you know too. Little brother, do you know what observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation mean? How many patients have you examined? And yet you're so confident in what you say. Even Gu Tian did not expect that the entire hall was quite excited, which was completely different from the previous situation. Before, only Pang Jishue spoke, but now only Pang Jishue was silent. In fact, Pang Jishue also wanted to open his mouth, but Su Qiubai kicked him and gave him a stitch in the side, so he rolled over while holding his stomach. Su Qiubai was stunned for a long time before he realized that this group of people was simply incomprehensible to him. Are they crazy? You don't have the ability to save people, and you won't let me save them? Thinking of this, he took 2 steps back without hesitation and made an inviting gesture towards the front. Come on. If you have the ability, take 2 steps. Whoever can guarantee to cure her can go in now. I won't rob you. Seeing him like this, the doctor who was very eloquent just now became embarrassed and kept silent. They also wanted to go in and prove themselves now, but the problem was, they had already come out after going in once. Seeing the group fall silent again, Su Qiubai took a step forward. Everyone only knows how to stick to the old ways, guarding those few things for fear that others will find out. If you have time, you should think about how our ancestors lost their things instead of trying to elevate yourself by suppressing others. In fact, these sentences are Su Qiubai's true thoughts. Otherwise, why are there so many miraculous doctors in history? Traditional Chinese medicine, which has been treating China for thousands of years, has declined to this day. Otherwise, Hua Tuo's medical books would clearly explain how to treat diseases, but so many famous doctors are helpless? If Morong Dai had said this, everyone would have been convinced, but it was definitely not the case that Su Qiubai had said it. Immediately, the living room exploded. Master Gu, I came here today with all my heart, not to put up with the nonsense of this ignorant waiter. Goodbye. Yes, I can't stand this either. Goodbye. Seeing this situation, Gu Tian also felt a headache, but Su Qiubai, on the contrary, looked at them coldly as they were targeting him. To be honest, he really didn't have much confidence in curing Gu Qingya if he went in now, but he really wanted to fight for it. How about this? Let's make a bet. What if I cure her? Su Qiubai's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it, and the atmosphere became silent for a moment. All right, since you're determined to make this mistake today, let's do this. If you can cure Miss Gu, Mr. Morong Dai is right here. We acknowledge your status as a leading figure in the medical field. No one knew who had said this, and everyone else looked at each other in confusion for a moment, until Morong Dai finally spoke. If this young man can cure Gu Qingya, the position of the master should belong to him. After hearing this, everyone agreed. On the contrary, if you lose, you must kowtow to everyone present and admit your mistakes and your ignorance. Su Qiubai laughed immediately. These people really thought he was stupid. If I heal myself, they won't lose anything. If I lose, they will make a profit. Damn it. Do you think I'm mentally retarded? Let's put it this way. I don't like the idea of a master. If I lose, each of you owe me a favor. We'll talk about it later when I need it. None of the doctors objected to his proposal. In fact, in their opinion, Su Qiubai was bound to lose. Even Morong Dai couldn't do anything about it. Could it be that a young man who knew nothing could turn decay into magic? The bet between the 2 parties was settled, and Gu Tian on the other side was nervous and even angry at the doctors who took the opportunity to make things difficult for him. There's nothing I can do. After all, the patient is my granddaughter. If it were their granddaughter, I would have dared to bet too. Seeing that Su Qiubai was really going to go into the ward, Gu Tian stood up and took a step forward and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Su Qiubai grinned. Not at all. His words made Mr. Gu lose his balance and almost fall down. He was not sure at all. Have you been teasing us for all this time? He was already in a bad mood, but Su Qiubai's next sentence almost made him unable to hold back and kick this guy out. He said, let's try our best to save the situation. Damn, you're the dead horse. Your whole family is a dead horse. But before he could say it, Su Qiubai had already entered the ward and closed the door. The hall outside immediately became quiet. Only Pang Zhixue was rubbing his stomach and coughing occasionally. In the end, he was sent away by someone sent by Gu Zhanchuan. Back in the ward, after closing the door, Su Qiubai took a deep breath and immediately calmed himself down, his eyes filled with solemnity. Although Hua Tuo's medical books explained it very clearly, I am indeed a complete layman, so no one knows what the result of the treatment will be. Turning his head, he looked at Gu Qingya lying on the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed and her face was pale. She did look very bad. Walking to the bedside, Su Qiubai hesitated for a moment, then took out the medical book again. He had forgotten some of the acupoints. He felt anxious and his mind was in a mess. Finally, he had no choice but to throw the medical book on the table and went over to open the door again. Uncle, come in and help. The group of people outside were already waiting for the result. Who could have thought that this kid would actually say such a thing when he opened the door? Especially since the uncle he was referring to was actually Murong Dai? Many people feel that their brains are a little confused. Even Murong Dai was stunned for a moment, pointed at himself and asked, "Are you talking about me?" "Yes, that's right, it's you," Su Qiubai said with a grin. Murong Dai is indeed a worthy medical master. He was not displeased with Su Qiubai's words. Instead, he thought this young man was quite interesting. So without saying a word, he followed into the ward. Of course, the other doctors would not think that this might affect the fairness of the bet. If Murong Dai could be cured, he would definitely not wait until now. So assisting is nothing. The two people in the ward were about to take action. The most important thing in acupuncture is the position and degree. The reason why Su Qiubai asked Murong Dai to come in was actually to let him find the acupoints, and then control the degree by himself through the technique of observing qi. Murong Dai did not refuse. He took the golden needles from Su Qiubai's hand and inserted them into the skin according to the position he said. Finally, after the needles were inserted in all the positions required by the medical book, Murong Dai sat aside, and Su Qiubai saw a completely different scene on Gu Qingya's body through the art of observing qi. He also completely understood why Gu Qingya was sick. Chapter 56, just a joke. When Su Qiubai first mastered the art of observing qi, he tried to study it. He found that the tendons, veins, qi, and blood of normal people are all transparent. But Gu Qingya was in pieces. This is why Zhang Zhongjing said at the time that to cure Gu Qingya, it was necessary to first restore her tendons and veins to their original positions, and then replenish her vital energy. At this moment, all the broken places are inserted with golden needles. Su Qiubai needs to use these golden needles to connect the broken tendons and veins. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, and he placed his hand on the first one. No one outside the door knew what was going on inside. They only knew that a long time had passed, and no sound had come from the ward. In the end, everyone couldn't help but have an incredible doubt in their hearts, but then they denied it themselves. Impossible. Su Qiubai, a young boy, absolutely couldn't possibly have such a skill. Perhaps the most anxious and nervous people outside were Gu Tian and his son Gu Qianshan. The old man stared at the door without blinking, while Gu Qianshan sat restlessly beside him. Inside the ward, Murong Dai, the old leader in the medical field, was so shocked that he was speechless. Because Su Qiubai really used one action after another to tell him what a miracle is. When Su Qiubai asked him to give him acupuncture at the beginning, he was more skeptical in his heart. You know, in his opinion, many of those locations had nothing to do with the illness. However, he did so only at Su Qiubai's insistence. Especially when he saw Su Qiubai holding the first golden needle. This doubt made him want to stop Su Qiubai from continuing the treatment. That kind of gesture and strength doesn't show that of a medical student. But who knew? After this first needle, his movements had changed, as if his eyes could see the tendons and veins inside Gu Qingya's body, and the golden needle was adjusting in his hand at any time. Although Murong Dai didn't quite understand what Su Qiubai was doing, he could see that this young man was really working hard and was very dedicated. All his energy was focused on that needle, and his mind was free of any random thoughts. He was giving it his all. At that moment, Murong Dai seemed to see his former self, the self who saved the dying and the wounded just to learn medical skills. Perhaps only such a person can be called a doctor. It was because of this thought in his heart that he suddenly began to believe that Su Qiubai could really cure Gu Qingya, and a miracle would happen to this young man. Just as Murong Dai said, Su Bai really tried his best. Later, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and his eyes were slightly covered with sweat, but he had no time to wipe them off. He had to concentrate fully to ensure that there would be no mistakes with the needle in his hand, because if he was not careful, the price might be Guingya's life. No one could understand the drain on the mental and physical strength caused by this long-term acupuncture. For hours, he didn't even realize he had been in the ward for 4 hours. In the end, he just kept going because of the obsession in his mind. He couldn't bear to see a young life go like this. Like I said before, this person never does anything for any reward. He does it just to be himself, and that's enough. Finally, there was only one golden needle left. When Su Bai looked over, sweat dripped from his chin. "Young man, take a break." Murong Dai couldn't bear to watch it anymore and couldn't help but speak. Su Bai chuckled, shook his head, then took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. Outside the ward, it was dark, but the lights were still on. Everyone was waiting for that miracle. Gu Tian was sitting next to the pillar at the door. No one would believe that he was the powerful old man Gu at this moment. Everyone would regard him as an ordinary old man who was worried about his granddaughter. Gu Qianshan sat next to him. The reason why the two did not stay inside was because they were too scared. They were afraid that after the door opened, they would hear another disappointing answer. They were afraid that after the door opened, they would never see that lovely girl again. She loves to laugh so much and loves to live so much. Both of them couldn't believe that if she was no longer in this world, would there still be sunshine tomorrow? As I was waiting like this, the door opened. Then, Su Bai walked out. Gu Qianshan and Gu Tian went up to him immediately. Seeing Su Bai's weak appearance, they didn't know what to ask. "She's fine." After saying this with a smile, Su Bai fell down. No one knew what kind of struggle the Gu family went through that night, especially when Gu Tian and his son saw Gu Qingya open her eyes on the bed. Her slightly flushed face and clear eyes made the 70-year-old man cry like a child. However, Su Bai was already fast asleep. He was so tired that he felt like he was about to collapse. The next morning, when the old driver opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Gu Qingya sitting beside the bed. She was wearing a white dress and was as beautiful as a fairy in heaven. Seeing Su Bai wake up, she smiled. "Thank you." Getting up from the bed, Su Bai also smiled. "You're welcome. You're very beautiful." He said this from the bottom of his heart. Gu Qingya is really beautiful, especially at this moment. She seems to have a new life. "Have you ever been in love?" Suddenly, Gu Qingya asked in confusion. Su Bai was stunned for a moment, and after a long while he still had no idea why she asked that. "I used to wonder what it was like to be in love, but I couldn't afford to waste that time. Now, I want to give it a try." Ignoring Su Bai's silence, Gu Qingya continued. Meanwhile, Su Bai suddenly became anxious. He felt an inexplicable panic. Because of Gu Qingya's words, he actually thought of Xiao Rong. He waved his hands anxiously. What, you don't have to think that just because I saved you, I have to marry you." "No, he didn't even know what he was saying when Gu Qingya opposite him suddenly burst into laughter. "When did I say I wanted to marry you? But you're so anxious. Do you think I'm ugly?" Su Bai, who was already in a hurry, almost jumped up and down because of this sentence. "That's not what I meant. You're very beautiful. I just meant you don't have to thank me. It's really nothing." Finally, he felt like he had come full circle. Gu Qingya on the opposite side was amused even more by Su Bai's appearance. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood after recovering from a serious illness, so Gu Qingya was very happy today. There was no choice but for Su Bai to laugh along with her. Su Bai didn't leave Gu's house until almost noon. There was nothing he could do. It was hard to refuse the other person's kindness, and he couldn't keep refusing. Before leaving, Murong Dai gave Su Bai a phone number and told him to call him if he came to Baidu in the future. Of course, Su Bai did not refuse this kind of thing, and he also asked all the other doctors to write IOUs to him. Of course, these doctors were convinced that he could cure Gu Qingya. After all, they were well-known figures from all over the country, so they did not refuse. So, after taking the pile of IOUs, he left the Gu family. Gu Qingya watched his car disappear completely from the street before entering the yard. Perhaps only she herself understood that some of the words this morning were not all jokes. Gu Qianshan had already told Su Bai that Xiao was doing well in the hospital and was always being taken care of, so he felt relieved. On the way back, I happened to pass by the driver's union and couldn't help but stop and take a look. Suddenly, a long-legged woman wearing a hat and sunglasses opened the car door. Then, before Su Bai understood what was going on, he sat in the passenger seat, looked out the window anxiously, then lay down, with his head almost resting on Su Bai's legs. "Drive," Chapter 57 Accident. 3 hours ago, in the hall of the Drivers' Union, today was supposed to be the day to announce the joining of new sponsors. So starting from the morning, the place was crowded with people. Adding to the visitors who usually came from all over the country, the hall was simply congested. At a casual glance, there seemed to be nearly 10,000 people. 10 minutes before the press conference started, Gu Qingmei had already made all the preparations backstage, but she still couldn't help feeling nervous. Everything was caused by the sudden withdrawal of investment by the Gu and Xiao families, which caused all the plans that had been made long ago to be messed up. For this reason, her brother Gu Qingtian had to run to Baidu to contact new sponsors. But fortunately, we now finally see new hope. After today's press conference, both parties can sign the contract, and then we can fully prepare to enter the international racing field. Gu Qingmei felt excited when she thought that the goal of the Drivers' Alliance for so many years might soon be achieved. Originally, today's press conference should have been attended by at least one giant from the Drivers' Alliance, but Gu Qingtian is still in Baidu, and the other two giants are all abroad, so she has to host it. Sister Mei, everything is ready. Get ready to go on stage. After hearing this voice, Gu Qingmei took a deep breath and walked out. The stage has been fully set up, and there are reporters from major domestic and foreign newspapers below. However, for Gu Qingmei, dealing with these is commonplace. The reason why it feels special today is because this matter is too important to the entire Drivers' Alliance. The audience below was completely amazed by Gu Qingmei's temperament and appearance. To be honest, the influence and attention that the Drivers' League has today is inseparable from Gu Qingmei. Her image has completely become the face of the entire Drivers' League. Many people come here not to watch racing, but to see her. So the fans in the audience would applaud enthusiastically no matter what Gu Qingmei said, and everything went on in an orderly manner. Gu Qingmei also relaxed a lot and answered questions more fluently and with a more natural smile. However, what no one expected was that when the press conference was almost over, a foreigner suddenly stood up. After seeing the sneer on his lips, the person in charge over there wanted to take the microphone back, but it was too late. Ms. Gu Qingmei, after listening to you for so long, it seems that your country's racing level is already very impressive, but from what I know, it's not worth mentioning. He spoke English, and most people just listened carelessly and didn't understand what he meant. But Gu Qingmei's expression changed. She knew that he was here to cause trouble. I'm sorry, I think you should know that we will soon enter the international arena. You will naturally know what our level is by then. Gu Qingmei said this in English. She has lived in the UK since she was a child, so her level is really nothing to talk about. Her words were met with another sneer from the other side. Really? Then I challenge you now. My name is Carl, and I'm just an ordinary racer. If you can't even beat me, then disband now. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Many people didn't understand, but word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, and finally everyone understood what was going on. Fight such an arrogant foreigner. Yes, we are such a big driver alliance. Why are we afraid of him? Many people at the scene started shouting, and in the end the situation seemed to be out of control. The most anxious person might be Gu Qingmei. She doesn't want to agree to such a boring challenge at such a critical time. If she wins, it's fine, but if she loses, then the problem will be serious. So, she was going to refuse as soon as she opened her mouth. But at this moment, Carl spoke again. If you want to refuse me, then I can tell you now that our cameras are also broadcasting everything that happens here live, and then the whole world will know how useless you are. Hearing this, Gu Qingmei was indeed stunned. She did not expect that the other party would be so well prepared. When she looked again, she indeed found a camera not far away. Cursing inwardly, Gu Qingmei felt that things were getting a little tricky. The best way must be to agree to him and then defeat him. But now the three giants are not here, and they don't know the depth of this Carl. If something goes wrong, it will be the end. But if you insist on refusing in the face of public attention, your reputation will also be ruined. For a moment, Gu Qingmei was caught in a dilemma, and the cheers at the scene became louder again. Just when she couldn't make up her mind, someone suddenly stood up. It was Kuan-san, Li Dao's master, one of the 12 great racing gods in the Drivers' League. Just a foreign devil. I accept your challenge. Let's start now. Kuan-san's words caused cheers at the scene. Gu Qingmei also breathed a sigh of relief, but then became worried. Can Kuan-san really win? What if I lose? The two men's competition started under such circumstances, and the result silenced the entire Drivers' Alliance. Kuan-san lost, and lost miserably. This made Gu Qingmei completely understand that the other party had been plotting a conspiracy from the beginning to the end, and wanted to use this method to make the Drivers' Alliance suffer a head-on blow at the critical juncture of its international expansion. This race also made the other drivers present, including the so-called god of racing, all understand the difference between themselves and Carl. After all, Kuan-san's level was not far from theirs. Ms. Gu Qingmei, are you willing to admit now that your driver's alliance is a bunch of trash? There was contempt on the corner of Carl's mouth, and he stood in front of the microphone as if he didn't care about anyone. Many people at the scene, including the audience, even started cursing because of his words, but no one could do anything and could only vent their anger like this. Kuan-san lost so badly, unless he waits for the three giants to come back. Because of this thought, Gu Qingmei quickly made up her mind and took control of the situation. Mr. Carl, I welcome your challenge to the Drivers' Alliance, but it's getting late today. Tomorrow, we'll have another race. If I lose then, I'm willing to admit that I'm not as good as you. Gu Qingmei's words were quite clever, especially her last part. I am willing to admit that my level is not as good as yours, rather than, we are willing to admit. After saying that, Carl actually agreed. This made Gu Qingmei breathe a sigh of relief. Her brother would definitely come back tomorrow, and then she would definitely be able to defeat him. Afterwards, the press conference ended immediately, and Gu Qingmei returned to the backstage. She was very depressed and called Gu Qingtian immediately, but the call didn't go through. Seeing that the reporters outside were trying to rush in, she finally had no choice but to run out through the back door. However, she had not arranged a car in advance. Just when she was worried that she would be caught up by the reporters, a taxi happened to stop nearby. Without hesitation, she opened the car door and got in. Bai was stunned for a long time, especially when he lowered his head to see the woman's enchanting figure and those two long legs that were simply bewitching. Drive quickly. Seeing that the driver didn't move, Gu Qingmei urged him again. Because they were so close, even the experienced driver could feel the air coming out of her mouth, which was a little, warm. Although he thought the scene in front of him was quite interesting, Bai really didn't come here to attract customers. That Mississippi. You are the lady. Girl, I'm not going to pick up any passengers. Please get off and take another car. Bai felt choked by the woman and said with embarrassment, Isn't this a taxi? Why don't you drive? Hurry up and leave. Someone is chasing me. As she said this, Gu Qingmei took off her glasses. Bai saw her eyes and her face and felt amazed. But why did he always feel like he had seen her somewhere before? Someone's chasing you? Well, then wait until they're gone before you get out of the car. Curling his lips, Bai said indifferently, looking at her appearance. How could she be chased by someone? It was obvious that she was deliberately hiding from something. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qingmei suddenly fell silent. Then, in just a few seconds, her eyes turned red, and when she looked again, she was already in tears. This left the veteran driver at a loss. Damn, if others see this, they'll think I did something to you. Is it really that important? A girl this pretty, there's no such thing as a luxury car she can't ride in. Why does she have to do this? Okay, stop crying and let's go. Thinking that nothing was wrong with Xiao, Bai shook his head helplessly and drove out. Then, the woman sat up as if nothing had happened, then wiped her eyes, as if nothing had happened before. After walking forward for about 5 or 6 minutes and crossing a street, he realized that he had not asked where he was going. As soon as she opened her mouth, Gu Qingmei said to drive forward. Another 10 minutes passed, and they had almost finished walking down the street. Bai felt depressed. Girl, where are you going? Go ahead. When he asked the question for the third time, the answer he got was casual. Chapter 58. This is a conspiracy. Bai suddenly remembered the crazy fat man he had met before. He was like this at that time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stop the car, then looked at Gu Qingmei seriously and asked softly, Girl, you didn't run away from home because you were sick, did you? You are the one who is sick. Gu Qingmei was already in a bad mood after losing the game, and when she heard what Bai said, she immediately shouted, How can there be such a disgusting taxi driver in the world? However, Bai's thoughts were completely different from hers. He was almost certain that this woman was a psychopath, and no psychopath would admit that they were sick. No wonder I felt familiar with it. Maybe I had seen a missing person notice somewhere before. Alas, it's such a pity that such a beautiful girl has a broken brain. On Gu Qingmei's side, seeing Bai actually shaking his head and sighing, she clenched her teeth together. For some reason, she felt a surge of anger in her heart, and then she took off her 2 high heels and threw them away. Bai didn't pay attention, and the 2 shoes hit him directly. Moreover, the woman actually snorted coldly and then leaned cross-legged on the seat. Damn, it would be really weird if he wasn't crazy. However, what Bai didn't know was that if fans saw Gu Qingmei, who was always elegant and charming, doing something like this, their jaws would definitely drop. And this taxi driver had the opportunity to interact with her like this, but he didn't know what was good for him and treated her as a psychopath. He's simply crazy. There's no way around it. The top female driver in the driver's league is feeling depressed. Who could have thought that the press conference that had been prepared long ago would turn out like this? With something like this happening and so many live broadcasts and reports, the drivers' union will definitely be humiliated and even targeted. To put it bluntly, many Chinese people will probably lose confidence in them, and the upcoming international championship will inevitably be affected. Thinking of this, Gu Qingmei began to blame herself. If she had firmly rejected Carl's request at the time, there would not be such serious consequences now. But it's too late now. However, why did Carl insist on challenging today? It was obvious that he knew that his brothers were not around. Thinking of this, she felt that if the Gu and Xiao families did not withdraw their sponsorship, her brother would not leave. And then, if it weren't for that damn taxi driver, the Gu family and the Xiao family would not have withdrawn their sponsorship. That's right, the logic makes sense. Blame it on the taxi driver. Thinking of this, Gu Qingmei glanced at Su Qiubai, who was carefully looking at his mobile phone next to her, and felt that this taxi driver was not a good person either. Su Qiubai didn't know that Gu Qingmei had used her terrifying brain to come to an incomprehensible conclusion. He is currently busy checking the location of the police station on his mobile phone. If this woman is not sick, then she is deliberately causing trouble. Otherwise, who would sit in a taxi and keep asking it to go forward? She even took off her high heels and beat someone, and now she's sitting here without saying a word. He really couldn't think of any good way to deal with a woman, so he could only ask the police for help. Just at this moment, Gu Qingmei's cell phone suddenly rang. Su Qiubai took a look and immediately became alert. It must be a call from her family. After Gu Qingmei looked at the phone number, she was also surprised. It was my brother Gu Qingtian who called. Gu Qingmei quickly answered the phone and planned to ask him to come back immediately, but the voice on the other end of the phone seemed a little strange. Qingmei, I know everything that's going on over there. I'm giving up tomorrow's game. Gu Qingtian's voice was very weak, and his words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Gu Qingmei stunned. Give up? Why give up? Brother, what's wrong with you? When asking this question, Gu Qingmei suddenly felt uneasy. It's nothing serious. Someone stabbed me with a knife. I also called the people overseas. They were both in trouble and couldn't get back to Donghai. This is a conspiracy. Every word Gu Qingtian said was like a heavy hammer hitting Gu Qingmei's brain, making her tremble uncontrollably until the end. Su Qiubai next to her also felt that something was wrong with this girl, but he didn't say anything. How are you injured? Is it serious? After all, they are born of the same mother, so Gu Qingmei is most concerned about Gu Qingtian's health. The injury isn't serious, but I can't be discharged from the hospital right now, so remember to give up tomorrow's game. This is a conspiracy against us. If you go to the game, they will do you harm. The second time, Gu Qingtian said the word conspiracy. The reason he added that last sentence was because he knew his sister's character very well, and she might fight to the death for honor at that time. But he was very clear about how fierce and decisive the other party's actions this time were. Although he told Gu Qingmei that his injury was not serious, the situation was not like that at all. The knife almost pierced his stomach. The situation was so sudden that he didn't even realize what was happening before those people rushed over. The same thing happened to two other foreign giants, who were thrown into prison together, almost at the same time as the challenges in the East China Sea. So, are you admitting defeat? Gu Qingmei felt relieved when she heard that her brother was fine, but she became nervous again when she thought of tomorrow's game. That's right, admit defeat, and notify them now. As long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood. Without hesitation, Gu Qingtian's voice was extremely firm. After he finished speaking, Gu Qingmei fell silent. Finally, she told her brother to take care of himself, and then hung up the phone. No one could understand her feelings at the moment. This drivers' union could be said to have placed all her hopes on it. Every day that passed, she was looking forward to seeing her country's athletes in the international arena. This day is about to come, but now, this is the result. Leaning back in her seat, she stared into the distance in a daze, not knowing what to do. Although Su Qiubai next to him didn't know what had happened, he heard something from the phone. Considering Gu Qingmei's current appearance, she must have suffered a major blow. Without saying anything, Su Qiubai lit a cigarette for himself and just sat quietly next to Gu Qingmei. After waiting for a long time, Gu Qingmei finally spoke. Please take me back to Litian Villa? Thank you. Gu Qingmei at this moment was completely different from when she got on the car, but it made Su Qiubai feel uncomfortable. I didn't say much. After all, we were just strangers and I couldn't help with other people's affairs. As a taxi driver, my duty was to send her home. More than half an hour later, Su Qiubai's car stopped outside Litian Villa. Gu Qingmei got out of the car, paid the money according to the meter, and was about to leave. But just as she was about to turn around, she was stopped by Su Qiubai. Girl, don't be discouraged, there is always hope. He didn't know why he said that. Maybe it was just to give encouragement. After saying this, Gu Qingmei was stunned. She really wanted to ask Su Qiubai where his hope lay. The only result of voluntarily admitting defeat is that the drivers' union will lose face internationally, and then it may take a long time before it can get back to the point it is today. In such a situation, what is hope? However, out of politeness, Gu Qingmei finally said thank you and turned to leave. Su Qiubai watched Gu Qingmei go in before starting the car and turning around. He even sighed softly, saying, "Every family has its own problems." Without thinking too much about it, Su Qiubai just treated it as an accidental episode and drove to the hospital. After arriving, the Gu family had indeed arranged someone to look after Xiao, but her two roommates Zhang Wen and Xiaoli were also there. Su Xiao's health has improved a lot today, and judging by the test results, she will be able to be discharged from the hospital in about a week. This is also thanks to Su Qiubai's medicinal herbs and the hospital's attention, so he recovered so quickly. Su Qiubai was also very happy. He was chatting with Xiao when Huang Long suddenly rushed in from outside. "Boss, something big has happened." Chapter 59. Something big happened. His voice was so loud that everyone in the room looked at him with strange expressions. Su Qiubai helplessly gestured to him to go out and talk about it together. Huang Long then swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "There's no way, this is too shocking." After coming out of the ward, Su Qiubai and Huang Long sat on the bench in the corridor and started chatting. Something happened to the drivers' union. As soon as he opened his mouth, Huang Long went straight to the point. After looking at him, Su Qiubai curled his lips. What does the accident of the drivers' alliance have to do with him? Huang Long saw his expression. He immediately realized that he, the boss, didn't take the matter seriously at all. Moreover, no one would feel comfortable about the last time the people from the drivers' alliance stabbed him. You don't know? If this matter is not handled properly, the drivers' union might be finished, especially since they are about to face an international competition. Huang Long gestured hard, wanting to make Su Qiubai understand how important this matter was. However, Su Qiubai's expression clearly showed that he was still not interested. He felt a little depressed for a moment, but now he was able to control his mood, and Huang Long began to talk to Su Qiubai. "We were supposed to hold a press conference today, but someone named Carl." Huang Long recounted the entire process to Su Qiubai, and finally said with a hint of indignation on his face, "Damn foreign devil. Gu Qingtian will probably be back tonight, and then he'll lose everything." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Su Qiubai followed up with, "I can't come. I admit defeat." Huang Long was immediately stunned. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Qiubai was full of confusion. "I just explained everything to you clearly. You don't know anything. How can you conclude that they can't come? Impossible. Gu Qingtian will definitely come back if something like this happens. Maybe those two foreign giants will also rush back. By then, they will definitely give the foreigners a slap in the face. At such a critical moment, the drivers' alliance will definitely not give up." After looking at him, Su Qiubai did not answer. When he had just heard half of it, he knew why the girl in his taxi was like that. It was obvious. She should be Gu Qingmei. No wonder I felt she looked familiar at the time. There was a big poster hanging on the wall, and I saw it at first sight, but I didn't recognize her later. Now that I know she is Gu Qingmei, I naturally understand the meaning of the last phone call. It was obviously Gu Qingtian who attacked. He might have been injured by someone else, and then he wanted Gu Qingmei to admit defeat. "Why aren't you talking? Boss, why don't you go?" Huang Long finished speaking. He glanced at Su Qiubai tentatively. In fact, this was his idea from the very beginning when he talked about this matter. Although Gu Qingtian is very powerful, in Huang Long's mind, his boss is of course more powerful. If anyone wants to be in the limelight, it should be Su Qiubai. Moreover, when competing with foreigners, one must be more confident. But after he finished speaking, Su Qiubai rolled his eyes and said, "Not interested." He was not lying at all when he said this. He really had no interest in participating in the competition for the drivers' union. Not to mention that there must be some resentment on both sides, because Li Dao stabbed me last time. Besides, it's someone else's business, so how could I go and interfere? Finally, the crappy navigation system is still being upgraded. Damn, there's nothing I can do to help. So, thinking of this, Su Qiubai stood up and walked into the ward. Huang Long outside was humming and wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back and followed him into the ward. But after just a few minutes, I couldn't sit still anymore. "Boss, I'm leaving first. I'll go over there and see what's going on. I'll report to you anytime I have any news." After saying that, the boy rushed out of the door, and you could clearly see how anxious he was inside. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Qiubai stopped caring about the matter. Brother, why didn't Sister Rong come? After Su Xiao saw Su Qiubai, she had actually wanted to ask about this matter for a long time. She may be busy. Su Qiubai was also a little surprised, then smiled and said, I can see that you didn't call her. Go out and ask her what she is doing. You have to work hard. After Su Xiao finished speaking, she even waved her fist with her only right hand. Su Qiubai did not object. He saw Xiao Rong answering the phone yesterday as if something happened, so now was a good time to go out and ask. As soon as he left, the three girls in the ward started chatting. Xiao, is your brother really a taxi driver? Zhangwen looked at Su Xiao and asked in a low voice. Looking at her helplessly, Su Xiao said, How many times have you asked me this? My brother is really just an ordinary taxi driver from Qinghe City. Why don't you believe it? But Xiaoli was also hesitant to speak. I know everything you said. He must have borrowed the money from his friends. How could he have so much money? Su Xiao continued to explain. I don't think so. Your brother must be extraordinary. Why don't you ask him? After all, that opportunity is very important to you. Spend a little more money. Zhangwen stopped here. Because she saw Su Xiao was silent. It's okay. It's fine here. I don't want to embarrass my brother. He'll definitely have to return the money on the card, so don't tell him about this. Seeing the determination in Su Xiao's eyes, the two girls had no choice but to nod. Outside the ward, Su Qiubai called Xiao Rong twice before the call was connected. The person on the other end sounded quite busy. Are you still busy? Why don't you hang up first? I'll call you back when I'm done. It's okay. Is Xiao feeling better? Xiao Rong smiled. She was quite surprised to see Su Qiubai's call. This seemed to be the second time this guy had called her. The last time was because of borrowing money. It's fine. She asked me why I didn't come, so she urged me to call. Not knowing what to say, Su Qiubai could only speak the truth. It has to be said that this woman is sometimes quite inexplicable. Su Qiubai just told the truth, but Xiao Rong felt very happy and a little warm in her heart. I'll come over after I finish my work here. After that, the two chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Boss Xiao, there's absolutely no news from over there. What should I do? Almost as soon as Xiao Rong hung up the phone, a man with sweat all over his forehead ran over, his voice full of anxiety. Keep searching. If there's still no news before noon, call the police immediately. Don't touch that shipment. Without hesitation, Xiao Rong said immediately. Seeing the man in front of her agree and leave, Xiao Rong's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity and worry. If she couldn't find those people, this would be a big disaster. Su Qiubai returned to the ward and stayed there until the evening, when Huang Long called him. He thought this guy knew that the Drivers' Alliance was giving up the competition, but Huang Long actually told him excitedly, Boss, the Drivers' Alliance has officially announced the time for tomorrow's competition. We'll teach this Carl a lesson then. Su Qiubai was stunned when he heard Huang Long say this. How so? Who is participating in the competition? Gu Qingmei. Instinctively, Su Qiubai thought it should be her, because it seemed that Gu Qingtian had specifically instructed about this matter at that time. It's not Gu Qingmei, nor is it Gu Qingtian. It's another giant who rushed back from abroad. After hearing this, Su Qiubai finally understood what was going on. Haha, I knew the Drivers' Alliance wouldn't admit defeat, right? Boss, you guessed wrong. Huang Long was quite proud. From the sounds, it seemed that all the brothers in the racing gang were over there, and it felt extremely noisy. Su Qiubai grinned, and of course would not argue with Huang Long about right or wrong. He told them to be careful and hung up the phone. It was time for dinner, so he planned to go downstairs to buy some food. Huang Long called again. This made Su Qiubai a little strange. Was there something he hadn't finished saying just now? Thinking of this, he picked up the phone. Boss, something big has happened. Chapter 60 Decision. The drivers' union just sent out a notice that the giant had a car accident on the road and can't participate in the race. Huang Long finished the second half of his sentence. Su Qiubai was stunned. No wonder Gu Qingtian insisted that Gu Qingmei give up the competition. This was indeed a conspiracy. At this moment, the Drivers' Alliance was in complete chaos. Gu Qingmei was ecstatic when she learned that Opping had returned from abroad. She thought she finally saw hope. That's why the Drivers' Association quickly announced the race time. But who knew that this would happen right after the news was released? Sister Mei, what should we do? Gu Qingmei, who has returned to the headquarters, is now staying in the conference room. The entire Drivers' Alliance has now reached the most critical moment. The announcement has been issued. At such an important moment, if no one takes part in the battle, it will be over. What's the situation with Opping? Are you sure you can't participate in the competition? Gu Qingmei regretted not listening to Gu Qingtian and insisted on issuing the competition announcement, but now it was too late. I definitely won't be able to participate in the competition. That car accident seemed intentional. The speaker was a bald man, also a relatively important figure in the Drivers' Alliance. The last sentence was his own guess, but many people at the scene actually thought so too. After hearing this, Gu Qingmei didn't say much. She knew even better than anyone else present that the car accident must have been intentional. It must be them. Let's fight. Yes, let's fight. Suddenly someone couldn't help but shout. Everyone was very angry, but there was no better way. Everyone knew that the most important thing at this time was the reputation and honor of the drivers' union. Stop shouting and think carefully. Is there any other way to remedy the situation? After saying this, Gu Qingmei stared at everyone with wide eyes. But everyone was silent. Who can take over? Do you have confidence? Gu Qingmei asked again when she got no answer. However, there was still complete silence. There is no way. At this time, everyone knows their own strengths and weaknesses. If they really have such ability, the Driver Alliance will not have only 3 giants. Since no one is going to fight, then I'll do it. Finally, Gu Qingmei took a deep breath and made the decision. Although she knew that this was dangerous and that she would most likely lose given her level. But there is no way. Wait, maybe there's someone who can. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the corner. Everyone was stunned and looked over there at the same time. When I turned around, I found that the person who was talking was Kuan-san. He was sitting in the corner because he lost to Carl. Who? Gu Qingmei asked loudly with a hint of excitement in her eyes. He's the taxi driver who beat Li Dao last time. With his skills, he can definitely do it. At first, Kuan-san was a little hesitant, but then his voice became louder. You mean, the person Li Dao stabbed? Gu Qingmei immediately remembered who Kuan-san was talking about, but then she became a little suspicious. Can he really do it? It's him. Nodding, Kuan-san could only think of this person in his mind. But he should be in Qinghe City now, and will he help us? Gu Qingmei's voice was full of hesitation. I don't know if he'll help us, but that guy is in Donghai right now. Li Dao told me that the Qinghe Speedster gang has been here with him these past few days. After hearing Kuan-san's words, everyone in the conference room looked at each other in confusion. Who should go and ask? Someone whispered something, but no one responded. I'll go. You contact the guys in the biker gang and take me to see the taxi driver. I'll talk to him. In the end, it was Gu Qingmei who made up her mind. The competition was scheduled for 9 o'clock the next morning. If the taxi driver was really in Donghai, there was still time. The meeting was hastily dismissed, and Gu Qingmei and Kuan-san immediately went to find Li Dao. Huang Long and a group of brothers were eagerly waiting for the Drivers Association to announce the details of the competition when suddenly a strange phone call came in. After picking up the phone and hearing the first sentence, I was completely stunned. The woman inside actually said she was Gu Qingmei. Huang Long swallowed hard and was confused. Why would the top girl in the driver's league call him? I want to see Su Qiubai. Hearing this, Huang Long immediately understood what was going on and became eager. This is planning to ask his boss to fight. Without hesitation, as a brother, Huang Long immediately betrayed Su Qiubai. On this side, Gu Qingmei made an appointment to meet with him, and before hanging up the phone, she warned Huang Long not to tell anyone about this matter. Huang Long immediately agreed. As soon as he put his phone in his pocket, this funny guy shouted to the group of brothers next to him. Gu Qingmei wants to invite our boss to participate in the competition for the Drivers Alliance. In one sentence, everyone's blood immediately boiled. As for Gu Qingmei's warning, Huang Long thought this way. His brother is not someone else. 10 minutes later, Huang Long met Gu Qingmei and went straight to the hospital. Su Qiubai didn't know at this moment that Huang Long had brought people to find him. He had been wandering outside for a long time, bought Su Xiao her favorite food, and was on his way back to the hospital. As soon as the car entered the hospital, Huang Long pointed at a BMW taxi on the side of the road and told Gu Qingmei that Su Qiubai was inside. Huang Long would not be involved in inviting Su Qiubai, and it would all depend on Gu Qingmei alone. So now when she saw the taxi appear, Gu Qingmei took a deep breath, got out of the car, and walked straight over. No one noticed that when Gu Qingmei got out of the car, a young man wearing sunglasses followed from another van in the distance. Gu Qingmei's mind was in a mess at the moment, because she knew how excessive what Li Dao had done at that time. Although he had been punished, he belonged to the Drivers Alliance at that time after all. Besides, I have never apologized to Su Qiubai, and now I need his help, so I come to him like this. Will he agree? But now there is really no way out. If Su Qiubai does not agree, it will be a devastating disaster for the Drivers Alliance, so she is also prepared to try her best to agree to his request no matter how excessive it is. Without thinking much, while Su Qiubai was still in the car, she walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and got in. Then, when her mind was filled with a bunch of thoughts, Gu Qingmei looked at the taxi driver she had never met before, and then, she was dumbfounded. Why is it you? After being stunned for a long time, she shouted out subconsciously. Su Qiubai was speechless. I was about to get out of the car with the sugar-roasted chestnuts in my arms, and you suddenly opened my door and got in. And then you said something like this? Who else could it be but me? This is my car, okay? You are Su Xiaobai? It was still difficult for her to react. Gu Qingmei looked silly as she pointed at Su Xiaobai and talked to him. Sister, why are you here again? I've already paid for the daytime taxi fare. Su Xiaobai asked with a pout. After hearing these two sentences, Gu Qingmei finally reacted and her shocked expression subsided a lot. However, to be on the safe side, she still confirmed Su Xiaobai's identity again. Only after seeing Su Xiaobai nod did she finally believe it. But there are such coincidences in the world. Well, I want to invite you to participate in a competition on behalf of the Drivers Alliance. There was no time to hesitate. Although she and Su Xiaobai had met inexplicably, she immediately told him the purpose of coming here. I'm sorry, I don't have that ability. You should figure it out on your own. Spreading his hands, Su Xiaobai directly refused. He really couldn't participate in that competition. But now you are the only one who can defeat Carl. Gu Qingmei certainly would not give up just like that, and she seemed very anxious when she spoke. I can't beat him, just admit defeat. Your brother asked you to admit defeat. What's there to be afraid of? Su Xiaobai really couldn't understand it. If he lost, he lost. At worst, he could try again next time. Why did he have to make it so life and death? No, I can't give up. I absolutely can't give up. Su Xiaobai was completely surprised by the determination that Gu Qingmei suddenly showed. There seemed to be a flicker of determination in her eyes. When Gu Qingmei was about to say something, Su Xiaobai saw a man holding a gun through the window behind her. Chapter 61. She was taken away. Without having time to figure out what was going on, Su Xiaobai subconsciously pushed Gu Qingmei down and lowered his head as well. The sound of breaking glass rang in my ears. But this is not the key point. The key point is that the navigation system happened to start at this time. Navigation activated, external pressure too high. Warning, disturbance. Return to normal. Hearing the words, return to normal, Su Xiaobai raised his head, and the killer with a gun outside the window had disappeared. I just breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, where's Gu Qingmei? Damn, he was right next to me just now. Where is he now? Sitting in his seat blankly, Su Xiaobai had no idea what was going on. He just felt like he was hit on the head. What kind of game is this? A magical transformation? Soon, he remembered hearing the system's warning that there was a disorder. Could it be that this is the reason why Gu Qingmei disappeared? The more Su Xiaobai thought about it, the more possible it seemed to him. Just at this moment, he saw an error message on the system interface. I quickly checked it out and was stunned. It was clearly stated above that because of the previous system disorder, the space-time channel was opened, and then Gu Qingmei disappeared. When I saw the question mark at the end, I felt like I had seen a ghost. Damn, you made a mistake and sent people to an unknown place, and now you're giving me a question mark? Ask your sister. I suddenly felt furious, and then worried. This girl was dead, and I killed her. What should I do? There was no point in caring about the killer. It seemed like he had already run away. The most important thing now was to find Gu Qingmei as soon as possible. Thankfully, he learned during the error check that although he had no idea where Gu Qingmei had gone to, her safety could be guaranteed because creatures marked by the system could avoid harm. As for wanting to rescue her, Su Xiaobai must pass the driving test and get a D license. And it's also mentioned in the description. D, if you take the test, you will unlock a lot of new postures. Few new features. There is no other way. Although the veteran driver feels very guilty, all he can do now is to upgrade his driver's license as soon as possible. But when he looked up, he saw broken glass and a bullet dropped on the seat. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and Su Xiaobai said silently in his heart, Gu Qingmei, I will avenge you and fulfill your wish before you died. If Gu Qingmei knew Su Xiaobai said this, she would definitely curse. Damn, I'm not dead yet. Besides, it was you who sent me away, okay? However, Gu Qingmei definitely wouldn't know this. She doesn't even know where she is right now. At this moment, Huang Long came towards the car. Because he was far away from here, he didn't know that the killer had come, not to mention that the pistol should have been silenced. I originally thought that Su Xiaobai and Gu Qingmei should have almost finished their conversation, but Huang Long leaned on the window to take a look. What's going on? Where's Gu Qingmei? Why is the glass broken? Boss, are you alone? Where's Gu Qingmei? Originally, Huang Long planned to pretend that he knew nothing about this matter, but the scene before him was beyond his expectations, so he couldn't help but ask. She was taken away by someone, I'm not sure. After explaining innocently to Huang Long, Su Xiaobai jumped out of the car with a little nervousness in his heart, and then looked around carefully. There was no trace of the killer anymore. He must have left. It seems that it is similar to what I guessed. The killer is the same as the one Gu Qingtian and others encountered before. It is all a conspiracy against the Drivers' Alliance. But now that Gu Qingmei is gone, they should give up. But for safety reasons, Su Qiubai did not plan to go to Su Xiaoxiao's ward again. He stuffed the sugar-roasted chestnuts in his hand into Huang Long's hand, as well as the other food in the carriage. Go up and put these in the small ward. Tell her I have something to do and we'll be back soon. Huang Long was wondering why he had been standing at the door the whole time and had never noticed when Gu Qingmei left. As a result, there was a lot of food in my arms. Su Qiubai had already started the car and looked like he was about to leave. Boss, where are you going? Did you agree to the game tomorrow? Unfortunately, Huang Long didn't even wait for Su Qiubai's answer. He saw that he had already driven away, leaving him standing there. After driving the car out of the hospital, a hint of determination flashed in Su Qiubai's eyes. These foreign devils are really going too far. They're killing people without restraint. Don't you just want to stop the Drivers' Alliance from expanding internationally? I won't agree. Since you want to play, then play. In the darkness of the night, the taxi quickly disappeared in the bustling streets. In a very luxurious villa, Carl sat on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand, looking very comfortable. Just now, news came that the woman was also taken care of. Now, the Drivers' Alliance is completely finished. No one will play in tomorrow's game, and no one will win. Thinking of this, Carl couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, a woman as beautiful as Gu Qingmei was a fatal temptation to any man. But for the sake of organizational plans, this is the only way, because he knows very well what tomorrow's game means. In a sense, this is the first step to organizing yourself and achieving that great goal. And so, a perhaps very ordinary night passed. Early the next day, the drivers' union was already crowded with people, including many drivers and enthusiasts who had flown in overnight from all over the country. The internet was buzzing with rumors, and it was even getting more intense, especially after what Carl said at the press conference was published. Many people who normally wouldn't comment also quietly expressed their national pride under a certain message. For example, what a fool. As for why not do it yourself? Damn, China is so great. Do I really need to personally deal with a clown like you? Just wait. No other country in the world can showcase the hidden dragons and crouching tigers as vividly as this one. We will never lack heroes. As a result, more and more people supported this game, and later more than half of the top 10 hot searches of the day were all about this game. Early in the morning, Huang Long led a group of brothers to find a location. Brother Fei, will the boss participate in the competition or not? Asked Huang Long in a hoarse voice. I don't know the fuck. When I asked him about it, he ignored me and just drove away. He also turned off his phone all night. Huang Long muttered to himself. He really didn't know whether Su Qiubai would participate in the competition. At the back of another stand, a cowboy girl with high-heeled boots and long legs, wearing a hat, was looking at the stands below with a few girls next to her. Guingya, is the driver you mentioned really that powerful? The person who was speaking was a slightly plump girl whose family was also a well-known wealthy family in Donghai. Yes, we came here to watch the game, but after hearing what Guingya said, I even want to go and see what the taxi driver looks like. Another girl also giggled. Gu Qingya didn't say anything, but there was also a slight smile on his lips. The reason why she came here today was because these friends said she had just recovered from a serious illness, so they dragged her out to relax. In her opinion, after seeing Su Qiubai's driving skills, she no longer had much interest in this kind of competition. Besides, there were more and more people around the stadium. Some spectators even spontaneously held up banners with words like, "Promote the prestige of our country," written on them. Some people even held loudspeakers and shouted at the top of their lungs. Carl, who was already prepared in the passage, saw this scene and sneered. He now really wants to know whether the Drivers' Association will tell these enthusiastic spectators later that the race is canceled because no one is participating? That scene must be very interesting. Then he got into his car and slowly drove out of the passage. After seeing his car, the audience collectively yelled and cursed, and then looked towards another channel at the same time. Soon, our contestant will appear. From Huang Long to the brothers of the motorcycle gang, and even to Gu Qingya, who showed little interest, every Chinese citizen stood up at this moment. There were clearly over 10,000 spectators at the scene, but suddenly there was no sound. Even Carl, who was planning to make a few sarcastic remarks, was stunned, and the words in his throat suddenly became choked out. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he is scared. Then, as he looked on in disbelief, a black Ferrari slowly drove out from another passage. Chapter 62, The Absent-Minded Driver. The whole audience burst into applause, but no one knows who is in the car. Brother Fei, is that the boss? The gang of racers all stretched their necks to look forward, but on the one hand, the stands were far away from the track below, And on the other hand, the racers inside were wearing helmets, so they couldn't see what they looked like at all. Not only here, almost all the audience are guessing who will represent the Drivers' Alliance. You know, Appeng, who was announced to participate in the competition before, was injured, and then it was never said who would participate in the competition. In a very remote corner of the stands, several foreigners stood up collectively when they saw the Ferrari. Impossible. Why would anyone still participate in the competition? The speaker was a middle-aged fat man with a particularly gloomy appearance. His name was George, and he was also Carl's immediate superior. At this moment, he could hardly hide the surprise on his face. Maybe they just picked someone at random. Another subordinate said uncertainly. After a few seconds of silence, George felt very uneasy. Everything was under control before. Who knew this would happen now? Tell Carl to win the game, no matter what. If he loses, he won't have to come back. After giving the order, George sat down again, his eyes flickering, and it was unknown what he was thinking. And the game will soon begin. After receiving George's order, Carl sneered. Although it is not clear why anyone from the Drivers' Alliance dares to stand up, it doesn't matter, no one can defeat him. The two cars slowly arrived at the same starting line, and as the lights came on, the accelerators were stepped on at the same time. Then Carl's car went out, but the Ferrari didn't move. Just after many people suspected that there was a malfunction, it slowly began to start up. There's no other way. This is Su Qiubai's first time driving this kind of car, so he has to get familiar with it. So, the audience at the scene watched with their own eyes as the car stumbled forward like a drunk man. After walking a few steps, he actually stopped. It's over. The Drivers' Alliance must have given up completely, so they found someone like this. The same thought appeared in many people's minds, and everyone's face looked ugly, with disappointment and anger all mixed in. Only George in the stands couldn't help but smile. If a guy like this could beat Carl, he would rather eat the car. Brother Fei, this person can't be the boss, right? The boss's level shouldn't be like this. The brothers of the motorcycle gang were also stunned. Huang Long wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth and continued to watch below helplessly. Perhaps the calmest person in the room was Su Qiubai. He was exploring and learning according to the system's prompts like a beginner. And when he raised his head again, a smile appeared in his eyes. Grandson, watch Grandpa teach you how to be a man. As this thought flashed through everyone's mind, the Ferrari disappeared at the end of the track like a black lightning in everyone's sight. After a moment's silence, there was an uproar at the scene. The acceleration of this car felt extraordinary. Suddenly, hope was rekindled in the hearts of many people. Carl in front had already known Su Qiubai's situation at the starting point through the earphone in his helmet. He couldn't help laughing. But suddenly George's voice rang out again. Here it comes. Almost as he heard these three words, Carl had already seen the black lightning from the rearview mirror. Taking a deep breath, he immediately started to speed up and made all preparations to deal with what was next. But he just felt that the whole car body seemed to be slightly bumped by the airflow, and when Carl looked again, the Ferrari was already in front of him. This made Carl open his mouth and unable to react. It felt like when you were fully prepared and ready to fight to the death with someone, the other person came up and shot you. I didn't understand what was going on, and when I looked again, the car had disappeared in front of me. When the two cars met, Carl was not the only one who knew what happened. Modern cameras captured the entire process very clearly. The broadcast signal was instantly transmitted to the screen at the starting point, and even the internet and some foreign live broadcast platforms all saw these images. The spectators at the starting point didn't think much about it. They didn't care how he overtook them. Anyway, he was in the front, and the advantage was so obvious. The internet was also in an uproar. Who is this person? That Carl must be stupid, right? I don't know who it is, but it's so fucking awesome. How could someone drive like this? I'm going to buy one tomorrow. The above person's sudden pretense made me unable to help but give you a thumbs up. Similarly, at this moment in Baidu, in an ordinary ward, the pale-faced Gu Qingtian was also staring at the screen. Especially when Ferrari overtook Carl, his eyes suddenly focused. Maybe others didn't see it clearly, but he knew what happened at that moment. But it was just ignored because the speed was too fast. Originally, Carl had basically blocked all overtaking routes. According to common sense, the car should have slowed down after catching up, but it didn't. Almost when the two cars were about to collide, the Ferrari suddenly landed on two wheels and used a very strange posture to overtake Carl sideways. Is this the expert my sister mentioned? Sure enough, he's not simple. Thinking this in his heart, Gu Qingtian chuckled. After all, at this moment Su Qiubai represented the Drivers' Alliance. Fortunately, he didn't know that Gu Qingmei, who had no news until now, was lost by this bastard. If he knew, he might have fought him to the death. On the other side of the world, in the United States, many people also watched this game. A group of people who were originally confident of winning the upcoming national competition fell silent at this moment. Because just looking at the overtaking scene just now, few people can do it. The four words Drivers Alliance also came into the sight of many people at this moment. Back to Suchiobai, today's race had a total of 2 laps. After overtaking Carl, he realized that today's race was no longer interesting. No one can catch up with me, not even the rockets. So Suchiobai, feeling relaxed, began to take this opportunity to slowly study the upgraded navigation system. The most obvious change is the eye-catching red button. There is also the word examination system marked below. This made Suchiobai feel uneasy and hesitant. What on earth is this examination system? Out of fear and worry about the unknown, he was very cautious, but if he did not turn on the test system, there was no way to upgrade his driver's license. If that happens, Guingya will never come back. So, at this moment, Suchiobai was struggling desperately in his mind, wondering whether he should activate this system. While he was stunned, the car slowed down. Many people feel strange and nervous when they see this picture. Damn, we're only a few hundred meters away from the finish line. Why the hell are you slowing down? Is there a malfunction? However, Suchiobai had no idea what others were thinking and actually stopped the car. That's right, only a few hundred meters away from the finish line. This gentleman who had been confusing from the beginning stopped the car. After a brief silence, the camera at the scene captured a close-up of the man actually taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He was about to smoke it, but put it back after realizing he was wearing a helmet. Damn, the whole group of people felt like their brains were lacking oxygen. Oh my god, who told you to bring cigarettes? Don't you know the game isn't over yet? Are you really planning to smoke one without a helmet? No one knew how nervous Suchiobai was. He liked to smoke when his emotions fluctuated, especially now, when he was sweating coldly. Carl, who was behind, originally thought that he had no chance at all, but when he heard George say in the headset that Suchiobai had stopped the car, he immediately became excited. Sure enough, after turning the last corner, he saw the Ferrari parked on the side of the road. On Suchiobai's side, he also made up his mind to start the examination system at this time, and now he just needed to press that button. As for the competition, this guy had forgotten about it long ago. Carl has already started counting seconds. It only took him 3 seconds to overtake Suchiobai and reach the finish line. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 63. The exam begins. Carl's eyes blurred. He was in a daze for a moment. Then he burst into laughter, and then he was about to step on the brakes to stop the car. But what about the brakes? Just as he thought of this, he leaned back and lay directly in a puddle of mud. When he looked up again, he saw a naked man not far away. He was holding a spear in his hand, and his face was painted with colorful paints. He was staring at him motionlessly. What's going on? Carl was bewildered. On the other side of the competition venue, the scene was also eerily quiet. Because God knows why, Carl's car didn't even reach the finish line and stopped right next to Suchiobai. Suchiobai was not concerned about the competition. He was a little confused. He had activated the examination system, so why didn't anything happen? Of course, if Carl heard him say that, he would definitely curse. Damn, you took the exam. Why was I the one who suffered? After thinking for a long time without any result, Suchiobai could only drive the car to the finish line first. There was inexplicable cheers at the scene, and then they watched the Ferrari enter the passage. The entire competition process seemed weird to many people, but never mind, as long as we won. The situation caused by this kind of thinking was that it was not until George and the others ran into the stadium that they realized that Carl was missing. However, George thought that Carl must be worried about punishment from the organization, so he ran away during the chaos. What he didn't know was that Carl, who he thought had run away, had been stripped of his clothes and was crying at the top of his lungs. Suchiobai returned the Ferrari to the driver's union, then drove away in a taxi. Until now, except for a few people, no one knows who participated in the competition. The issue with the examination system always made him feel like something was wrong. Something must have happened when I pressed the start button for the exam just now, but what exactly happened? The answer was finally revealed when he was almost at the hospital. Suchiobai received a call from the Drivers Alliance, asking him if he had seen Carl. This question stunned Suchiobai, and even the person who made the call looked puzzled, not understanding why George insisted on asking this question to the Drivers Alliance. Your driver is missing, and you come to ask us how you could have seen him. Subconsciously, Suchiobai said no, but after hanging up the phone, he stepped on the brakes. Carl is missing. Immediately, he re-entered the system error repair function. The previous incident with Guingya made him realize that once the system failed, there would be a record here. After opening it, he was dumbfounded. There is indeed a latest news above. Because the space-time channel becomes unstable when the examination system is turned on, Carl? There's that question mark again. But if this person is gone, then that's it. But then, when he exited the error check, the button on the examination system suddenly flashed a red light. The error has been corrected. The exam officially begins. The first task is to find 5 guests who arrived here due to a time-space disturbance within the specified time frame and return them to their original time and space. Just this one sentence, it's over. Suchobai felt a little surprised. He originally thought that this exam would be very complicated, but after all, it turned out to be similar to his usual tasks. I immediately felt a lot more relaxed because 5 red dots had appeared on the navigation interface, which meant that all I had to do was reach these 5 locations and then send the guests back. Then he saw the timer light up. 10 days. His task must be completed within 10 days. Taking a deep breath, the old driver's car started roaring. He never expected that the difficulty of this mission was simply abnormal. Just when Su Chiobai's exam officially started, a man in a dragon robe suddenly came into a small restaurant near the river. After he sat down, he attracted many people's attention. Someone come here. The man in the dragon robe looked around and shouted to the waiter over there. The waiter who was eating melon seeds was a little confused as to where this actor came from. Doesn't he have to return his clothes to the crew after filming? Thinking of this, he walked over. Here is the menu. Order what you want. The waiter put a list on the table and took out a pen to start writing it down. Give me a full banquet. The man in dragon robe took a look at the menu and spoke directly. The guests in the restaurant looked at each other in bewilderment. Are you crazy? You just want a full banquet. What are you talking about? The waiter didn't react for a moment and asked after a moment of silence. A full banquet of Manchu and Han cuisine. I'm in a good mood today. Quickly notify the Imperial Kitchen to prepare it. The man in the dragon robe glanced at the waiter impatiently, with some anger in his tone. The waiter finally understood what the man ordered and couldn't help but roll his eyes. A full banquet? We can make it, and you have to be able to finish it too. No. Having made up his mind that this man was either here to cause trouble or was mentally ill, the waiter spoke directly without hesitation. Frowning, the man in dragon robe raised his head and looked at him. Who are you? Where's Eunuch Wu? Have him come see me. I see you, a eunuch, have a beard. You must not have been purged yet. How dare you serve me like this? What crime have you committed? The waiter here was already thinking about how to kick this guy out, but suddenly he heard him calling himself a eunuch. You even said that you haven't purified yourself. It's easy for you to say, but why don't you purify yourself? Haha. Your Majesty, the drama hasn't ended yet. The Qing dynasty has fallen. Why are you pretending with me? The waiter snorted coldly and forced himself to calm down. Otherwise, if there was a quarrel, the boss would definitely complain to him. What did you say? The Qing dynasty is dead. Impossible. I just came back from the morning court. Unexpectedly, the man in the dragon robe suddenly looked shocked and stood up directly from the chair. His hands got stuck in the waiter's clothes, and he couldn't move for a while. There was a sudden commotion in the store. They had felt that something was wrong with this man just now, and now a fight had broken out. However, no one dared to go over to persuade them to stop fighting. This man was obviously a lunatic. He asked for a banquet as soon as he entered the room, and now he started fighting after hearing that the Qing dynasty had fallen. It was too dangerous to rush forward. The waiter here was the most nervous one. He originally wanted to try to break free from the man's hand, but he was too strong and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. He could not even breathe. Finally, the boss who was inside was probably alarmed and ran out. When he saw this situation, he came over to stop the fight, but was pushed away. This bastard actually dared to say that the Qing dynasty is doomed. I will kill all his 9 clans. The man in the dragon robe was very angry with his eyes wide open. The shop owner standing next to him was stunned for a moment, then saw the dragon robe he was wearing and what he had just said. I immediately realized that this was a psychopath. While taking out his cell phone to call the police, he was also thinking about saving the waiter from him first. His face turned red with anxiety. If someone died, he would be doomed. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. This servant is blind. Please don't be angry. May I ask, what is your name? As he spoke, he cautiously took 2 steps forward. The shop owner felt like an idiot, but there was nothing he could do. The first step in communicating with a psychopath is to enter his world. I am Aizenjuro Hongli. Probably because he thought the shop owner was reasonable, the man in dragon robe relaxed his expression a little, but he showed no intention of loosening his grip. The shop owner and other customers were all confused. Who was this Aizenjuro Hongli? But immediately, someone checked it out with their mobile phone. Qianlong. It's Qianlong. Everyone understood that the store owner was trying to communicate with this psychopath, so after finding out the results, they immediately shouted at the store owner. Upon hearing the result, the shop owner wiped the sweat from his forehead. This TV has shown the Kangxi dynasty and the Yongjing dynasty. I have watched them all, but I have never seen the Qianlong dynasty. What should I do? After hesitating for a moment, he took another step forward. Your Majesty, how about I find you a concubine? Let's put the man down first, cut off his genitals later, and then kill his entire clan. The waiter was filled with rage at the shop owner's words, but he was in no mood to care about it now. He wanted to get rid of this lunatic first. It was probably the store owner's words that made Qianlong feel relaxed, so he let the waiter go. At this moment, the shop owner and several other people rushed forward to subdue him, but he was kicked and flew away with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. How dare you deceive me? With a loud shout, Qianlong was completely furious. Chapter 64. The World of the Great Emperor. After the exam started, Su Qiubai rushed to the location of the first customer on the navigation without hesitation. He originally thought that he would see a polite person standing somewhere, and then he would stop the car, ask his name and destination, and then open the shuttle channel to take him back. But this time, he was wrong. There is no one at the location of that red dot. This made the experienced driver stand there in a daze. After getting out of the car and looking around for a long time, he didn't see any strange people. After searching for several minutes without any results, he saw an old man basking in the sun not far away, so he hurried over to ask if he had seen anyone strange. As a result, the old man smiled and said that it was true. Su Qiubai immediately became excited and took 2 steps closer to wait for the result. It's you. After saying that, the old man laughed, leaving the old driver speechless. Just at this moment, a young man came over and said that the old man was his father and he had Alzheimer's disease. He shook his head helplessly and was about to leave, but he still asked the young man one more question. Strange people? There really are. Just now, there was a man wearing a dragon robe, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was standing there, but then he went in that direction. As he spoke, the young man pointed to the east. Someone wearing a dragon robe? Upon hearing this, Su Qiubai immediately became excited. Needless to say, this must be the customer who needed to be sent back for the exam. Otherwise, why would he be wandering around the street? After saying thank you, Su Qiubai quickly jumped into the taxi and stepped on the accelerator to head east. As he walked along the road, he looked around anxiously, afraid that he would accidentally miss the customer. In fact, he was still worried about another thing in his mind at this moment. What if the 5 red dots he saw on the navigation interface were just the initial positions of these people after they came to this time and space? Does that mean the other 4 have already sneaked into the city? Oh my god, this can't happen. If it's just a weak scholar, it's fine, but if it's an unstoppable warrior, it will be terrible. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. Just then, I turned a corner and saw a lot of people gathered over there. Immediately, Su Qiubai felt something was wrong. Without hesitation, he parked the car on the side of the road, jumped out, and ran over there. As a result, as soon as I pushed through the crowd and went in, I saw several policemen surrounding a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe, and the people around him were even more alert. That's right, the man wearing the dragon robe is the Qianlong who was in the small restaurant before. In just a short while, he had knocked down quite a few people. When he saw the police surrounding him, he shouted even louder. Humph, there are always villains who want to harm me. Upon hearing this, Su Qiubai's jaw dropped to the ground. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. If it was any later, if the police planned to kill him, it would be over, and his mission would be completely ruined. Don't be impulsive, everyone. Don't be impulsive. He's my dad. What's wrong with his brain? At the end of his speech, Su Qiubai stood in front of Qianlong and pointed at his head. The police and onlookers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. All that mattered was that someone would claim this madman. But before the police on the other side could say anything, Qianlong was unhappy. I don't have a son like you. His knees went weak and the old driver almost stumbled. Madan, you are not happy with me being your son. I don't even have a father like you. But at this moment, the most important thing is to complete the task and send the emperor back as soon as possible. So just take this loss. When the police heard Su Qiubai admit that this was his father, they relaxed. Young man, please keep an eye on the elderly at home from now on. This is very dangerous, especially since he has learned martial arts, right? As he spoke, the police glanced at Qianlong, who was still looking angry behind him. My goodness, a few of us regular police officers are no match for this lunatic. Sorry, he always wanted to be the emperor. Blame it on me. I'm taking him home now. As Su Qiubai was about to pull Qianlong over there, the emperor was not happy about it. He glared at him and asked, "What are your intentions? Where exactly is this place?" After glancing around, Su Qiubai whispered into Qianlong's ear, "Follow me. I'll take you back to the Forbidden City." Sure enough, his words made Qianlong's eyes light up. Although he still didn't understand what was going on, He stopped talking and followed Su Qiubai to the taxi over there. The crowd of onlookers also began to disperse. After letting out a long sigh and watching Qianlong get on the car, Su Qiubai thought that he had received the first guest and could send him back. Thinking of this, he got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, and was about to open the shuttle channel. But insufficient energy. The channel cannot be opened. Please replenish energy. Su Qiubai didn't quite understand, and Qianlong behind him didn't say a word. The current situation was indeed too unfamiliar to him. Without hesitation, Su Qiubai tried again immediately, but the result was still the same. The prompt sounded very clearly in his mind, but he never knew what kind of energy was needed to open the shuttle channel. The car was full of gas, so it was obviously not the problem. But what is that? The atmosphere in the carriage was silent for a moment, and Su Qiubai realized that the exam was not as simple as he thought. He used to think that 10 days was too long, but now he no longer had this idea at all. Qianlong, who was standing behind him, saw that Su Qiubai didn't say anything and just sat there blankly. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to take me home?" Helplessly turning around, Su Qiubai looked at Qianlong. "Your Majesty, this home is not easy to return to." Since he couldn't open the channel, he could only put this matter behind him for the time being and start rushing to the next red dot on the navigation. This guest was quite honest and didn't move around much, so Su Qiubai picked him up smoothly. This is his identity, another emperor. Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. To be honest, when Su Qiubai took Lu Che to the car amid everyone's pointing and talking eyes, he felt shocked. In other words, at this moment, there are two emperors wearing dragon robes in his taxi. Aizen Joro Hongli, and Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. After restarting the car, Su Qiubai couldn't help but look back. At this moment, the two people were also looking at each other. Su Qiubai had previously explained to Qianlong what was going on. Although Qianlong was very surprised that he could come hundreds of years later, everything in reality kept telling him that this was true. Therefore, the task of explaining to Lu Che now fell on him. That's roughly the situation. We're all in the future now. By the way, you're Emperor Wu of Han, right? I've long admired you. I'm Aizen Joro Hongli. You may not know me, but I know you. Lu Che felt as if his mind was confused, and he had no idea what Qianlong was saying. Let alone him, Su Qiubai heard a lot of chaos in front, but let it be, he is busy looking for someone right now, so let them do whatever they want. Your dragon robe is nice, much better looking than mine. Really? Haha. Thanks for the compliment. Yours looks great too. The Qing dynasty you're talking about comes after the Han dynasty? Will the Han dynasty perish? What do you think? My Qing dynasty has already fallen. Why am I saying these useless things? Oh right. It's the last day of 2016, and tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. The old driver felt that his forehead was full of black lines. It turned out that only the emperor could make friends with the emperor, and others had no such qualifications. Soon, he arrived at the third red dot, but this time, he still couldn't find where the guest had gone. In desperation, I had to go to the fourth place, and this time it took some effort to find it. However, the identity of this fourth guest is also extraordinary. A great hero, Genghis Khan. Seeing the old man standing under the bus stop with a longbow on his back, the old driver really wanted to slap himself at that moment. If I'm not dreaming, then this world must be crazy. Chapter 65, The Fourth Emperor. Fortunately, the people nearby hid far away. Su Qiubai was even worried that if he had come a little later, he would have to see the police again. After a lot of effort, and with the help of Lu Che and Qianlong who had already got on the car, they finally explained everything clearly to the Yuan Taizu. Because of its size, Temujin's longbow could not be stuffed into the carriage at all. Su Qiubai had to buy a rope from nearby and tie it to the top of the carriage. As a result, just after crossing an intersection, the traffic police stopped him. "What are you?" Su Qiubai jumped out of the car with a bitter face. As expected, he got a ticket as a reward. Finally, when he was about to leave, the traffic police glanced at the emperors with cold eyes in the car and laughed. "Are you planning to go filming?" So many emperors. Su Qiubai really didn't feel like explaining anything more, so he just laughed twice and got back into the car. These historical figures really took up a lot of space, and since they were all wearing dragon robes, my taxi could usually squeeze in 4 passengers, but now it felt like it couldn't hold 3. There was no other way, so Su Qiubai called Huang Long and asked him to rent a house near Su Xiaoxiao's school immediately. Then he told him a place to meet up and send these people back first. He originally wanted to find a hotel, but there were too many people in the hotel, and if something unexpected happened, it would be too inconvenient to bring so many people with him. Others may not think this is true, but I know it clearly. Each of these is a real emperor. There is no fakery at all. So it would be better to rent a house. I don't lack the money now. Even if I leave Donghai City, Su Xiao can come and stay with me when she is free. Huang Long agreed very quickly. He hadn't heard from his boss since last night, but now he finally got some news. After the two of them arrived at the agreed place to meet, all the people in the car followed Huang Long. Before leaving, Su Qiubai repeatedly warned the three of them not to talk too much, as this world was very dangerous. However, seeing the three people pouting, Su Qiubai knew that what he said must be regarded as nonsense. He couldn't care less about that. He had to hurry to pick up the fifth guest. So after giving Huang Long a few instructions, Su Qiubai drove straight to the last red dot. He saw from the navigation that this location was quite remote, so he guessed that the guest would not walk far. Sure enough, after he arrived at the location and stepped on the brakes, the first person he saw was the man in the dragon robe. But this time, the old driver was stunned for a long time before jumping out of the car. Mudun, what does that mean? Didn't you say there was only one guest? Why so many? That's right. There is not only this man in the dragon robe here. There are three others, and the armor on their bodies looks extremely tough. At this moment, the four people were also confused. They were clearly discussing matters in the court. So why did they come here for no reason? And there was this iron box that could run. What the hell was this? Su Qiubai went forward with gritted teeth. After asking for a long time, I finally figured it out. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen. Next to them are two door gods, Yuqi Jingda and Qin Shubao, and the last one is Cheng Yaojin. This is the fourth emperor Su Qiubai has met today, but this emperor is treated differently. He even brings bodyguards with him when he travels through time, and they are such powerful bodyguards. Calling Huang Long and asking him to come and pick up the person, Su Qiubai began to explain to Li Shimen what had happened. Finally, everyone understood, and Huang Long arrived by car. As soon as he got off the car, he was shocked again when he saw several people in strange clothes around Su Qiubai, and then he was confused. He quietly pulled Su Qiubai aside. He really couldn't help but ask clearly, what the hell is the boss doing? Where did he find all these actors? What kind of movie is he planning to make? Among the first three, one said that he was Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, another said that he was Aizen Joro Hongli, and the last one was even more ridiculous. He wore Mongolian clothes and dared to say that he was Genghis Khan. I thought it was good enough, but now there are four more people for no apparent reason. Let's talk about this later. Is the house you rented big enough? Can these people live there? Huang Long with a little annoyance. He just tried the shuttle channel again, but the result was exactly the same, prompting insufficient energy. But he still doesn't know what that energy is. Huang Long assured him that the house was big enough. Su Qiubai felt more at ease. He did not stay here for long, and the two cars left. But what he never expected was that Huang Long actually rented a villa. I asked this guy how much the rent was, and he actually raised his head and said he had no problem with the money. There was no time to deal with this matter anymore, so he led Li Shimen and the others into the villa. Huang Long may not have thought much of the scene in the living room, but Su Qiubai thought it was too outrageous. Lu Che, Qianlong, and Genghis Khan were sitting on the same sofa watching TV, and what was playing was an underwear show. The three of them were watching so seriously that they seemed oblivious to the sounds behind them. It was not until they saw Su Qiubai standing next to them that they all turned their eyes away from the TV and stood up. Why are women these days so bold? It's really immoral. That's right, it's not pretty at all. Huh, my Mongolian girls are still the best. Before the old driver could say anything, the other three had already rushed to speak. Su Qiubai rubbed his forehead and put the matter behind him for the time being. Let me introduce to you all. This is Emperor Taizong of Tang. Because Huang Long was parking his car outside, Su Qiubai let the two sides get to know each other first, and then warned them that they must listen to their leaders, otherwise no one would be able to go back. Perhaps because everyone was completely convinced that this was indeed the world of the future, no one expressed any objection. The three previous emperors were very dissatisfied with Emperor Taizong of Tang. Ma Dan, why can you bring military commanders with you, but we can't? Because of this issue, a group of people started arguing, and in the end, the argument became more and more intense. While Su Qiubai was going to the toilet, the house was almost demolished. Seeing the scene in the living room, especially the iron arrow nailed to the wall, when he saw Cheng Yaojin and Temujin rolling up their sleeves and preparing to wrestle, Su Qiubai felt dizzy. This also made him more determined to find energy as soon as possible. Even if it is not for completing the exam, it is necessary to send these ancestors away as soon as possible. Huang Long originally thought these people were quite amusing, but after being thrown into the sky twice in a row, he was almost scared out of his wits. This guy is not an actor at all. He's a lunatic. So, without hesitation, he followed Su Qiubai out of the villa. The two men smoked a few cigarettes outside the door and could hear the sounds from inside the villa from a distance. Haha, come again. It feels so good. Brother, it's a shame we met too late. To be honest with you, you'll die miserably when you're old. Don't say that. You died miserably. Boss, what's going on? Huang Long felt that he was already lawless enough on a normal day. But now when he looked at these people, he felt that he was at most at the level of a first-grade elementary school student. I don't know how to explain it to you. There's still one thing I haven't found. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Qiubai felt quite annoyed. He didn't know where the last guest had gone. The mission only lasted 10 days, and the energy to open the shuttle channel had not yet been found. Thinking of this, he lit another cigarette for himself. I just received a system prompt saying that if I fail to complete the exam task by then, I will be eliminated. But there are only 10 days. Is it really possible? Thinking of this, Su Qiubai suddenly regretted starting the driving test so rashly, but it was too late now. At this moment, in a bar in Donghai City, a group of thugs surrounded 4 people in strange costumes. The one in the middle was wearing a black dragon robe, and the 3 beside him were full of murderous aura. Brothers, come on. Damn it. I don't believe anyone in Donghai City dares to talk to me like that. At the command of the leader of the thugs, all the men rushed forward. Chapter 66, A Critical Moment. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen thugs were lying on the ground, and the one with the most serious injuries was almost dying. But the 4 men were unharmed, and the look in their eyes when they looked at others was even more dangerous. No one dared to approach them, and no one knew where these people came from. After coming in here, they had a conflict with a local bully. They started fighting after just a few words. Everyone thought that these people would be the ones to suffer, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, it would turn out like this? Someone called the police very early, and this is a place where accidents are prone to happen. So within a few minutes, sirens were heard outside. Get out of the way, what's going on? As they were talking, a female police officer walked in from behind the crowd. She had a hot body and a face that looked like an iceberg snow lotus. Xiao, Donghai City's recognized policewoman. She was in a bad mood today. Her little niece suddenly fell ill in the afternoon. She had been staying in the hospital out of worry and had also asked for leave from the bureau a long time ago. But the new director called her at this time and asked her to go out on the police journey. Do you think she could not be angry? When I entered the bar and saw the thugs lying on the ground, and then looked at the 4 people in strange costumes on the other side, I already knew what was going on. So, she walked directly towards the 4 people and said, "The 4 of you come with me and go to the police station to make a statement." According to the regulations, considering the attire of these 4 people and the fact that they were involved in a fight, she had to find out the origins of these 4 people and make a simple record. No one expected that as soon as she said this, the man in front of her took a step forward and grabbed her neck with his hand. As an outstanding police officer, Xiao always thought that her close combat skills were quite good, but at this moment she understood what the gap was. The man's speed was ridiculously fast, and he had no power to resist at all. Especially his eyes, which were so cold that it seemed as if he wanted to kill him. This happened suddenly, and there was an uproar at the scene. Even the thugs on the ground were stunned. Who could have thought that these 4 people would attack the police without saying a word? And from the looks of it, they were determined to kill her. After a brief moment of shock, the other policemen also pulled out their pistols and aimed at the people opposite them. Put her down right now, or we'll shoot. After the police pulled out their guns, the people on the opposite side felt uncomfortable with the faint sense of threat. So, after getting instructions from the man in dragon robe, another man rushed over. No one could see clearly what happened. The pistols were taken away, and the scene was in complete chaos. Half an hour later, the bar was surrounded, and there were fully armed police outside, and the cordon was quite long. Captain Liu, one of our female police officers, has been kidnapped. Please ensure her safety. Also, I'd like to ask you to watch a video. It may be helpful for your next move. Captain Liu, who was in charge of this mission, originally thought it was a trivial matter, just a few blind thugs, and he believed in the strength of his team. But after hearing Director Li's last words, I felt a little strange. Why was he watching a video for no reason? But he didn't say anything. He patiently watched the video, and then, his whole body was cold. This is the surveillance footage of the man rushing over to grab the pistol. Ordinary police officers might find it impressive after watching it, but for Captain Liu, who has been exposed to secrets that cannot be made public, it was shocking. These 4 people are definitely warriors beyond the ordinary human realm. Their abilities are simply unimaginable to ordinary people. For example, now, do you believe that someone can rush over from 10 meters away and snatch the gun from the police? Director Li, this mission may not be carried out for the time being. I need to report to my superiors. We don't have enough manpower. After hesitating for a moment, although he was reluctant to admit it, Captain Liu finally said these words. In the current situation, all he could do was to ask his superiors to send warriors over as well. Otherwise, these people would be of no use at all. The action that had been prepared was stopped, and the cordon outside the bar was extended dozens of meters further. More and more people gathered to watch, and eventually the entire street was blocked. Soon after Captain Liu finished his phone call to report to his superiors, Gu Tian in the Gu family compound had already fully understood what had happened. That's right, the Gu family is the country's warrior force stationed in Donghai City, and Gu Tian is also the person in charge of these warriors. This is why someone like Gu Zhanchuan can be a bodyguard for Gu Qingya. This matter has always been the biggest secret of the Gu family. Otherwise, if they just sent a few warriors out, no one else would be able to dominate Donghai City. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tian frowned slightly. He couldn't imagine how there would suddenly be so many warriors in Donghai City. The Su Qiubai from some time ago had not been thoroughly investigated yet, but now he appears again? However, maintaining social stability was his unshirkable responsibility. Without thinking too much, Gu Tian gave an order to Gu Zhanchuan, asking him to take a few people to find out what was going on. At this moment, Su Qiubai drove his car around the third red dot and circled around it several times. He also asked many people, but there was no news. After turning around again in a hurry, he saw the cordon that had just been drawn. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he drove over without hesitation. After stopping and asking people, he found out that the car was broken. After getting rid of the obstruction of the policeman, Su Qiubai rushed directly towards the bar, while the policeman chased him desperately. When we arrived at the door of the bar, it was already full of police cars, and it looked like the place was under tight security. Seeing Su Qiubai, a taxi driver, rushing towards here, everyone felt strange, and someone stopped him immediately. "Let me go and let me in." Su Qiubai was also anxious. If he wanted to shake off these policemen, it wouldn't take much effort at all, but the key was that if he did so, he would get into a lot of trouble. After explaining for a long time without any result, Su Qiubai shouted anxiously, "It's all a misunderstanding. I know them. Please let me in." As a result, his voice was so loud that Gu Zhanchuan, who was already deploying the mission, heard it. When he looked up, he never expected to see Su Qiubai. This made him ecstatic. He had just seen the scene of the expert rushing over to grab the pistol, and he was feeling uneasy. He was thinking about whether he should call Su Qiubai and ask him for help. After all, it was too late to transfer more warriors from other places. Without hesitation, Gu Zhanchuan ran towards Su Qiubai. The other policemen were all shocked. They knew that Gu Zhanchuan was actually a most mysterious warrior. He had a cold face and looked very imposing before. So how come he looked like this now? Especially when you take a closer look, his expression towards the taxi driver seems to be a bit flattering. "Mr. Su, why are you here?" Su Qiubai also felt strange when he saw Gu Zhanchuan, especially when he heard that he was the person in charge of the arrest operation. He became even more anxious. "No, you definitely can't beat them." Although it is still unclear which emperor is inside, Su Qiubai is sure that Gu Zhanchuan is definitely not someone he can deal with. "Are you sure?" Although Gu Zhanchuan asked this, he already believed it in his heart. Others may think that this young man is just an ordinary taxi driver, but he knows how capable he is. He almost destroyed the dangerous place in Dongkou Lane, forced Xiao Xiuwen to almost commit self-harm, and later cured his young lady's illness. This young man is simply a miracle. So, he directly reprimanded the other team members who were somewhat dissatisfied, and then opened the cordon to let Su Qiubai come closer. The veteran driver, on the other hand, felt inexplicably nervous. "I still don't know who the last emperor was, especially since a conflict has already occurred. Will they believe in themselves?" Chapter 67. Who is he? All the police and warriors on duty made way and watched Su Qiubai walk towards the bar door alone. The veteran driver also felt a little panicked at this time, but there was nothing he could do because the situation was too big. If you have the guts, try walking in front of a group of policemen with guns behind you. There were people following him in the first few steps, but when they reached the door, everyone else stopped. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qiubai walked in. Gu Zhanchuan had just asked him to watch that video as well. Although he had seen many people like this, he didn't have that ability yet. If everything was fine at the beginning, but now it is obvious that they have become hostile and might even attack me. After entering the bar, Su Qiubai saw the four people at first sight, especially the middle-aged man in the black dragon robe in the middle. He could feel his fierce aura from a long distance away. The woman in police uniform next to him was probably the hostage. Although it looks a little flustered, but it's quite beautiful. The four people here were also looking at Su Qiubai. Years of fighting had made them strong-minded. Before Su Qiubai came in, they had already felt that there were a large number of people outside who intended to do something bad to them. So everyone was ready to take action, but when they looked up, this person came in. "May I ask which emperor you are?" In silence, Su Bai stood only a dozen meters away from them and asked with a smile. As a result, no one spoke. That might be some misunderstanding. No one is trying to hurt you. Let this woman leave first, and I'll explain everything later. Su Bai really felt at a loss for words, especially the eyes of the middle-aged man in dragon robe opposite him, who looked at him as if he were a dead person. The man on his left made the old driver even more uncomfortable, as his cold aura could be felt from such a distance. As a result, he said so many words with good intentions, but there was still no sound from the other end. In a hurry, Su Bai took 2 steps forward, but he didn't know who moved on the opposite side, and a black thing flew over. If Su Bai hadn't dodged quickly, his head would have been blown up. When he lowered his head, he saw clearly that it was actually a pistol. Damn, are you trying to kill me? At this point, Su Bai finally understood that the hostility of these people was very obvious. No matter how he explained, it would probably be useless. However, letting them stay like this was not a solution either. What's more, a female police officer was kidnapped. This immediately made Su Bai feel embarrassed. To be honest, he wanted to turn around and leave. But when he saw the hopeful look on the policewoman's face and thought about the possibility of failure in his mission, Su Bai sighed and could only look across again. I really don't know which emperor you are, but everything that happened before was indeed a misunderstanding. Release this woman now, and I will be your hostage. We can discuss anything later. The old driver said this very sincerely. As a result, the 4 people on the opposite side were not moved, but Xiao was somewhat moved. Although I don't know this comrade, I didn't expect that he would do such a thing for me. After this matter is over, I must thank him very much. Thinking of this, hope suddenly arose in her heart. Otherwise, she would feel so nervous that she couldn't breathe. After waiting for a long time, Su Bai didn't get any response from the other party, and he felt like going crazy. If we can't deal with them, and a fight breaks out outside, there will definitely be heavy casualties, and the situation will become unresolved. But if we want to deal with them, Gu Zhanchuan's power is definitely not enough. I don't have the ability to travel through the passage now, so I can't go to Lianshan. Otherwise, I could ask Wu Song and Lu Zhishan to help subdue these people. Just when he didn't know what to do, a few people suddenly popped up in Su Bai's mind. Damn, how could I have forgotten them? He has 1 emperor here, but he has 4 on his side. Although it does feel a bit wrong to think of these powerful emperors fighting each other, but what the hell? There is no better way now, so I can only do this first, subdue these 4 people, and then explain. Thinking of this, Su Bai planned to leave. Before leaving, he turned around and said something to the person opposite him. Don't leave if you can. Wait for me to come back. Then he left. The 4 people here, including Xiao, all felt a little puzzled. Is this a fight between elementary school students? As soon as Gu Zhanchuan and the police outside saw Su Bai coming out, they quickly surrounded him and asked him what was going on inside. Su Bai shook his head. He didn't know how to explain to these people. Don't go in. The person inside is very dangerous. They won't hurt the policewoman for now. Wait until I come back. After Su Bai and Gu Zhanchuan gave some warnings, the others didn't understand, but Gu Zhanchuan guessed something and then relaxed. Needless to say, Su Bai must be planning to find his brothers and then go in to deal with these people. Thinking of his younger brothers who were like demons descended to earth, Gu Zhanchuan quickly gave orders to everyone. When Su Bai came back, they must not anger the people with him under any circumstances, and should not be curious if they saw anything strange. Soon, the police got the news. They attached great importance to it, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly does that driver do? Why did he receive such a strange order? After Su Bai left the street, he drove a taxi to the villa. However, he was also very curious about one thing. Who was the person in the bar? After racking his brain, he still didn't know where to set his target. After all, his history had always been poor. After returning to the villa, Su Bai was worried that these ancestors would tear down the room. But after entering the room, I found it unexpectedly harmonious. A group of people were gathered together, and I didn't know what they were doing. Shunzi, don't want. 4 twos, 2 kings. Haha, I win. With the last shout, Lu Che suddenly jumped up, his face full of excitement. Su Bai was stunned. Damn, landlord. Just at this moment, he saw Huang Long coming out of the bathroom and immediately understood what was going on. Seeing that these emperors were shuffling their cards and couldn't wait to start the next round, Su Bai quickly stepped forward to stop them. There's another emperor now. We just found him, but something went wrong. He doesn't trust me. If we can't bring him here, then none of us will be able to return home. Without hesitation, Su Bai explained the situation. After he finished speaking, the group of people opposite were collectively stunned. Who? Which emperor? Qianlong looked up and asked Su Bai. Right here are the photos. Halfway through his words, Su Qiubai suddenly remembered the photo he had taken from Gu Zhanchuan. After taking it out, he realized that there was no way he could identify the people opposite him just by their appearance. However, seeing that they had already gotten closer to look at the photos together, Su Qiubai didn't say much. Who would have thought that Lu Che would suddenly shout, "It's him!" As soon as he said this, everyone turned their eyes over. There is no way. He was the first one to become emperor. Who is he? Which dynasty is he from? Temujin asked directly in a loud voice. Qin Shi Huang. Ingzheng. Looking at everyone, Lu Che spoke slowly. After he finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a moment with a serious look on their faces. To put it simply, the difference between Ingzheng and them is that Ingzheng is the first emperor. Everyone here knows Ingzheng, but Ingzheng doesn't know any of them. He's never even heard of them. It can even be said that everyone who becomes an emperor will try to climb the mountain of Ingzheng, and he has been standing there for thousands of years. After a moment's silence, Cheng Yaojin spoke with an eager look on his face. If this is Ingzheng, then these two should be Wang Jian and Meng Wu, and this one must be Bai Qi, right? As he spoke, Cheng Yaojin pointed at the man next to Ingzheng, who was as cold as ice. Chapter 68. How the Qin dynasty fell. God of killing Bai Qi. The Bai Qi who annihilated 450,000 people of Xiao stayed in the Battle of Chongping. Even Su Qiubai felt a little cold when he heard the name. No wonder he felt uncomfortable even though they were so far apart in the bar. Inexplicably, Su Qiubai recalled that he had actually been hesitating for a long time when these people were very hostile to him. He was simply playing with his life. Where are they now? Temujin suddenly grabbed the longbow hanging on the wall. While asking questions, Qin Shubao had already taken out the golden mace with a tile surface, and Yuqi Jingda also began to wipe the pair of bamboo steel whips. For a moment, the entire living room was inexplicably filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Su Qiubai looked blankly at these emperors who were suddenly ready to fight, and felt something was wrong. These people obviously got along well with each other before, so why did they immediately become like this when they heard about Qin Shi Huang? He vaguely felt that he shouldn't have come here. What are you going to do? I asked you to help persuade them, not to take action. Waving his hand, Su Qiubai stood in front and spoke quickly. You don't understand. I grew up listening to stories about Ingzheng. I've always dreamed of meeting him. If I could ever challenge him, I'd have no regrets in my life. I never thought I'd have the chance today. How could I miss it? The speaker was Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen. Su Qiubai stared at this emperor who had shone brilliantly in the thousands of years of Chinese history. At this moment, his eyes were filled with an irrepressible desire to fight. Me too. No one wants to miss the elegance of Qin King Ingzheng. That's right, a battle with him will make my life worthwhile. Then, both Lu Che and Qianlong burst out with indescribable momentum. In recent years, many people think that most emperors in Chinese history are drunkards and obsessed with beauty. Even Su Qiubai has had such an idea. But at this moment, he truly understood how heroic these emperors who left their mark in history were. On the other hand, Temujin and the three generals of the King of Tang were obviously more interested in Bai Qi and Wang Jian. Let's make it clear as soon as possible. Bai Qi is mine, and no one is allowed to take it away from me. I'll deal with Wang Jian. Then Meng Wu is mine. At this time, Su Qiubai felt that the situation seemed to be out of his control, but he had no better solution. Especially when he knew that the man in the black and gold dragon robe was actually Ingzheng, and that he was accompanied by generals like Bai Qi and Wang Jian. He would definitely not be able to persuade him with just his mouth. Therefore, I can only hope that after I get to the bar, these people can help me explain. He waved to Huang Long helplessly and asked him to get ready to drive. Huang Long was feeling confused at the moment. He had thought these guys were crazy when they said they were the emperor, but after hearing what they just said, it felt so damn true. At this moment, he truly realized that he, the boss, was definitely hiding a shocking secret. But now is not the time to ask these questions. Cheng Yaojin has already come over. It was this guy who almost threw himself into the sky just now, swallowed his saliva, suppressed his confusion, and followed Su Qiubai with the car keys. 20 minutes later, Su Qiubai and Huang Long drove directly through the cordon and arrived at the door of the bar. Gu Zhanchuan was waiting anxiously, and when he saw the car coming, he excitedly went to greet it. He had been wondering for a long time which of his brothers Su Qiubai would invite over this time, the bald man or the dark-haired man carrying two axes. However, he was still surprised when the people in the car got off. If he saw a group of people standing together in another place, he would definitely think they were actors filming a movie. But now seeing these people, Gu Zhanchuan felt a little cold in his feet. Ordinary policemen might not feel anything, but he clearly realized that each of these people was more terrifying than the other. The one holding the golden mace, the one holding the bamboo steel whip, and the one carrying a longbow. Mr. Su, what are these? Afraid that other people's words would offend these warriors of unknown origin, Gu Zhanchuan asked first. My friend, you don't need to worry about anything else, but you must make sure not to come in casually. I will take care of these things. After talking to Gu Zhanchuan, Su Qiubai looked behind him and realized that everyone was looking inside the bar with serious expressions. It seems that they have already felt it. At the same time, Ing Zheng inside also fixed his eyes, and the aura of dominating the world emanated from him from inside out. Bai Qi on the side snorted coldly, and Wang Jian and Meng Wu also clenched their fists secretly. When their own strength reaches this level, the perception between masters has become very obvious. That's why people are competing with each other in terms of momentum before they even meet. Come on, follow me in. With a bitter smile in his heart, Su Qiubai said to the emperors behind him, and then took the lead and walked towards the door of the bar. So, a strange scene appeared at the scene. A group of fully armed policemen watched 7 people in strange costumes follow Su Qiubai into the bar that was surrounded. Almost as soon as they entered and the two sides met, the tension in the air seemed to be about to explode. Especially when Ing Zheng took a step forward and Bai Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. The emperors here also took a step forward. Qin Shubao and Yu Qigong behind them raised their weapons, and Temujin even drew his longbow. The distance of more than 10 meters between the two sides seemed to be completely frozen. After patting his forehead, Su Qiubai almost fell to the ground. On the way here, I was worried that this situation would happen, and in the end, what I feared came true. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Everyone calm down and listen to me." As he shouted, he stood between the two groups of people. If this wasn't explained clearly, there would definitely be casualties if a fight broke out. To put it bluntly, everyone here has tens of thousands of ghosts under their command, so killing people is too common for them. The king of Qin said it himself. If the emperor gets angry, millions of people will die. There wasn't much talk among other people in the bar, so he could talk about anything without worrying about anything else. But now there is a female police officer being taken hostage. Once I tell those things, there might be more unnecessary trouble. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qiubai looked at Ing Zheng and said, I'll tell you again, this is all a misunderstanding. Knock that girl out first, and I'll tell you what's going on. You must be wondering why you're in this place now. After he finished speaking, Ing Zheng's eyes flashed, and then he gave Bai Qi a look. Then, Xia Xiaomao was knocked unconscious without having any idea what was happening. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng. He is Bai Qi, and these are Wang Jian and Meng Wu. Taking a deep breath, Su Qiubai knew that this was his best chance. If he couldn't explain things clearly to Ing Zheng now, then he really had no choice but to take action. For about 5 minutes, Su Qiubai was the only one talking in the entire bar. The look in Ing Zheng's eyes began to change slowly, especially when he looked at the emperors in dragon robes opposite him. Bai Qi's aura was not as cold as before. Here's the thing. It's New Year's Day of 2017. All of you shouldn't be here, but because of the distortion of time and space, so, do you understand? The old driver's throat was a little dry after speaking, but he finally finished speaking thoroughly. Who do you think will destroy the great Qin? Sure enough, this first emperor was much more arrogant than others. He didn't care about the current situation at all. He just wanted to know who could destroy the Qin dynasty. Su Qiubai was stunned for a moment, then took out his cell phone. Wait a minute, I'll check for you. It's like this. In 207 BC, King Xing of Qin surrendered to Liu Bang, his great-grandfather. Having said that, Su Qiubai pointed at Liu Che. Liu Che over there was feeling quite proud, but then he saw Ing Zheng snort coldly. I never thought such a person could become emperor. After saying this, Liu Che's face suddenly turned dark. Su Qiubai quickly tried to smooth things over. The next second, Qin Shi Huang pointed at Li Shimin and Qianlong and said, Look at the way they look. They will fall even faster than our Qin. Chapter 69, Eating an Ox a Day. Mudun. Hearing this, the old driver wanted to kick this guy hard. I've been talking about harmony for a long time, but the moment you open your mouth you start making trouble. Sure enough, the opponent picked up the weapon that he had put down with great difficulty again. What a boast. My Tang dynasty lasted 289 years, but that certainly can't compare to the Qin dynasty's 19 years. They say the first emperor unified the 6 kingdoms, a truly remarkable emperor. Today, I really want to see for myself. Although the Qin dynasty cannot compare to the Tang dynasty, it still lasted for 268 years. I've also heard that the god of killing Bai Qi is the bravest in the world. Today is a good day for us to compete with each other. It's over. Time to take action. Su Qiubai was so worried. Seeing that the two sides had already started fighting, Su Qiubai howled in anxiety. Let me tell you, if anyone messes with me, don't even think about going back. You'll never see your wife and children again. The old driver got angry and glared at everyone. Even though you are all emperors, now you are the dragons coiled up in front of me and the tigers lying down in front of me. This is no longer a feudal dynasty, but a brand new socialist country. Anyone who doesn't obey will never get on the bus. It's no wonder that his words really worked. Even Qin Shi Huang remained silent this time. The entire bar fell completely silent, and Su Qiubai breathed a sigh of relief. There should be no problem now. He originally planned to take this group of people and leave directly, but he happened to see Xia Xiaoma fainted over there. So after thinking about it, Su Qiubai picked up Xia Xiaoma by the waist, asked everyone to wait for him in the bar, and then walked out alone. Besides, outside, Gu Zhanchuan and a group of policemen were already waiting anxiously, and many reporters also rushed over after hearing the news. As it happened, the camera captured the scene of Su Qiubai holding Xia Xiaoma and walking out from inside. The whole audience was in an uproar, and Gu Zhanchuan ran up excitedly. "Mr. Su, what is this?" Gu Zhanchuan asked softly, feeling a little nervous. "I've sent the hostages out. You decide what to do. The people in there are my friends. It was all a misunderstanding. Tell these police officers to withdraw. Get me a bigger car, and I'll take them away. I guarantee there won't be any more problems." Although it was not clear what Gu Zhanchuan's status was among these people, Su Qiubai could feel that his status was quite high. Otherwise, what he said would not be the final word. This made him a little curious about the Gu family, but now was obviously not the time to think about these things. So after he finished speaking and saw that Gu Zhanchuan agreed, he turned around and went back into the bar. Soon, things started to move outside as Su Qiubai said. Police cars drove away one after another, and the people around were evacuated. After all, there were no casualties, so Gu Zhanchuan just called Gu Tian and everything was resolved. It's just that Gu Tian was very curious about the people he mentioned, but after interacting with Su Qiubai, he also knew that the seemingly ordinary taxi driver was definitely a miracle worker. Even he would not want to offend him. So after finally ordering Gu Zhanchuan to continue observing the situation at any time, he hung up the phone. Back in the bar, the two groups were still looking at each other coldly, and no one spoke. However, there was no time to care about these things now. Su Qiubai shouted and asked them all to follow him. After the group went out, Gu Zhanchuan had indeed arranged a car. After the group got into the car, they all left. And now, Su Qiubai finally found all 5 guests. Next was the most difficult part of the entire exam. What kind of energy was needed to travel through the channel? And where could one find it? After returning to the villa, he arranged rooms for everyone. Once again, I have to say that Huanglong is a very suitable place to rent. Even with so many people living in it, it doesn't feel crowded at all. It was getting dark at this time. After Su Qiubai ordered takeout, he went outside with Huanglong. "Boss, these people." Finally, Huanglong couldn't bear it any longer and asked softly. He felt terrified whenever he thought of his own guess, but the fact seemed to be true. Without hesitation, Su Qiubai nodded at Huanglong. After what happened today, Huanglong definitely can no longer hide it. However, after spending so much time together, Su Qiubai felt that Huanglong had long been his brother, so he trusted him so much. Unexpectedly, after he admitted it, Huanglong's legs went weak and he almost sat on the ground. "I actually taught these people today. Fight the landlord?" And even called them crazy, my god. There was no time to care about Huanglong's shock. Su Qiubai was feeling upset. He was still at a loss regarding the energy issue and didn't even have any clues. If this continued, let alone 10 days, he wouldn't be able to complete the task even in 10 years. After smoking another cigarette, the takeaway arrived, so Su Qiubai asked Huanglong to watch over the meal for the group of ancestors in the villa. Whenever he heard the sound from that side, he felt extremely miserable. For these emperors, what is happening now is simply a wonderful journey, but for myself, this is fucking terrible. Shaking his head, the old driver lay on the ground, then turned on the navigation system again, intending to study it carefully to see if he could find anything. At this moment, in the room where Carl stayed last time, George was looking at a long-haired man in front of him with a serious face. Just a few hours ago, he had investigated through spies within the racing league and found out that the person competing with Carl was a taxi driver named Su Qiubai. Not only that, he even had a clear understanding of what had happened on Kangzhuang Avenue in Qingha City. This taxi driver was no ordinary person. He reported all the information about the strange situation during the game and his amazingly powerful brother to the organization without missing anything. That game seemed insignificant in the eyes of many people, but George knew too well its true significance. So after losing that game, someone had to bear the wrath of the organization, and Su Qiubai was the first to bear the brunt. What does it say? Taking a deep breath, George asked the person in front of him. The order from above is to kill him at all costs. Kill him, but our strength. He was halfway through his speech when the person on the other side interrupted him. Don't worry, we don't need to do anything. Black Wolf and Xiao are carrying out a mission nearby. They will go and solve this problem themselves. Originally, George felt a little worried. After all, according to what he knew, Su Qiubai's younger brother was extremely powerful. But after hearing that it was Hailing and Yaoyue who came here to deal with him, he immediately felt relieved. There are two recognized lists in the world. One is the killer list, and the other is the warrior list. However, Hailing and Yaoyue are both masters who are ranked among the top 1,000 on the warrior list and are well known throughout the entire underground world. Don't think that 1,000 people is normal. Please note, there are only these 1,000 people in the world. So now that they are here, there is no need to worry about any accidents. Of course, Su Qiubai had no idea that a world-class warrior had come all the way to kill him. He first went to see Su Xiao and then returned to the villa. As a result, after entering the house, I saw family buckets all over the floor. What is going on? Just as I was wondering, Huang Long walked over with a speechless look on his face. Boss, let me play a game with you. Guess how many family buckets I bought? Looking at Huang Long, then glancing at the packaging boxes on the ground and the ancestors lying comfortably on the sofa over there, Su Qiubai immediately understood everything. 150 family buckets. There are a total of 150 family buckets. Can you imagine that this was eaten by 11 people? No wonder the book says that Xiang Yu ate an ox every day. This is totally unreasonable. Waving his hand, Su Qiubai didn't know what to say to Huang Long, and the two of them began to pick up the packaging bags and plastic boxes on the ground. While cleaning up, Su Qiubai cursed inwardly, what a bunch of bastards. It was at this time that the two legendary masters, Black Wolf and Yao Yu, had arrived in Donghai City. Chapter 70 The Killer is Coming. In a small secret base in the suburbs of Donghai City, it was almost dawn and George was still waiting anxiously. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, the two people who were about to come were too famous, and the rumors about Yao Yu had always been rather strange. However, all the information put together at least let George know that the guy was a pervert. It is said that once when he was on a mission, he actually bit off a person's tongue and swallowed it alive, and even massacred a group of innocent people. So when George heard that the organization asked him to receive these two people, he was very reluctant, but he had no choice. Are you George? Suddenly, George, who was looking towards the gate, suddenly heard such a voice, and it sounded behind him. George was startled and quickly turned his head away. There were two more people in the living room. One was a strong man, and the other was very thin, with an indescribable weirdness in his eyes. Black Wolf, Yaoyue, you two are finally here. It must have been a tough journey. I'll arrange for you to rest first. We'll discuss the mission tomorrow. He pretended to be polite, but Yao Yu had already spoken as soon as George finished speaking. Give us the person's address and photo, and don't worry about the rest. Without hesitation, George immediately handed the things to them. Afterwards, the two left here late at night. In fact, the reason why they were in such a hurry was because they did not take Su Qiubai seriously. After all, these two people are world-renowned masters. They were asked to carry out the mission together just based on hearsay that there was a little danger. So naturally, I felt indignant and wanted to finish the matter quickly and leave early. After coming out of the base, the two went straight to the villa where Su Qiubai was temporarily staying. On the other side, Su Qiubai was lying on the sofa with a speechless look on his face. At this moment, in this hall, a group of emperors and generals are playing cards with great enthusiasm. On this side, Qianlong and Lu Che were playing landlord. On the other side, Bai Qi and Cheng Yaojin were playing mahjong, and Temujin and Ing Zheng were playing golden flower with Li Shimen, smoking, drinking, and shouting out joy when they win a card. Huang Long didn't go to bed even at this late hour. He kept taking selfies. Finally, he came to Su Qiubai with a nervous heart and asked if he could post on WeChat Moments. Su Qiubai seriously rejected him. How could he post such a thing on WeChat Moments? There was nothing he could do. He could only go record the video again in frustration. He wondered if he would want to strangle himself, the boss, if he saw a photo of Su Qiubai with Wu Song in his circle of friends. Seeing that it was already 12:30, Su Qiubai felt quite sleepy, so he said hello and prepared to go to bed. Suddenly, there was no sound in the living room. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qiubai turned around and looked at the emperor, who had just been full of passion, not understanding what had happened. Someone is coming here. As he said this, Yu Qigong stood up. Two assassins, they're here to kill people. Their target can't be anyone like us, so they're here to kill you. Bai Qi then stood up, and his devil-like eyes looked at Su Qiubai as he spoke. Originally, Su Qiubai was puzzled when he heard that someone was coming. People on the street outside could go wherever they wanted, and no one could stop them. The next sentence turned out to be that he was here to kill himself. After a quick thought in his mind, he realized that if it wasn't the Xiao family, then it must be Carl and his people. The possibility of the Xiao family is not very high, and Su Qiubai doesn't believe that they still have the courage to cause trouble for him. So the most likely ones are Carl and others. However, when he saw this group of people in his living room, the old driver immediately relaxed. Not to mention the two killers. Even the special forces would be defeated in minutes with the lineup in the villa. But just when he was about to let everyone help, these guys seemed to have agreed beforehand and started playing again. Damn, the assassin is coming to kill me, and this is your attitude. Have you forgotten who brought you together from this confusing world? Have you forgotten that 150-portion family bucket? Have you forgotten Xia Yuha by Daming Lake? As a result, as soon as he asked a question, the other party's answer made Su Qiubai almost fall to the ground. When you leave, give me 5,000 decks of cards, 5,000 decks of mahjong, and these Zhonghua cigarettes. I want 10,000. Almost as soon as Ying Zheng finished speaking, others began to rush to put forward their conditions. Me too. Give me another 5,000 family buckets. Yes, me too. I can't be left out. Listening to the chatter in the living room, Su Qiubai really wanted to take a stick and kick these bastards out. Everyone gets 10 decks of cards, 5 sets of mahjong, and a pack of cigarettes. If anyone disagrees, just forget it. I can handle it myself. Rolling his eyes, Su Qiubai put his hands on his hips and shouted at the opposite side. After a few seconds of silence, the other party suddenly burst into laughter. Profitable. I agree. Me too. Haha. I thought I could only take 1 pack of cigarettes, but I didn't expect to get 1. Seeing this scene, Su Qiubai finally understood that this person was bargaining with him. Just when I was thinking of yelling at these bastards a few more times, Bai Qi suddenly appeared and turned off the lights, and the whole living room became completely quiet. There are still 800 meters left. Keep your voices down and let them in. I don't know who said it, but Su Qiubai suddenly felt a little sad when he was standing next to the stairs. But I wasn't feeling sad for myself, but for the 2 killers who were about to come in. Why are you so unlucky? Of all the places in the world, why did you have to come here to die? Shaking his head, he felt more and more like a group of people preparing to catch mice. No, it should be catching ants. Outside, Hailang and Yaoyue had already arrived outside the villa. Black Wolf, your strength has improved again. After stopping, Yaoyu said in surprise. Black Wolf also seemed very proud. At their level, it was not easy to make any progress. However, if the 2 men knew that the group of perverts in the villa had noticed them about 5 minutes ago and knew that they were killers, they would have turned around and run for their lives by now. I'm outside. Keep your voice down when you go in. We'll leave after we kill the target. After calming her breathing, Yaoyue spoke to Hailang. After agreeing, Black Wolf walked towards the villa without hesitation. What a coincidence. There was a window open and he jumped right in. But my first reaction after entering was the strong smell of smoke and alcohol. Feeling a little strange, he slowly turned on the light in the darkness. As a result, he was almost scared to death. A big face was right in front of him. When he looked again, he felt like he was in an encirclement. Subconsciously, he intended to speak out to alert Yaoyue outside. But it was too late. Before he even understood what was happening, he fainted. As for Yaoyue outside, she had been waiting for 5 minutes, but still didn't see the Black Wolf coming out. Logically speaking, a task like this would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables for them, and there would be no difficulty at all. So he couldn't help feeling uneasy in his heart. But he didn't hear any sound coming from the villa, which gave him a glimmer of hope that the target might not be here tonight. As for the fact that Black Wolf encountered such danger that he had no time to make a sound, Yaoyu would never believe it. He has great confidence in the strength of the warriors, and also in the strength of the Black Wolf. 10 minutes later, the Black Wolf still didn't come out. Finally, Yaoyu couldn't wait any longer. He also walked towards the villa and saw the open window. After hesitating for a moment, Yaoyu did not enter from here out of caution. Instead, she went around to the back of the villa and pried open the glass on the 2nd floor. What Yaoyu didn't know was that when he was prying the glass, there were more than a dozen people standing under the window, motionless, waiting for him to come in. Chapter 71. Who are these? We try to keep the noise to a minimum, and since we carry out this task frequently, the whole process went very smoothly. After taking down the glass, Yaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was confident that no one would think that he would come in from here, because the kitchen should be located below this window. He slowly put his head in and was about to jump. Suddenly a voice sounded in my ears. I'm so anxious, get down here. Almost at the same time, a hand clamped his neck, And when Yao Yu tried to break free, it was too late. The hand was so powerful that it locked him like a pair of steel pliers. Then, the lights in the entire villa came on. After seeing the situation clearly, Yao Yu felt like she was dreaming. Plus, there's Black Wolf over there, tied up and looking pale. What's going on? What should we do with these two people? As Chung Yaojin spoke, he had already tied up Yao Yu, then turned to Su Qiubai and asked. The old driver who witnessed the entire process of catching the two killers now felt cheated. He saw it clearly. During the whole process, only Chung Yaojin took action, while the others were all just watching the fun happily. If I had known this would happen, why would I agree to send cigarettes and alcohol to everyone? Why not just give them to Chung Yaojin alone? But it's too late now. It's obvious that I've been cheated. Looking at Yao Yue and Hailing again, he decided to first ask them what these two people were doing here. Who sent you? Taking a step closer, Su Qiubai looked at Yao Yu and asked. The big guy over there looked like a guy with strong limbs and a simple mind. So the one who could make the decision must be this thin guy. Yao Yu glanced at Su Qiubai. Although he didn't understand why there were so many warriors with abnormal strength here, he felt trembling all over when he thought about the way the organization dealt with traitors. So, he decided not to tell anyone even if he was beaten to death. It was because of his funny idea that his career came to an end. Who are these people? They've seen everything. Are you still planning to hide your secrets from them? How many people did Qin Shi Huang kill when he burned books and buried scholars alive? How many people did Bai Qi kill when he conquered the Six Kingdoms? How many people did Li Shimin kill when he eliminated so many warlords? How many people did Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che kill? Genghis Khan was almost conquering Europe. How many people do you think he killed? So, in just a few minutes, Yao Yu revealed all the secrets and was completely paralyzed and finished. Before Su Qiubai could figure out how to deal with the two killers, Bai Qi picked up one in each hand, and when he came back, they had already been dealt with. The old driver now completely understood that there were definitely a group of monsters staying in his villa. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to even call it a prehistoric beast. This also made him more convinced that he must send them away quickly. Otherwise, if he couldn't control them well, it would definitely be a big problem. What Yao Yu said was similar to what Su Qiubai guessed, and it was also the first time that Su Qiubai heard about that organization. But we have to admit that this organization is indeed mysterious and powerful. Even masters of Yao Yue and Hailing's level are only peripheral members and are completely unaware of many important things. I secretly became alert, and the game of landlord started again over there. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Qiubai was too lazy to pay attention to these ancestors anymore, because they started playing cards again while he was talking. He found a room and slept until dawn. After getting up, the living room was full of people lying there, including Huang Long. It seemed that he had drunk a lot. Not wanting to bother with them, Su Qiubai left the villa and drove to the hospital. Xiao Xiao's condition had improved a lot in the past 2 days, and maybe he would be able to be discharged soon. So he decided to go and take a look, and also to try his luck. Maybe he could find some information about the energy body. After going to the hospital, Xiao Xiao was indeed much better. Director, he said that she could be discharged now, but if she was worried, she could stay for a few more days. After thinking about it, Su Qiubai decided to take Xiao Xiao away. There were many inconveniences in staying in the hospital, and he might spend most of his time in the villa these days, so taking Xiao Xiao over would allow him to take care of him at any time. Although I don't know what to do when I think of the current situation inside and those emperors, it shouldn't be a problem to let Xiao Xiao live on the second floor. Just like that, Su Qiubai called Huang Long and told him something, then completed the discharge procedures for Su Xiao Xiao and drove back to the villa. On the way, Su Xiao Xiao felt a little strange. She originally thought that Su Qiubai was going to take her back to school, but after asking a few questions, she found out that it was not the case. Brother, please take me back to school. It's inconvenient to live in someone else's house. Looking at Su Qiubai, Su Xiao Xiao said with some concern. It's not someone else's home, it's a rented place. It must be very inconvenient for you to stay in school like this now. Su Qiubai said with a smile. But if I rent it, won't it be very expensive? Su Xiao Xiao said this with some hesitation. She knew that Su Qiu had already spent a lot of money on this incident. Besides, my brother is just a taxi driver, and now he wants to date Sister Rong. I don't want him to feel so much pressure because of me. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qiubai looked at his sister. He then remembered that he had not told Su Xiao Xiao about the money, so he grinned and said, Don't worry. I have money now, you can spend it without worry. After hearing what he said, Su Qiubai didn't know that his sister didn't believe it at all, even though he was telling the truth. Before entering the villa, Su Qiubai told Su Xiao Xiao that there were some mentally ill uncles living there, so just ignore them and take good care of yourself. But after entering the house, Su Qiubai was shocked. The group of emperors who were lying on the ground in the morning were now dealt with very neatly, and coupled with the elusive aura of kingship, even he was stunned. Su Xiaoxiao had heard Su Qiubai say that these people were homeless uncles, and she also heard her brother say that they might be mentally ill. She felt sorry for these people, so after entering the door, she called each of them uncle very sweetly. It was completely beyond Su Qiubai's expectation that these people liked Su Xiaoxiao very much and kept smiling at her. Even Bai Qi grinned. It was not until Ling Zheng said that seeing Su Xiaoxiao was like seeing his own daughter that the old driver vaguely understood. After all, the youngest of these people was in his 40s. As for the possibility that they would have any improper thoughts about Su Xiaoxiao, that is even more impossible. Looking at the emperor and generals who had looked ferocious before, now they were listening very attentively to Su Xiaoxiao's instructions on how to turn on the TV, use the computer, and play with the phone. It's true, Su Qiubai felt very happy watching them. He also felt that bringing Su Xiaoxiao here was not a bad thing. It was a good opportunity for him to chat with these old guys and relax. Instructing Huang Long to stay in the villa and watch out for any trouble, Su Qiubai drove out. He planned to find a secluded place to study carefully what secrets were hidden in this navigation. Maybe he could find some information about the energy body. On the other hand, after the mysterious organization behind George completely lost contact with Black Wolf and Yao Yu, although they were reluctant to admit it, it was very likely that something had happened to these two people. Because of this, their rating of Su Qiubai's dangerousness suddenly rose several levels. Similarly, a person who was on the killer list was also rushing to the East China Sea from the other side of the ocean because of Su Qiubai. In the villa, after Su Qiubai left, a group of emperors all became interested in mobile phones under the guidance of Su Xiaoxiao. However, there were only 2 mobile phones in the entire villa, one for Su Xiaoxiao and the other for Huang Long. There were not enough to share among these people. So, Huang Long was in trouble. A group of people surrounded him and forced him to buy a mobile phone. Huang Long was hesitating, and just at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao received a call. It was Zhang Wen who called and said that a teacher in the school was furious. He didn't believe at all that Su Xiaoxiao didn't come to class because she was sick. He also said that if he didn't see her today, she would fail the class this semester. This really made Su Xiaoxiao anxious. If she failed, her scholarship would be gone, and that precious opportunity would be completely gone. Seeing that the little girl was about to cry, the emperor and generals were immediately at a loss. After finding out the reason, they asked Huang Long to drive quickly without hesitation, as they wanted to take Su Xiaoxiao to school. Chapter 72 Question. Huang Long heard about this. He immediately panicked. He saw with his own eyes yesterday what kind of people these were. Now that Su Qiubai is not here, if they all rush out, who knows what will happen? But he had no way to explain to Su Xiaoxiao over there. It seemed that Su Qiubai had no intention of telling Su Xiaoxiao about these things. This made Huang Long stand there in a daze, not knowing what to do, and he was almost knocked to the ground by Temujin's slap. Finally, he had no choice but to ask everyone to wait for a while, then ran out and called Su Qiubai. But it's turned off. In fact, this is not Su Qiubai's fault. He didn't know that his phone was turned off. It is very likely that the navigation system started running and blocked the signal. Helplessly, when Huang Long came back, he saw that his ancestors were determined to send Su Xiaoxiao to school. Perhaps she saw Huang Long's embarrassment, so Su Xiaoxiao quietly asked him if it was inconvenient. If not, she would take a taxi there herself. Huang Long hesitated to speak. He really wanted to tell Su Xiaoxiao how dangerous this uncle, who seemed so normal to her, was to the world. But he couldn't open his mouth, especially when he saw the generals behind him who were eyeing him covetously. In the end, he could only swallow his saliva and agree to arrange a car immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao became happy. On the one hand, she could go back to school, and on the other hand, she could see that these uncles really wanted to go out and have a look. It was too pitiful for them to stay here all day. This outfit would definitely not be suitable for going to school, but fortunately there were a lot of old clothes in the villa that were probably left over from the past. So Huang Long took them all out and helped the emperor and generals change their clothes. To be honest, after everyone changed their clothes, Huang Long felt like his eyes were wide open. Before, those wide robes covered everyone's figures, so it was hard to tell what they were like. But now it's completely different. In addition, most of the clothes in the room were relatively small. So many people were just wearing vests or something like that, which made the entire outline more obvious. Huang Long felt that the muscular men in those European and American movies were so weak. He estimated that any one of the men in front of him could kill an entire squadron of them. Soon, the sound of a sports car was heard outside, and the brothers of the motorcycle gang had already arrived in front of the villa. As a biker gang known for being fearless, Huang Long suddenly lost his previous nervousness and worry at this moment. Even if he really got into trouble, Would he be afraid? Besides, if I can't solve it myself, Su Qiubai can definitely handle it. Besides, how many people in this world can lead a group of emperors and generals out for fun? Damn, I can do it today. Let's go. Let's go to Donghai University now. After shouting, Huang Long led the emperors out. Su Xiaoxiao was carried on Temujin's back. In comparison, she looked like a little girl in her early 10 years old. The brothers of the biker gang were originally wondering why Huang Long asked everyone to come and pick someone up, but when they saw these uncles walking out of the villa one after another, their eyes widened. After everyone got in the car, the Ferrari in the front roared out first, and dozens of sports cars followed closely behind. All of a sudden, everyone felt heroic. Even Bai Qi, who was usually the most steady, was urging the boy next to him to speed up and overtake Yuqigong in front. Su Qiubai didn't know that his brother and sister had already taken all those devils out of the villa and were heading there to cause trouble. He parked his car in a small alley in the suburbs and was studying the navigation with sweat on his forehead. It's true, he did discover a hidden function. There is a question mark icon in the additional functions. After clicking it, you can spend growth points to ask a question. If he hadn't fiddled with them one by one, he would never have discovered it. This made Su Qiubai quite ecstatic. He had been almost going crazy because of the problem with the energy of the shuttle channel, and now he finally found a way out. However, this function wastes too much growth points. It costs 10 growth points to ask a question once. Although it was ridiculously expensive, Su Qiubai gritted his teeth and clicked it anyway. Tell me what kind of energy is needed to open the shuttle channel? Where is it? After he finished speaking, Su Qiubai waited anxiously. As a result, he inexplicably lost 20 growth points. After a moment of shock, he shouted, "Why did I lose 20 growth points for just one question?" As soon as he finished speaking, another 10 growth points were lost. First, answer the last question. The reason I deducted 20 growth points is because you asked 2 questions. Next, answer the first question. Energy is the substance needed to keep the shuttle channel open. Finally, for the second question, energy bodies are randomly distributed, but when you approach within 2 kilometers, the system will prompt you. It was that very mechanical female voice again, and then there was silence. After hearing the previous answers, Su Qiubai already had the urge to curse, but in the end, he finally said something useful in the last question. He subconsciously wanted to ask if he could narrow the scope further, but after hesitating for a moment, he held back. There was no other way. It was really too expensive. The growth value was of great use to him. Finally, after thinking for a long time, Su Qiubai came up with a very clever question. Are there any energy bodies in Donghai City? After asking, he waited anxiously. This was the best solution he could think of. If there are energy crystals in Donghai City, I will drive around the entire city starting today. 10 days will be enough to go around it all. The system will prompt me within 2 kilometers, and I will definitely find it then. Yes, there is an energy crystal in Donghai City. Hearing this, Su Qiubai almost jumped up with excitement. Finally, he saw hope of completing the exam task. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete it even if he was beaten to death. Without hesitation, he drove out of the alley, and at the same time began to plan in his mind what route he should take to search, trying to go around the whole city in the shortest time. Just as he was thinking about this, the biker gang on the other side had already roared towards Donghai University. Just now, Huang Long took a group of emperors and generals to a mobile phone store and gave everyone a latest model of Apple. Su Xiaoxiao refused it firmly, but in the end she couldn't persuade Huang Long. In fact, it was more because of Huang Long's words. He said that an iPhone was just a dime a dozen for Su Qiubai. These words left Su Xiaoxiao stunned for a while, and she began to doubt whether her brother was really rich now. Huang Long said this without really considering it, and what he said was absolutely true. Others may not know this, but he heard it clearly from Xia Xiaomu that Su Qiubai is now the largest shareholder of Xia Group, and it was he who saved Xia Group. So a mobile phone is just a penny for Su Qiubai now. Those emperors took their mobile phones and did not refuse at all, and even thought about taking a few hundred more with them when they went home. As for how much it costs, damn it, there's nothing in this world that doesn't belong to me, and yet I'm being asked to spend money. What a joke. Just like that, under the gaze of everyone along the way, this fleet of luxury cars headed straight towards Donghai University. On the other side, Su Qiubai was not so ostentatious. He drove his car honestly and started his plan to bypass the city from the east end, gradually narrowing the scope forward. After driving 2 blocks, the old driver suddenly remembered a problem, slapped his forehead, and stopped the car. You know, all his previous plans were based on the crystal not moving. If it moves, that would be the end. He quickly reopened the navigation, and after enduring the pain and spending 10 growth points again, he got a shocking answer. That crystal really moves. This made Su Qiubai extremely upset. and he lost interest in continuing the search. Feeling depressed, he found that his cell phone was turned off, so he turned it on. Just at this moment, a call came in, but the number was completely unfamiliar to me. Hello, are you Mr. Suchobai? I'm Xiao. Thank you for saving me last time. So, can I treat you to a meal? After answering the phone, when the old driver was still unable to react, a very pleasant but somewhat cold female voice rang out. Chapter 73 Rejection. Xiao. After thinking for a long time, Suchobai still couldn't remember when he knew such a person. Just when he thought that the other party might have dialed the wrong number, the voice rang again. I'm the policewoman you rescued from the bar last time. The old driver immediately understood what was said, and the girl's image appeared in his mind. Although it is difficult to refuse a beautiful woman's invitation to dinner, Suchobai is not in the mood at the moment. Hello, Officer Xia. It's just a small favor. You don't need to eat. Maybe he was really upset, so Suchobai spoke very calmly. Well, I'll thank you in person when I get a chance. Then the two of them hung up the phone. In fact, Xiao hesitated for a long time before deciding to call Suchobai. She has always been known as an ice beauty in the entire police force, so it is conceivable that she would take the initiative to call a man to invite him to dinner. And the key point is, they refused. If her suitors knew about this, they would definitely line up to find Suchobai to practice shooting with them. How many people can't even get a phone number, but you actually refuse to do such a thing? Of course, Xiao didn't call Suchobai with any particular idea in mind. In the final analysis, she just wanted to thank him. After all, it was he who rescued her from the bar. Whenever Xiao thought of what happened that day, she would once again recall the tense and depressing atmosphere at that time. Although she was just an ordinary police officer, she had certainly heard of the legends about warriors, so she could guess that those who kidnapped her, including the people Suchobai brought later, were all extraordinary warriors. But why would so many warriors know a taxi driver like him? And why did he ask to be knocked unconscious? I originally thought I could satisfy my curiosity by treating him to a meal, but if he refuses, there's nothing I can do. Xiao quickly put the matter about Suchobai behind her and planned to return to the hospital. She was in a bad mood when she went out on duty that day because of her niece's illness. She didn't know why the child suddenly fell into a coma, and her body was so hot that it seemed like there was a ball of fire. She had been transferred to several hospitals in a row, but no results were found. Everyone in the family dotes on this girl. Now that she is sick, her parents are almost worried to death, and the whole family is in a gloomy mood for a while. So when Xiao got up early this morning, he contacted his classmates at Donghai Hospital to see if he could be transferred there for a comprehensive examination. After all, Donghai Hospital is the best hospital in the entire Donghai city. Although that classmate had always had some improper thoughts about her, she couldn't care less about that now. After Suchobai hung up the phone, he sat in the taxi with a sad look on his face. His previous confidence and hope also became much dimmer because of that problem. After racking his brains and failing to find a better solution, he could only continue driving and start his sweep plan, hoping to suddenly encounter that unknown energy body at some point. Let's talk about Huang Long and Su Xiao. When the security guard of Donghai University suddenly saw so many luxury cars driving towards the school gate, he was stunned for a long time before he remembered to go up and ask what was going on. As a result, the person took out a student ID and said something. We are parents who send our children to school. What else can you do in this situation? So even though the security guard had a vague feeling that something was not going well, he still watched as dozens of cars drove into the school. Although such luxury cars can still be seen in Donghai City, a convoy driving directly into the school now still shocked everyone. As she walked towards the teaching building, Su Xiao felt embarrassed because of being stared at by others. She has never been like this. Everyone who knows Su Xiao has the impression that she is a very quiet girl. But Huang Long was different. When he whistled, he felt like he was going to heaven when he saw the girl. Fortunately, it was Su Xiao sitting next to him. If it was Cheng Yaojin, he would probably have smashed his head into pieces. When she got downstairs, Su Xiao calculated the time. The class would end in about 20 minutes, so she could still catch up if she went up now. She could just explain to the teacher then. Originally, Huang Long planned to send Su Xiao upstairs and then let these uncles stay downstairs, but who knew that a group of uncles were so worried that they insisted on going up themselves. Perhaps only they themselves knew that Su Xiao made them find a daughter-like warmth in this strange world. So how could they feel at ease watching her with a plaster cast on her body and letting Huang Long, a clumsy boy, carry her up? Long saw Genghis Khan carrying Su Xiao on his back again, and a group of uncles surrounding them. He felt indescribable surprise. Maybe Su Xiao just felt touched and warm, but Huang Long didn't think so. He would rather believe that all this was fake. Such a murderous guy actually had such a human side, especially Genghis Khan's very careful movements and the look in Cheng Yaojin's eyes when he opened the car door. Well, Huang Long was unable to convince these people in the end and could only watch them follow Su Xiaoxiao upstairs. At this moment, in the classroom on the third floor, Su Xiaoxiao and her classmates heard the roar outside and saw the luxury cars downstairs. Xiaoli and Zhang Wen immediately realized that it was Su Xiaoxiao who came. No one else had seen these cars, but they knew clearly that they were all Su Qiubai's friends. The two of them were just whispering a few words, but the other girl sitting in front heard it. The woman's name is Mo Jiaoling. She is a native of Donghai City. She wears heavy makeup all day long and gossips with others whenever she has nothing to do. Sometimes she talks about who is supporting this person, and sometimes she talks about who slept with that person. In fact, she was the most coquettish one in the class. After she knew Xiao Yun came to school, she took the initiative to stick to Xiao Yun all day long. As a result, he didn't even look at her. Instead, he fell in love with Su Xiaoxiao. This made Mo Jiaoling very angry, and from that time on he began to mock Su Xiaoxiao for no reason. After hearing that Su Xiaoxiao jumped off the building, she was so happy that she even cursed at others, saying that she deserved it. She also said that Su Xiaoxiao was an ungrateful person and that she was lucky that she didn't die from the fall. The reason why the teacher insisted on seeing Su Xiaoxiao in person today was because she called the teacher privately and said that Su Xiaoxiao was fine and was just pretending to be sick and not coming to class. So after hearing the teacher say that Su Xiaoxiao would fail the course, Mo Jiaoling was so happy that he even posted it on WeChat Moments. She originally thought that Su Xiaoxiao would definitely not come, but who knew that she heard Xiaoli and Zhang Wen behind her say that Su Xiaoxiao was coming. This made her turn around and snort coldly. She's here? How did she get here? Did she come in the sports car downstairs? Mo Jiaoling had a sarcastic look on his face when he said this, and his eyes were full of contempt when he looked at Zhang Wen and Xiaoli. She originally thought that Zhang Wen and Xiaoli would be very angry after she said this. But who knows? He is actually very calm. You're right. She came here in a sports car. All these sports cars downstairs are for her. Zhang Wen looked into Mo Jiaoling's eyes without giving in. They were all in the same class, and they knew best what that bitch Mo Jiaoling was like. They also knew how she usually targeted Su Xiaoxiao. Under normal circumstances, the two girls would probably just endure it and let it go. After all, Mo Jiaoling is a native of Donghai City and often hangs out with shady people, so he might have some bad intentions towards them. But after what happened with Xiao Yun this time, the two girls suddenly felt supported in their hearts because of Su Qiubai, so Zhang Wen said this. Mo Jiaoling immediately got angry when she heard this. If she wasn't in class, she would definitely have taken action. Humph, if Su Xiaoxiao can come to school in a sports car, I will kowtow to her every time I see her. Almost as soon as Mo Jiaoling finished saying this, the classroom door was pushed open. Chapter 74. The Dangers of Historical Commentary. What's going on? Did you take the wrong path? Everyone in the classroom looked at the door blankly. What was this for? There's no way. It's no wonder they reacted like this. Suddenly, more than a dozen men with impressive momentum pushed open the door of your classroom. You'll get numb too if you stomp. The teacher frowned and was about to ask a question when he suddenly saw Su Xiaoxiao lying on Temujin's back. Teacher, I'm here for class. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the dazed teacher, said something softly, and her face turned red. There's nothing I can do. I've never experienced this kind of situation before. Other people go to class with their boyfriends or girlfriends, but I go to class with a group of uncles. Who are these people to you? After straining his brain for a long time, the teacher finally sorted out his thoughts and asked, why do you care who we are? Just do your job. There's no need for all that nonsense. After glancing at him, Temujin's voice was as loud as a bell. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the teacher's reaction. He carried Su Xiaoxiao on his back and headed towards the first row. Behind him, Ying Zheng and Li Shimin also followed him in. All eyes in the classroom were on these people, and the teacher was speechless. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained, Teacher, these are my parents. They're worried about me coming to school alone, so they wanted to take me there. After hearing what Su Xiaoxiao said, the teacher finally came to his senses. He was a little angry and wanted to say something, but seeing how ferocious these people looked, he finally swallowed the words back. Originally, the first few rows were all occupied, but when they saw Temujin and his men coming over, they all made way. Zhang Wen and Xiaoli at the back didn't react either. Where did so many parents come from to Su Xiaoxiao? And one looks more vicious than the other? Originally, the three of them sat together in class, but the current scene made both of them feel embarrassed to move over. Haha, this is Su Xiaoxiao's family. They look like a demolition team. Mo Jiaoling was the first to speak out in ridicule, his eyes staring at Su Xiaoxiao with mockery. She was about to say a few more words when suddenly someone among them turned around and looked at her. With just this one glance, Imo Jialing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body frozen. Even if he made an unnecessary movement, that person would kill him. Then, after the man turned his head away, she Imo Jialing felt that she had never been so embarrassed in her life, but she didn't have the courage to say another word. Zhang Wen and Xiao Li at the back were wondering why Imo Jialing just said one sentence and then stopped, but then they smelled something wrong. Unable to bear the shame to stay any longer, Imo Jialing said something to the teacher and immediately fled from the classroom. Although the teacher above always felt that it was too weird to have such a group of people sitting below, since they had already come in, he couldn't just kick them out, so he sorted out his mood and started teaching. What a coincidence. This class happens to be a history class. So, after the teacher said this, the atmosphere of the class exploded. I personally think that Li Shimon's contribution to China cannot compare to that of Ing Zhang. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Li Shimon stood up, his eyes staring at the teacher like sharp swords, while Ing Zhang next to him started laughing. Why can't we compete? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I will never let you go. Li Shimon was really angry. He had been arguing with that bastard Ing Zhang about this issue since yesterday. What's more, there were 5 emperors, but only he and Ing Zhang brought their subordinates. This made the 2 emperors want to argue with each other even more. However, from the perspective of force to strategy, neither of them won over the other. I originally thought that this question had no answer, but I met such a stupid teacher who actually said that he was not as good as Ing Zhang in just one sentence. This is simply unbearable. Yes, if you don't explain clearly, I won't let you go. Seeing their emperor stand up, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Shubao, and the other 2 also stood up without hesitation. The teacher felt as if he was scared silly while standing on the stage. How could his life be in danger during the last class? Don't worry about him. You're absolutely right. How can anyone compare to the first emperor? Li Shimon was furious, but Ing Zhang was happy. He stood up and expressed his support for the teacher without hesitation. Haha. Be careful not to let the wind blow your tongue away when you speak. Li Shimon snorted coldly after glancing at Ing Zhang. From the sound of it, you seem unconvinced? Still want to compete? Ing Zhang also refused to give in and kept his eyes fixed on Li Shimon. At the same time, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the other 2 stood up. The students in the classroom felt like they had witnessed the most amazing thing in their lives. Several parents of students were on the verge of drawing their swords against each other in class over the question of who was more powerful, Qin Shi Huang or Emperor Taizong of Tang. Qianlong and Lu Che did not bring bodyguards when they traveled through time, and since these 2 guys had been arguing while playing cards last night, they got used to it. So Su Xiao must be the most anxious one. Uncle, class is in session. Her voice finally pulled back the few people who were about to roll up their sleeves and fight. Finally, they snorted coldly and sat down at the same time. However, Li Shimon still stared at the teacher on the stage with a very unfriendly look. The teacher also sensed something was wrong, so he hesitated and said, "Then let's compare Emperor Wu of Han and Emperor Qianlong." After just a few words, as expected, Emperor Qianlong and Emperor Lu Che below exploded at the same time. Just like Ing Zhang and Li Shimon before them, the 2 almost came to blows. After being finally pulled to sit down by Su Xiao, the teacher was almost crying. Is it easy to be a teacher? It would be fine if students brought their parents to class, but why so many of them came? It would be fine if so many of them came, but when they told me history, it was as if they had a deep hatred against me. What's more, they all looked like they were ready to beat me up. So he finally threw away the textbook, and after thinking for a long time, he chose a more reliable candidate. Then let's talk about Genghis Khan, the founder of the Yuan dynasty, and Temujin Borjigin. It was his decision that brought the class to an end, because the big man who had been sitting next to Su Xiao smashed the table with one punch. When the history teacher heard the bell for the end of get out of class, he felt relieved. And when he returned to the office, he directly applied to the school to change the course. Who would have thought that a course like history review could be so life-threatening? Not only that, the classmates also hurriedly left the classroom as if they were escaping. In the end, only Su Xiao and a group of uncles who pretended to be indifferent were left. Su Xiao was originally very depressed, but when she saw them like this, she remembered that her brother said these uncles were all mentally ill, so she didn't know what to say in the end. If anyone does this again, I won't bring him out. Seeing Su Xiao's face return to normal, the emperors and generals became happy again. It was estimated that in the whole world, no, in the entire history of China, Su Xiao was the only one who could tell these people that he would not take them out in the future. After the class was over, Su Xiao planned to leave as she felt very unwell. After going out, Zhang Wen and Xiao Li were at the door. After saying a few words to them, Su Xiao was carried downstairs by Temujin again, and the group of uncles continued to follow behind. After going downstairs, Huang Long's side was already surrounded by people. This guy was so excited that he started to flirt with beautiful girls who looked pretty. Although Su Xiao was willing to go over at this time, these uncles didn't think so. They even wanted to go over and give Huang Long a beating after seeing his behavior. As a result, after taking 2 steps, Su Xiao happened to see Mo Jialing coming over with a group of people. The students around soon noticed it and recognized that the person walking with Mo Jialing was a famous gangster in the school, so they all made way. As for why Mo Jialing did this, it was simple. She had never experienced such a shameful thing as today, especially when she thought about how she peed herself just because a migrant worker looked at her. She really couldn't accept this kind of thing. So naturally, she blamed Su Xiao for this. And this time, she was determined to teach Su Xiao a lesson. Chapter 75. You provoke him. Su Xiao just glanced at Mo Jialing and turned her head away. She had no idea that this woman was leading a group of people to deal with her, and she had no idea what had happened in the classroom. But these uncles were different. Just by looking at Mo Jialing's eyes, they knew what he was here for, but no one said anything. As long as Mo Jialing didn't take the initiative to provoke them, they would not bother to pay attention. When Huang Long saw Su Xiao and the others coming down the stairs, he immediately put away his smug look, pretended nothing had happened, and asked the beauties to leave quickly. Because he was really worried that these ancestors would come over and slap him until he cried. Mo Jialing was about to take action, but when he saw Su Xiao and the demolition workers walking towards the luxury cars together, he subconsciously stopped. Especially when she saw the owner of the red Ferrari. She actually took the initiative to greet him. What is going on? A very bad feeling began to spread in Mo Jialing's heart, and she suddenly remembered what Zhang Wen had said to her in the classroom before. She said, "Are these luxury cars downstairs here to take Su Xiao to school?" I didn't believe it at the time and even made a bet with her. The last bit of hope in Mo Jialing's heart was completely shattered after seeing Huang Long smile at Su Xiao. She felt an indescribable anger and loss, followed by crazy resentment. Why does this woman have everything she wants? Her classmates like her teachers like her, and even those rich young masters like her. Why is this world so unfair? Thinking of this, Mo Jialing finally lost his mind completely. Su Xiao, you bitch. Her voice brought complete silence to the entire crowd. Then, before Su Xiao could do anything, the uncles from the demolition team all turned their eyes to her. At this moment, Mo Jialing felt as if he was being stared at by a group of demons, especially the air around him seemed to be frozen. Then, Cheng Yaojin came over. Anyone could see that the two groups would definitely fight. As a result, the next second, Huang Long suddenly rushed out in front of Cheng Yaojin. Then he slapped Mo Jialing in the face. "Fuck you, are you tired of living? I'm going to kill you." While cursing, Huang Long started kicking Mo Jialing continuously, and she was almost crying. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin did not come up again. Su Xiao over there shouted at him to stop fighting, but Huang Long seemed to have not heard it at all. Perhaps he was the only one who understood that what he was doing now was to save Mo Jialing's life. Otherwise, if these ancestors behind him really took action, no one could guarantee that she would still be alive. The man Mo Jialing brought was called Wang Qing, a notorious troublemaker at Tanghai University. Before Huang Long could react, he had already taken action. Now that he had come to his senses, although he saw that the biker gang and a group of uncles were quite large in number, he had never suffered any loss at Tanghai University, so he shouted and rushed forward with the group of people behind him. As a result, no one expected that an anxious voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" This sound startled everyone. Then they looked in that direction and saw a black Mercedes parked not far away. The person who got off the car made Wang Qing immediately happy. It turned out to be his elder brother Wang Yuan, especially since he brought bodyguards with him. Huang Long also stopped at this time, looking at Wang Yuan over there with some surprise. Wang Qing snorted at him coldly. It was too late to be afraid now. Not only that, Mo Jialing stood up from the ground with disheveled hair, her face swollen from being hit by Huang Long, but the resentment in her eyes became even deeper because of Wang Yuan's appearance. "Brothers, let's do it." Seeing his elder brother jogging towards him, Wang Qing suddenly became full of heroic spirit and shouted with a wave of his hand, "Move me, you're paralyzed." As a result, his brother slapped him in the face. Wang Qing lost his balance and almost fell down. The most important thing was that his face looked like he had seen a ghost. This was the wrong person. Just when I was about to ask a question, I was slapped again. "I'm going to beat you to death, you bastard. Did your parents send you to school just to get you into fights? What the hell can you do besides bullying?" Wang Yuan seemed to be crazy and kept beating his own brother. The crowd around was so quiet that not a sound was made, especially Wang Qing's gang of younger brothers, who all looked at each other with their throats hoarse. What the hell just happened? Aren't we all in this together? Why did we hurt each other? Wang Qing, who was lying on the ground, was so confused when he heard Wang Yuan's words. Yesterday, my older brother said that if you don't agree with what you do in school, you should just fight. That's what young people should have. What's wrong with bullying others by taking advantage of your power? Others want to take advantage of their power, but they haven't done it yet. As a result, today, it took Wang Qing a long time to understand. It turned out that they had set a trap for me yesterday. Wang Yuan was also quite depressed. He didn't think much of it when he received a call saying that his brother was going to fight with someone again. But then he heard he was actually going to cause trouble for Su Xiao. You say this isn't stupid. What is it? Is the Xiao family that powerful? They almost destroyed the dragon's den and tiger's lair. Although they deliberately suppressed the news and didn't want others to know, they couldn't help but hear it from so many people present at the time. His son jumped off a building and became a vegetable, but Xiao Xiaowen still apologized to him and almost committed suicide. Miss Gu had been suffering from malaria for many years, and yet Su Qiubai cured her? What is the status of the Gu family in Donghai City? Gu Tian personally said that whoever messes with Su Qiubai will mess with the Gu family. Why did you have to mess with his sister when you could mess with anyone else? Don't you know that all the young masters in Donghai City have been warned recently? If you see the Qinghe speeding gang's convoy, run as far away as you can. Anyone who dares to approach will have their legs broken. It's not that Huang Long is so awesome. It's that Su Qiubai is a pervert. What happened next? If I hadn't arrived in time today, I don't know how much trouble this idiot brother would have caused at home. Get out of here. Feeling that it was about time, Wang Yuan shouted and sent Wang Qing away. Although the boy still looked dissatisfied, he quickly left with his men. Boss Fei, long time no see. Smiling, Wang Yuan said to Huang Long. When Wang Yuan was racing in Qinghe City before, he was next to Gu Qingya, so he was no stranger to Huang Long. Don't call me boss. Our boss isn't here today. You're quite smart, kid. Huang Long grinned. What's the use of being clever or not? Boss Su's sister is my sister. Whoever messes with Su Xiao is messing with me. Patting his chest, Wang Yuan said without hesitation. Businessmen like them are best at speaking polite words. Even though everyone knows they are fake, you still feel comfortable listening to them. Originally, he wanted to go over and say a few words to Su Xiao to get closer to her, but Huang Long stopped him. Those ancestors are treating Su Xiao like a baby now. If Wang Yuan goes over and says something wrong and gets slapped, it will be more serious than losing 2 teeth, so it's better not to go over. Although she didn't understand why Huang Long wanted to stop her, she had a vague idea from looking at his eyes and the group of silent uncles next to Su Xiao. Without moving or staying any longer, Wang Yuan turned around and left, while Huang Long on this side also walked towards the convoy again. This conflict, which seemed unavoidable, ended just like that. Mo Jiaoling, who was sitting on the ground, looked ashen and his body was shaking uncontrollably. She heard clearly what Wang Yuan and Huang Long said at the end. Su Xiao turned out to be Huang Long's sister. But isn't she very ordinary? Why did she suddenly have such a powerful brother? Thinking of this, Mo Jiaoling firmly believed that Su Xiao must have used some shameful means to get such a powerful brother. She felt even more angry, especially under the gaze of the people around her. Mo Jiaoling felt as if she had been stripped naked and thrown here, completely losing face. After finally leaving here and planning to find Wang Qing to ask him clearly, Wang Qing actually came to him on his own initiative. This made Mo Jiaoling happy again. After all, the Wang family was very rich, and it was not bad for her to be able to marry Wang Qing. Who would have known that before she could even start to act coquettishly, Wang Qing slapped her in the face. Just now, Wang Qing had learned from Wang Yuan what kind of person Su Xiao's brother Su Qiubai was. Whenever he thought of Xiao Yun becoming a vegetable, he felt a pang of fear. That's why he came to find Mo Jiaoling again. This is the time to settle the score.